Let us begin to the Chazara Seder Chazura. So beautiful, so beautiful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosin Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos Sha'am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Haba Aleinu L'Tova, Paul Pollack, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollack. Our anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor, the schus of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram Mishim, the Kelman, in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Livracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in creation of the yahrzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel ben Zechariah, and great-grandmother, Cyril Bas Rabdov. We hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas will have an aliyah, families in Nechama, all those who need to refer Shabbat together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. Hashem bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Those with that, let us begin with a lot today, but really a lot. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Kuf Zayin 107. We are picking up on 106b, above on the days, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. Ready goes quickly. So my Rabbi said to his son, in general, don't spend time dashing negative things about Rishayim. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? In general, you know what Chazal almost saying is it's not a healthy exercise to try to find fault in people, even in bad people. Just not a good thing. The exception to this rule is Bilam. Why? The Gemara says, the more negative you find about him, go ahead and dash this. Now, I will say, now, the difference over here is that the Bilam itself, there's so much text to support this negative narrative. There's so many other supporting stories to support this negative approach. So it's fascinating. So with Bilam, you can dash in as much negativity as you want, but with other Rishayim, even Rishayim, don't go ahead and spend too much time, espousing or delving into their negative traits. Not a healthy exercise. Not a good use of time to find the fault in people. So now we're going to focus a little bit on Doeg. Remember again, Doeg had Domi. We've spoken about him extensively, but now we're going to get into his story. Doeg was an advisor to Shaul. Let me just take a step back. Doeg's major events, for which he is essentially lost his Olam Haba, and for which he really is, in this list of negative personalities, is David HaMelech is on the run from Shaul. He goes ahead and he seeks shelter in the city of Nov Yarkon. Now again, Nov has no idea what is going on between David and Shaul. Most of the people don't know what's happening between David and Shaul. So David comes to Nov and he goes ahead and he asks for two things. What are the two things? Food and weaponry. Nov was a city of Kohanim. Now remember again, circle back. The Gemara says, faults Yonasan for not going ahead and giving him food and sending him away. So he comes to Nov, he asks for food and weaponry. Nov gives it to him, and he tells them, I'm on a secret mission from the king, from Shaul. Nov gives it to him, of course, right? Understandably so. And then what ends up happening? Is Doeg tells Nov, by the way, Doeg tells Shaul, Nov is aiding and abetting your son-in-law, right? He's a fugitive. Shaul wipes out the entire city of Nov. One person escaped, but he goes ahead and he wipes out the city of Nov. This was the event that really almost like sealed the fate of Shaul, sealed the fate of Doeg, and all this is happening. And again, Doeg was doing this really, he didn't believe it. It was to cement his own hold on power. So the Gemara says as follows. So now that's Doeg. So Ksiv Doeg, Ksiv Doeg. So what's the name? I'm going to be open. So in the beginning, before Doeg did what he did, we worried a lot about Doeg. In a family, sometimes the parent, every child is different. Sometimes the parent looks at one of his kids and he's especially worried about one of his children. Because like that child is maybe more susceptible to other influences. That child is more susceptible to other things that may be going on. So the Baruch Hu worried about Doeg. He always worried about Doeg. That was going to go ahead and make the wrong life decisions. But that's Lashon of Gad, Doeg. But after, unfortunately, again, Doeg kind of left the fold and really did some really terrible things. Look what he has done. Rabbi Yitzchak might have said, Chesed Kel Kol Hayom. Olech Kodesh Baruch Hu. Kodesh Baruch Hu said to Doeg, "What are you doing? Lo Gibra B'Torah Ata? Aren't you strong in Torah?" As Doeg was sinning, but Yibon Shem Kiviyachal says to him, "What is the matter with you, Doeg? You're better than this. You can do better than this. Aren't you a Gibra B'Torah? Aren't you strong in Torah? Ma Tishala B'Ra. What benefit will you have from all of this negative behavior? Lo Chesed Kel Natra Elecha Kol Hayom. Have I not shown you favor, or do I not literally give you favor?" The entire Musar is a tremendous Musar, almost as if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is Kiviyachal pained by what Doeg is doing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is doing. You have everything going for you. You have Torah. You have me in your corner. Anything and everything you want in life you have. Why engage in this behavior? Overwhelming. Already Rabbi said, "L'Rasha Amar Lekim, Ma Lechal V'Sapach V'Ti." I'm like, "Baruch Hu Doeg, Harasha." Hashem said to Doeg, Harasha, "Ma Lechal V'Sapach V'Ti, Kisha'atem Agia L'Parshas Meratzim, Parashas V'Sapach Lashon Hara, Ma'ata Dorish Bohem." You can go, it's like, when you, because probably said to Doeg, when you get up to the section regarding bloodshed, or you, prohibition of bloodshed, or you get up to the section of Lashon Hara, how are you going to interpret those sections? Doeg was a big Tam Chacham. So ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to him, what are you going to do when you get up to these sections in Torah, knowing that your life is not in consonance with these sections? Rothschild is a tremendous musar, I think, for us as well. We all have areas of our lives that are not exactly in conformance with Torah. And when we go ahead and we get to those sections in Torah, how exactly do we read through them, right? How exactly do we darshan them? No, and we all have this, knowing that our lives are not exactly in sync with what it is that we're learning. These are Brisi, I like it. I'm Rabbi Ami. Ein Torah shel Doeg ela misafa v'lafetz. Doeg's Torah was only from the lips outward. In other words, what was Doeg's Torah said? This is really profound. What was Doeg's ultimate issue? He did not internalize his Torah. He didn't internalize. His Torah was a pursuit. He was a tremendous Talmid Chacham, but at the end of the day, it was never internalized. So in the beginning, people feared Doeg. In the end, they mocked him. He lost his stand. None of these folks might have said, "Chel bala bayakienu." So this is actually an interesting passage. It literally means he swallowed a treasure and then vomited it out. He did know Yorishenu Kel. Amar Dav Nechash Baruch. Listen to this. The Bala Shalom Yamos Doeg. Baruch Hu says, says to Baruch Hu, "Please take Doeg's life. Please take his life." Right? Baruch Hu is like, David HaMelech is done. Take his life. Amalo Chel Bala. So ultimately again, V'Yakienu. So here's the problem. Doeg has a lot of Torah. I can't kill him now. Wait till he forgets his Torah. Once he forgets his Torah, then I can go ahead and take his life. Amar the father of David HaMelech says, "Mibitno Yorishenu Kel." Just take his Torah now. Which Rabbi said, by the way, is something so fascinating that the Ribono Shel Olam Kiviyachal says to David, "I can't do anything to Doeg because his Torah protects him." Rabbi said, isn't this incredible? Doeg was a murderer. Right? Doeg was not a good guy. Doeg, again, the Mishnah says, doesn't have the head of the Rabbi. Yet the Ribono Shel Olam says Torah is so powerful. What Chazal tell us is Torah is migna umatzla. It goes ahead and protects and it saves. So Lechash Baruch Hu says, I know what I have to do to Doeg, and I can't do anything to him until he forgets his Torah. To which David responds, make him forget his Torah. Just make it forget his Torah. But the power of the Torah that we learn, the power for it to sustain us, the power for it to save us, the power for it to protect us is overwhelming. Rabbi Yitzchak Ma'adik said, "Gam el yitatz chalanesach." I'm not going to David. Nisi doig la alma da'asi. This is wild. It's the first wide line. Baruch Hu says to David, it's crazy that Hashem is having these conversations with David HaMelech. So Hashem says to David, let Doeg come into the world to come. Right? Let allow. What was it? But Hashem is asking David HaMelech's permission to allow Doeg to enter into Olam Haba. Amar lefanav gam ayitis chalanes. No, let him be uprooted forever. My desid yaktecha v'yasecha may all v'sharshecha v'yasecha himself. Amar lefanav David shmaite ben Joshua Mishnei David. Okay, if you're not going to let him into Olam Haba, at least let it be. Doeg was a tremendous Talmid Chacham. Let it be that they relate Torah teachings in his name in the base medrash. Let him be uprooted from the tent, representing the tent of Torah. Says, no. Lehavi leibnin rabbanon. So ultimately, let him at least have offspring who are rabbanon from the chachamim. To which the Gemara says, let his roots be uprooted from the earth forever. In other words, we'll say, which is so fascinating. David HaMelech is filled with this righteous anger towards Doeg, and essentially David HaMelech felt, and remember, we'll talk about David HaMelech, was the consummate Baal Tshuva. David HaMelech understood the power of Tshuva. What was the problem? Doeg didn't do it. Doeg didn't do Tshuva. So again, you can't, as we'll say, almost, we're going to see with this today's sugya, so almost anything is forgivable, right? Almost any mistake that I make with HaKadosh Baruch Hu can be worked out as long as I'm willing to engage in the process. If I'm unwilling to own my part, if I'm unwilling to accept responsibility, if I'm unwilling to go ahead and take it, that it's my job to fix it, then nothing can get fixed. The tragedy of Doeg is only partly in what he did. The tragedy is compounded by his unwillingness to do the real personalistic work to fix it. The says he's not going to fix it. There's no olam haba for him. There's no future for him, and there's no teaching in the base medicine. My dick said, "Ayeh sofer, ayeh shokel, ayeh sofer samigdalim." So I say, so literally translated means where is the scribe, where is the measurer, where is the one who counts towers? Now what does this mean? So the Gemara says, "Ayeh sofer kol osio shel Torah." So this is all a reference to Doeg. But what happened to the one who could count all of the letters in the Torah? Ayeh shokel, shokel kol kolim v'chamurim shel Torah. Where is the one who could literally again weigh all of the lenient entries of the Torah, representing Doeg's exceptional scholarship? Ayeh sofer samigdalim. Who is the one who goes ahead and counts the towers? What does that say? Sofer shlosh me'os halachos psukos b'migdal haporeach. Doeg knew 300 halachos concerning the floating tower. Haporeach ba'aber. What's the floating tower? So by the way, there's a couple of different interpretations of this. If you take a look at Rashi's on the left-hand column, third line down from the top. Lishnach, you see that? The migdal haporeach ba'aber hanichnas la'eretz ha'ana b'shira teva u'migdalim b'kamei lo. So this is an interesting halach. We've actually seen this reference that essentially, don't ask how it happens, but just how it happens. Person goes into remember there's a general rabbinic prohibition, or there's a general rabbinic law that Eretz Ha'amin, land outside of Eretz Yisrael, has rabbinic tumah. That's the halacha. So again, generally in Ohel, if you're in a structure, that could be chotzitz between tumah. That could go ahead and create an interposition, a blockage to the tumah. What happens if the Ohel, the Migdal, is floating? Right? So again, it's a theoretical question, but what's the implications of that? So apparently Doeg had 300 halachos associated with that particular unique shayla. That was the precision of his knowledge. So this is incredible. So Rabbi said, in fact, Doeg and Achitophel, right? Well, again, unfortunately, both made terribly wrong decisions. Doeg and Achitophel asked 400 questions in the sugya of the floating tower. So the Gemara says, if shit luhu chad, not one of them was this. In other words, they asked such good questions. No one was able to answer. We'll say, watch this. Amar Rava. Rava said, Rabusa lumi boy. Is it such a big deal to ask questions? So I said, this is a profound idea. So essentially, what Rava was saying was like this: Shkaz, they ask questions. But what would have been even better is to do what? Is to give answers. So I think the other things that I was saying, this is I don't know this line. I think this is a tremendous line. Rabusa, boy, is it such godless to ask questions? What I'm saying is like this: life is filled with questions. Questions are very nice. Feel free to ask them as long as they don't paralyze you. A lot of times, we ask questions and we can't move forward until we get the answers. And Rabbi says, the success in life, meaning in life, is not found in the questions. Right? Asking the question, meaning in life is found in forward movement. Meaning in life is found in growth. Meaning in life is in the ability to not get answers, but still find the ability to go ahead and move yourself forward. The greatness of sometimes you think the guy who asks the precision question, that's godless. That's not godless. You know what godless is? Godless is two things. The person who asks the questions doesn't get answers, still continues forward, and the person who doesn't spend his time asking questions. Instead, utilizes and marshals his energy to move himself forward. Incredible, incredible. More right there. B'Shem Rabbi Yehuda. It was a great Gemara. In the years of Rabbi Yehuda, Kula Taniye B'Nezikim. So in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, everybody was versed in the Seder of Nezikim, right? Like the Babas, we're in Nezikim now. The Babas, the Hedge, and Nakas, all of those, right? Like tort law, damages, those types of things. So the Anan, Kamasnina, Tuba, Bo'okso. So this is Rabbi talking, right? So Rabbi said, Rabbi's comparing himself, right, his time to Rabbi Yehuda's time, right? So in Rabbi Yehuda, right, in the years of Rabbi Yehuda, pretty much everyone was proficient in one area, specifically again in Ezekiel. So Rabbi said, by us, Va'anon, Kamasino Tuba, we learned that Bo'oksim. They will say, Oksim is the halachos, halachos of Tu and Para. So Rav is pointing out that his time, right, in his time, he had much greater proficiency in Torah. Rabbi Yehuda's time, he only had proficiency in Nezikin, damages. Rav said, we not only have proficiency in damages, we also have it again in Uks, in so many other areas. Listen to this. Rav says, yet, if he have a Mati Rabbi Yehuda, so yeah, when they would get up to the Sugya, again, we're not going to delve into the intricacies of the art, but suffice it to say, there's an interesting shiloh when it comes to Tumen Tara. If you have a vegetable with a stem, so what's the status of the vegetable vis-a-vis the stem, or what's the status of the stem vis-a-vis the vegetable in terms of Tumen Tara? When these questions would come up in Rabbi Yehuda's yeshiva, you know what he would say? Amar Hadios Rav Shmuel Kachazina Hafa. And we say, wow, these are topics to be dealt with by great people like Rabbi Shmuel. So Yehuda said, but my great grade. So Yehuda was a great Talmid Chacham, but his knowledge was limited to the area of Nezikin. Right? Then when he came to areas of Oktzin, just like he would come to a team and say, this is above my pay grade, this is for Rabbi Shmuel. And I will say, here's the contrast. Rabbi said, by us, we were experts in Oktzin. Yet watch this. Va'ana, Kamasninan Ba'oktin plus Sari Sifta. So Rabbi said, me, I had 13 yeshivas learning Oksin. Right? Rabbi Yehuda didn't know Oksin. We had 13 yeshivas running Oksin. And yet, Rabbi Yehuda Shalach Masani Va'asamitra, yet when there was a drought, all Rabbi Yehuda had to do was take off his shoe, and it would rain. All he had to do was take off his shoe. Rashi points out, the act of taking off shoes is an act of discomfort, kind of like avelos, an act of discomfort. So as soon as Rabbi Yehuda removed his shoe as a sign of discomfort that there's a drought, it would begin to rain. We cry out and no one listens to us. So I will say this leads Rava to a fascinating conclusion. Ella, HaKadosh Baruch Hu liba bai. What do you see from here, Bosai? What do you see from here? What you see from here at the end of the day is that it's not the amount of scholarship that impresses God, but it's the amount of heart that you put into whatever it is that you do. Rava may have had more scholarship, right? The times of Rava may have had more scholarship. But apparently Rabbi Yehuda himself had more heart. Now, whatever this means, that Rabbi Yehuda had more heart. But what Rava is trying to highlight over here is that scholarship is not the metric of success when it comes to spirituality. It's heart, it's effort, it's passion, it's commitment. Those are the things that the Rebbeinu Shalom Olam values over there. For one simple reason, I will say, scholarship is often tethered to abilities that you don't choose. Right? In other words, people process differently, people learn differently. Some people absorb information more readily. Some people have difficulty doing it. And that's how Baruch Hu built us. That's what He programmed us. So it can't be that success is tethered to scholarship if I don't control all of those factors. So therefore, Rabbi says success in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is determined liba, by your heart. What's your commitment? What's your passion? How much are you vested in your relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Am I showing up for that relationship day in and day out? Am I committed even when it's difficult? If I have that, that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu prizes in the realm of spirituality. Absolutely incredible. Dixit, Hashem Yir Lelevav, Aram Sharshia, Back to Dogach Tofel. Oh, Sabi Shmait, Lo Havu Sabi Shmaita. So Dogach Tofel never really understood what it was that they were learning. Okay, is that possible? Mandixit Bay, Aye Sofer, Aye Shokel, Aye Sofer Samigdalim, that Amad Havi Sabi Shmait. What time I just said before that Doeg had 300 halachas. when it came to the floating tower, right? And now he's saying you didn't understand halacha, doesn't make any sense. The Gemara says, "Elo, what was the problem? The problem was they knew a lot of Torah. What weren't they able to get to? Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. You weren't able to say what isn't able to get to halacha l'maisa. So it could be literal that they weren't able to get to halacha l'maisa because the Gemara says, is after all the pasuk says, Sod Hashem li'yireyav. The secrets of Hashem are known to only those who fear Him. In this context, the Gemara says Sod means the foundation. It's like Tzadik Yisod Olam. The foundation is halacha, where you need Siyata D'Shmaya in order to be able to arrive at exactly what to do. They didn't have this. They had great scholarship, did not have halacha l'maisa because they didn't have the Siyata D'Shmaya. But also means when we talk about the ability to, or the fact that they didn't have halacha l'maisa, that could also mean what's halacha l'maisa? Halacha l'maisa is the ability to take what you learn and to implement it into what you live. What or how you live. What was the mistake of Doeg and Achitofel? They were great scholars, great Talmidei Chachamim. But apparently the problem was they were unable to take what they learned and plug it into how they lived. They didn't allow their Torah to shape their lives.
Yo, what up? How are you?
A lot of times we live with this kind of cognitive dissonance, where I'm learning, and I'm acquiring a lot of tremendous information, and I know what to do. The problem is I don't always do it.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space. How about you?
I'm learning, but I'm not learning aliba de hilchasa. Right? I'm not learning halacha l'maisa because my learning is my learning, but it's not translating into the way that I live. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yami. Going only died once he forgot his Torah. Shneimar, Huyamos be'ein moso Robi balti yishne. Rashi Yomer nitztara. Rashi Doi contracted saras. Shneimar. It's Mesak Kolsona Minach. Ksiv Hasam Litznisus. But Argamina Lachkalutin. Okay. The Tanan ain't been Muskar and Mukhlat. Again, there's no distinction between a Misora Muskar and Mukhlat. Muskar means a Misora is kind of in not seclusion. What's the word? Isolation. Who's in isolation, waiting to see what his Tzaras is going to be. And Mukhlat is a confirmed Misora. Ela Priya Uprima, allowing his hair to grow and his clothing to be torn. Rabbi Yochanan. Shlosh Malach Chaval Lezamur Doi. There were three destructive angels who were summoned to Doeg. What did they do? Echad sheshichech chamudo. One malach caused Doeg to forget his learning. Ve'echad shesaraf nishmaso. One burnt his neshama. Ve'echad shekizer afro b'bate knesios b'bate midrashos. And one scattered his ashes in shuls and bate medrash. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Going back to Tov, I want to point out how interesting it is, right? That you see, it's fascinating how there's so many different streams of thought in Chazal. It's hard to keep track of all these things because we're moving so quickly. Remember how we started today's daf, which was really yesterday's daf, but we're doing it today. So remember again, Marbreit Rabina said to his son, don't spend too much time speaking about the negative traits of Rishon, right? And yet, what are we doing? Right? We're talking all about the negative. So it's just interesting how, again, it's almost as if there's one school of thought that says, okay, Rishon are bad, let HaKadosh Baruch Hu take care of them. Our job is not to focus on the negativity of individuals. That's one stream of thought. The other stream of thought is, no, it's really important to learn about Rishon. Why is it important to learn about Rishon? The same way that we like to read about biographies of Gidolim, because we can learn how to live. Sometimes from Rishon, we also learn what not to do as well. And we see that even great people can make catastrophic mistakes that undoes all of their greatness. So the Gemara goes like there. I'm going to be open on Doeg and Achitofel. Doeg and Achitofel did not know each other. They didn't know each other. After all, Doeg made Shaul, Achitofel made David, which makes sense. Doeg lived in the days of Shaul, and Achitofel lived in the days of David. Now, again, that's not such a stretch to say that they would have known each other. What's important to recognize is, don't remember again. So Doeg was before David became king, and Achitofel was David's advisor during the reign of Avshalom. So there's a couple of decades separating them. Even though they could have overlapped, the Gemara said they didn't know each other. Furthermore, Doeg and Achitofel did not live past the age of 35. The Gemara says, and this goes back to yesterday's daf as well. Tanya Nachman by that supports this. It literally means they did not live out up to half of their days. Tanya Nachman by that supports this. This pasuk gets to that also, right? But you remember again, the min asked Rabbi Chanina. Like Rabbi Chanina, how old was Bilam when he died. Rabbi Hanina said, I don't know, but he quoted this exact pasuk, right? Where the pasuk says, "Anshe damo mimra lo yechetzu yimeim." Literally, again, people who spill blood, people who are deceitful, lo yechetzu yimeim, will not live to half of their lifespan. So again, I will say we operate with the understanding that a lifespan is 70 years. So if Chazal say that Russia is not living to up to half of his lifespan, that means he's not living to 35. So he lived to 34. Achutopha lived to 33. Rabbi Yochanan, by the way, which I just want to point out something amazing. Just especially when you look.
This guy sucks. I do my best to avoid this guy's fucking
but they were so
stupid
young.
ass cat.
Yet they were
I knew these guys wouldn't want your
scholars.
fucking cat.
So again,
I could have told you that when you were still fucking where the fucking where.
To me, these
I know exactly
personalities
where he
are
was.
fascinating.
I even know what kind of football team he
These
was.
were people who were capable of so.
Going upwards, that's his flip to an upward trajectory. And since I did that, I've been raising my back, every day or every other day, and it's basically followed my lines almost perfectly. So if I will post the last picture of the whole thing right now, and that way you can see it. Let me go back to trading view. Hey, Tom. So on your charts. If you're on TradingView, there's actually a tool that creates your channels. I know you're doing custom, but no, this is my custom. This is my custom idea. Yeah, but no, if you tell me what it is. Yeah. I'll DM you because I gotta find it, but I know. I don't click on it. If you just explain it to me, so it's a tool. I got you. I'll send it to you, but it's a tool that pretty much creates the channel, and you can customize the channel instead of you dropping down 4 lines. You know what I'm saying? No, I understand. Basically, those 2 middle lines, I just added 2 outside lines today. So basically, I blocked off those 2 middle lines, and it basically followed my chart all the way up and down. And then I added the outside box just to see where it might run on the opposite ends. Yeah. So let's take a little quick break and get a special shout out to Mr. E-Man for being such a wonderful guest here, always dropping alpha and stuff like that. What do you got to say to us, Mr. E? Yeah, man. Guys, touch grass, but I just want to say it has been time for me. You guys have been here. My wife is like, so I definitely need to spend some husband time with her. I've been on with you guys for a little bit, but I wanted to shout out my crypto expert. Great to meet you, Tom. I feel like it's going to get fun getting to know you. Yeah, always a pleasure, brother. Very British. Shout out to you, Meta Boy. Shout out to you, man. Crypto Sarah. Glad you're up here, man. I'm sorry for running over the chat today. Ivy and Moby, my favorites. BMX and my rider. So, to the people who are always listening and coming in here and getting value, I really do hope that you guys don't just come in and you actually take action on some of the things that we're talking about in this stuff is free. Like we're just talking, and there's so much that you can take action on. I just wanted to make sure that I said these out to everybody. It's been great conversations, but specifically, I definitely want to make sure that I shout out to Chubby Chickens, man. Listen, I am actually really excited to see you grow. I actually just checked out the chart. I did see a pretty sharp dip on the chart, but guess what? You recovered, like the chart shows that you guys recovered like quite nicely, which is just another point that you are doing a lot of the right things, man. So just reaffirm that with some utility for your community. I promise, man, like you're going to grow insane. Find Leon Abode, implement his founder funnel. Look up what that is. That was a 4-hour tutorial on his founder funnel, and just become that, man. And you are going to grow like crazy. Listen, better best, never let it rest until your good is better, and your better is best. It's been a pleasure. Mike, back in here. No time called me before you guys end the show, but we'll see you guys soon. Give me a follow. I am looking forward to it. I can teach it everyone. All right, thank you very much. Let's see, let's bring up some Rabbi Rothschild. There we go again. Rabbi Rothschild's in the house. Holy shit! All right, Rabbi Rothschild. You can check him out at his Discord channel. Go and give him a follow at THOT. Rabbi Rothschild lives on YouTube and Discord 24/7 for world peace. He is the real life Truman Show. Rabbi has lived on YouTube for 4+ years. His AMA is also in the Discord pinned in his bio. Also YouTube as well too. He's following 2.8K with a followership of 1.8, so that means he will follow you back. Rabbi, it's great to have you as always. How are you doing, my friend?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to speak. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline in the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have ceiling cameras. If you want to check out those views, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm live 24 hours a day. We have over 2,500 people in there, and we're growing stronger each day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Honestly, that's called speech. Like, if we understand, oh, that was fast. You won, my boy.
Sorry, one at a time. Sick, you have a question from Rabbi?
Yeah, dude, I really know what his technical setup is because I also stream. I'm an illustrator, and like I'm trying to figure out where I'm going wrong and how you're going right. So, what's your technical setup? What equipment are you using, etc.? I'd love to know.
Absolutely. I've got about 10 different Chromebooks and laptops. I've got 23 handheld devices. I multi-stream using Rumble Studio, so that means I can be live on YouTube, DLive, Trovo, Twitch. Yeah, it's free, so it allows for free multi-streaming. So you can stream. I think it's much more stable. A lot of times OBS crashes on me. But you can use OBS simultaneously with Rumble Studio. So if there are background images or some kind of plugin that you really like, you just use a virtual camera. So that
gives me a bit of insight. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Metaboy, do you have a question for him?
Yeah, actually, yes, you know, I've been in your photos, HBLS 101 Bitcoin Telegram since, I don't know, 1 or 2 years, Rabbi. And yeah, like sweeping telegraph, and also I can see the man I'm jumping to is Vice Rabbi. He's sleeping. Yeah, he's real, and I've already talked to him several times, chat, and it's very foolish, and yeah, I hope his brothers will be quiet on this community will go up again, and actually they are OGs that are bringing new narrative to the crypto space when they are launching, they are getting some with like similar like copy-paste thing with like SRP yeah, it's like they're giving a new narrative to the crypto space, and the people start copying their project like doing doing their ticker with other coin like SRP so on but with the same narrative like they're doing yeah they're OGs they're yeah, that's the things that you want to speak about. Thank you very much.
Yeah, people do that all the time. So they come into my Discord and they play chainsaws and alarm clocks and all kinds of things like that. And I let people do that.
I just seen that you had posted something, Rabbi, that I missed this whole time. I just messaged you back when I was in James Wynn doing those hosting things. I was up for like 18 hours every day doing those. I don't even know why I was doing them, but now I do. God kind of led me in the direction I needed to be through there. I've been able to feed so many more people. My goal, I have a 501(c) as well. It's called One World Nourishment, and the slogan is Own Your Future, Be the Change that you want to see in the world. And, out of my own pocket, I've already bought 500 pizzas for the homeless in my hometown, Grand Rapids, Michigan. You can even call up each other. They'll tell you some crazy giant white guy comes in there and buys pizza all the time. And then the other day I went and met another owner of a pizza joint, and he gave me a better deal. But my whole goal behind everything is just to meet people like you and just change the world. And it sounds to me like you got the same thing. So if you have anything around the world or anything that you're doing, I really wouldn't mind, either helping or maybe going somewhere or doing something. I love all the things. I was a bricklayer in the beginning of my life for 18 years, so at least I have some construction and different kind of things like that. But yeah, I just wanted to say that I missed your message, and I'm sorry if that hurt you at all. I just don't really read my DMs because there's just so many shit DMs from scammers, and I'm afraid to click on one wrong thing and I open it. Don't even get me started, bro. Oh my God, it's so hard.
Don't click on any links. One of my friends lost over $30,000 in XRP.
Yeah, don't even get me started. Can I ask you, Money Love, sorry, because I can't make out what your heritage is. You look Vietnamese, though, not Chinese.
But I am Chinese.
Oh, you're Chinese? My girlfriend's Chinese, too. She's from China, actually.
My parents are from Hong Kong. I was born and raised here in Los Angeles, California.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I was just out there just a little bit ago, but my girlfriend is from Dubai, and then she has two massage joints in Guangdong, which is right by Hong Kong, and then now she just opened up two massage shops here. Guangdong? What's part of Guangdong? I'd have to ask her. She's by Detroit right now, opening up her second massage shop here. And she's just the hardest working woman I ever met. Just 12 hours every day. She lives at her shop. She's just Southern Chinese. Yeah, well, Dubai, I think Dubai's more the middle, right, Moni?
I don't know. It's not from there.
Guangdong is south, but Dubai is up in the mountains, which she compared to Michigan, so I think it's in the middle, and it's cold. And, okay. Guangdong, no, I'm thinking about Guangzhou. Guangdong is south, it's by Hong Kong, and then, the next north of Hong Kong. Yeah, I get it. Not so, more Mandarin than it is Cantonese. Yeah, she actually speaks Mandarin, Cantonese, Vietnamese, Taiwanese, shit. 10 different languages, she understands most of it. But yeah, she's an awesome woman, man. Just
Well, then you better work harder than her.
oh man, I can't work harder than her. All I can do is try to feed more people. And she just gets mad at me because then I'm helping everyone else. She's like, what about me?
Yes, and money. We could go somewhere.
Yeah, have you been to the massage parlors? Massage is how I met her, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, massage is one of my favorite things ever, you know. I think if you can't go get a good massage, you know, and just relax, that's like the best thing ever. It's good for your body. I'm also a naturopath doctor, not like an actual certified one. I didn't go to school, but I studied over 8 years, and different kind of things like that, just for myself, trying to fix myself. So I've been to naturopath doctors that I knew more than they did. So, and a lot of them, they were just quoting shit they read out of a book. You know, they didn't really study it. I remember one day I did like a 15-day great fast, went vegan for over a year, which I would not recommend. Veganism is actually unhealthy as hell. It actually causes dementia and other brain-related diseases because of the lack of fat. You know, I mean, fluoride, if you can cut fluoride in your water or your shower out, you know, that's one thing that's really hard. You'd have to get a RO system for your shower. But fluoride is one of the most detrimental things to your mind that you could ever imagine. Grand Rapids, Michigan, where I'm from, was the first place to put it into their water. Not only that, but I kind of traced everything back. If you look at basically dementia, Alzheimer's, and all other like brain-related diseases, since they added, which is a toxic chemical to our water, and they said, hey, it's going to help your teeth, bro. You should be surprised at like how many people end up with dementia and brain-related diseases from this. This is an over time kind of thing. The same with like omega-6s in your diet from grain. It's an overtime thing that causes you to have a heart attack and other heart-related diseases and artery diseases. You know, a lot of people don't realize that you are an organic, artificial AI that needs to be ran on the correct fuel. And basically, you're probably not going to dump Mountain Dew in your freaking BMW, are you, Mooney?
What? No.
Exactly. So why are you going to dump, you know, into something worth an infinity amount of money? You know what I'm saying? So you're worth infinity, which means you're worth way more than your BMW. I hope I guessed your car right? You want a nice BMW? No, she got an Audi. Audi. You guys, my girlfriend would say, Audi. Or the Mercedes, but I'm going Audi. I'm saying it's either a Mercedes or a BMW. You are so wrong. 100%. If she doesn't drive a Land Rover or a Toyota, bro. You'd be fucking surprised. I drive a Toyota RAV4. I like it, you know what I mean? I just chill out. There's a plot twist. She kind of drives a Toyota. That's a clue. A kind of Toyota, so she drives a Lexus. I gotcha. I'm sorry, but like, dude, hold on. She drives a Supra. This is about cars, okay? I like where we're going. Can we stop talking about crypto real quick and get into cars? I'll be honest, I like cars more than I like crypto, but like, honestly, like I've been in crypto since 2018. In the last 4 years, I made $6 million and lost 5 of it. I'm now almost broke. So I was real depressed about 90 days ago, kind of on my edge, and I decided to do what God says and die to thyself and be reborn in Him. Ever since, I still struggle with depression, but I've never felt happier when I'm around people and helping people out and just doing good things. Sometimes when I'm by myself again, I get depressed, but at the end of the day, I'll tell you what, man, the best drug you could ever do is kindness. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just like the I think that's why it's really hard for me to press in on these spaces whenever we get into like a really good moment. And I see that it's midnight and my time, and I'm just thinking about my fellow Americans here on the East Coast. It's like 3 a.m. in the morning, right? So I have to just end it for the well-being of everybody. But when I go to end it, it's real hard because that feeling that you were talking about. Once I end it, once the disconnection is severed, the dopamine stops dumping, and you're just left in this empty room with just a phone and a lot. I know what you mean. I've done so many spaces. I was the main character for the psyop for Ben.Ease. I up probably a million times. I was doing 20-hour spaces every day until he said the N-word one day and completely crushed PSYOP and oil and every other coin he was doing. And then James Lynn, I told you the story about him, dude. I don't even know how the hell I get these things. Like 50 Dot East, I've been up to his house in Calabasas, like Jesse from Full House is his neighbor. He lives in the same private community as all the Kardashians. He drove me around his BMW golf cart thing. That neighborhood is a very small world, right? You'll see literally everybody, anybody. Yeah, he used to go running with, what's his name? The guy. Hey, as a matter of fact, Moni knows all about those neighborhoods, don't you, Moni? So, Moni, we're having such a good time right now. This is so amazing. Moni, I want to send you a picture of me and my girlfriend, and this is me and my girlfriend, Gigi. So, this is so awesome. I love this. So, I just sent you that picture. You said you're in Michigan. Oh, damn, Alex. Yeah, she's old too. She's 48. I'm 44. She does not look like she's 48, does she? Most Asians age very quickly. Yeah, I But no, yeah, like he aged very. But most Asians, they do age really nicely because of what they eat. Like, how they cook things, what they put in their soup. Like, how you said earlier, if you're vegan, oh my gosh, if you're Alzheimer's, you're not healthy. So it's a lot of things like foods and water and the air you breathe. People you surround yourself with. Yeah, she looks very healthy. Your skin's glowing and stuff. And so is you. The happiest woman I've ever met. And all she says is you gotta keep it simple, basically, and stay happy. Try not to complicate your life. I'll be honest, after coming in, I was just a broke bricklayer and a weed dealer for most of my life, you know what I mean? So, and a professional poker player. Lost everything probably 8 times. I remember I had a grow room right before my last grow I did. I had a grow room in a duplex apartment with 100 plants in there, 15 LED lights. I literally was watering the plants one night while I was trading on Binance, and I had all my money in that Ethereum pool coin. I fell asleep in the freaking grow room, and I woke up and I lost all my money. So I buying shit coins. No. I was in Ethereum Bull, which used to be basically a way to trade perps on Binance before they allowed you to. So Ethereum Bull was a 3 times up, 3 times down coin. It was a leveraged coin. And so I was playing that, and right before I went to bed, I didn't go to bed. I was just playing it, and then I was watering my plants and shut off my plants. I was high out of my mind in the room, and I nodded off in the Ethereum.
This guy talks too much. I love that I told him off. Hi, Tom. I don't know what I need to do to talk in the wind space. I think it is not nice that you made me wait hours to ask my financial question and still never let me ask it. I know it's not personal, but I just wanted to ask a question about economic resources. Yes, your running backs look amazing. Here's to hoping the Lions make it Super Bowl. That guy gets too fucking stoned and just blah blah blah. I've heard more about his fucking girlfriend than I have in that fucking cat. It's just ridiculous. Who's that chick though? She's this one is beautiful. She can get it. Get dizzy.
Overwhelming greatness and such a profound accomplishment. Look the amount of Torah they amassed in such a short amount of time, yet these debilitating life failures. Overwhelming. In the beginning, David called Achitophel his Rabbi. Then he called him his friend. And then he called him his student. In other words, Achitophel's stature was downgraded over time. According to so together. We'll go ahead and explore the secrets. But they said, top of Kovzayin, Ochel Lachni, Higdel Alai Akev. Amrav Yehuda, Amrav, Yolam. Both say, get ready for this Gemara. Get ready for this Gemara. This is absolutely amazing. So Rabbi Yehuda, this was my little teaser in the chat yesterday. If you read it, I'm Rabbi Yehuda Amarav. Leolam al yavi adam atzal din Yisrael. Wow, remember what I'm saying. A person should never bring themselves to a point of being tested. Don't put yourself among. A person should not bring himself to be tested. And I just want to point out, even before we go on with this, what a profound. Actually, let's finish the story. Shari David Melech Yisrael, Heidi Asma din Yisrael, V'nichshal. David Melech. Willingly put himself into a situation of being tested, of testing his spiritual resolve, and he failed. What's the story? Here we go. Amar l'fanav Ribono shel olam nitnei ma omrim Elokei Avram, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei Yaakov, ve'ein omrim Elokei David. Wow. So Rabbi said, this is Shaila. Rabbi says, why is when we dive in, we say Elokei Avram, we say Elokei Yaakov, but we don't say Elokei David. Rabbi said, I want to point out, this is not Gaiva. This is not Gaiva. This is, you understand what's happening over here. This is David HaMelech saying, I want to self-actualize. I want to become the best version of me. I feel that I have the potential to maximize my greatness. How do I get myself to a point where you, in other words, we'll say, what's the chap of Elokei Avram, Elokei Yitzchak, Elokei Yaakov? What's the chap of that? The Ribono Shel Olam is willing to associate his name with those people. That's a big thing. That's a big thing. Baruch Hu literally again attaches his name to Avram and Yitzchak. So David say, how do I get to the level where you will attach your name to me? How does that happen? So David HaMelech says, well, it's very simple. Amar, Inhu minsi, Ihu minsili, Va'aklo minsisli. Listen, David, they were tested by me. Each of them were tested, and they succeeded. So when a Yid is able to go out and be tested in life and able to overcome his tests and challenges, that's when I associate my name with him. Amar the Father Ribono Shel Olam, Bechaneni v'nasini. Shneimar, Bechaneni Hashem v'nasini. David says, bring it on. Not an exact quote, but you understand, right? Test me. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. Okay, I got it. It makes total sense. How can you know who I really am until you test my result? So test me. Amar, so Baruch Hu says, it's very important to understand that Ribono Shel Olam did not give David this test. David asked for it. We'll see why this is important later on. Amar, Min Sino L'cha Va'avidna Milsa Ba'adach. So that says, I'm going to test you. But here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you an advantage that I did not give to Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. How so? So again, Hashem says to David, I'm going to give you an advantage. What's the advantage? The advantage is the Avos, I never told them I was testing them beforehand. You, I'm telling you I'm going to test you, and I'm also telling you how I'm going to test you. I'm testing you in a matter of morality. Dvar Erva. Now, I will say, just so you understand what's happening over here. The fact that the Ribono Shel Olam is telling David that he's going to test him and telling him how he's going to test him tells us what? The Ribono Shel Olam doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to do this. So he's trying to give David as many advantages as possible. The Ribono Shel Olam feels that this is a bad idea. But again, David, you're pushing for it. I'll say in general, kind of a little bit like a parent. A parent wants to give good hadracha, but at a certain point in time, such as the child gets older, Even if the parent knows it's a bad idea, right? The parent has to give the child that autonomy. What's the same with David? I don't want. There's a reason I didn't bring the test upon me. There's a reason I'm not doing this on my own. You're pushing. Okay, I can't. It wouldn't be healthy for me to stand in the way of this nisayon if this is something you want to bring upon yourself. So I'll try to help you be successful to the best of your ability. I'm telling you, I'm testing you. I'm telling you, Dvar Erba. Miyad, listen to this. Vayhila Esa Erev. It was in the evening. Vayacham David me'al mishkavo. David got up from his bed. The Muslim now. The pasuk doesn't make sense, right? Why doesn't the pasuk make sense? Why is David getting up at night? Right? After all, again, you go to sleep at night. Why is he going up at night? So what's his fasting? Rabbi Huda, shahafach mishkavo shalayla lemishkavo shalyom. Literally, again, he switched around his schedule, right? His bed schedule from night to day. Rashi points out, what did David HaMelech do? David HaMelech had relations with his wife that day, during the day. Why? Because now David HaMelech is forewarned. He says, I'm going to be tested with a matter of immorality or morality. So what does he do? He has relations with his wife, hoping that'll satisfy that desire, and therefore, again, he won't be tempted by anything else. Okay, good plan. And it's al-mena halacha. Rabbi say this is wild. And he forgot the halacha. What's the halacha, Rabbi say? Eiver katan yesh ba'adam. There is a small part of man's body, right? A reference ultimately, again, to the makom mila. Small part of man's body. The Gemara says, listen to this. Masbio raiv. If you satiate it, it's always hungry. Umar ivo sabeya. But if you starve it, it becomes satiated. What does that mean? I will say, this is incredible. So the way it works with this desire for sexuality is the more you have it, the more you want it. The less you have it, and by the way, what less means is the more moderated it is, the more one is able to curb that appetite. By the way, this is not unique here, right? This is the Ramban on Kedoshim T, right? What does the Ramban say? What does it mean to be holy? Kadesh es atzmecha b'masha mutalach. Moderation. Kedusha is all about moderation. Overindulgence just yields a gluttonous type of life approach, where you just want more and more and more and more. And even if it's permitted gluttony as a midah only gets a person into trouble. Moderation helps a person curb appetites in the right way. That's why, again, we know that in Yiddishkeit, again, there's tremendous holiness and importance that is attached to sexuality. But it has to happen in a framework. There's a mitzvah of owner, right? A man has obligations towards his wife. There's a frequency that has to occur. But if there's an overindulgence, the problem that happens is the appetite gets out of control. By the way, the crazy part is, even if the overindulgence is done in a permitted way, right? Not talking about with other women. With one's own life, there's an overindulgence, then by definition, things just get out of hand. So interestingly enough, this was fascinating. David HaMelech tries to curb the appetite, but yet Chazal seemed to feel that the way that he did it represented a sense of overindulgence, so it backfired. And so not only did it not curb the appetite, but what? It enhanced it. Overwhelming. What happens? So David HaMelech is out, right? He's on the rooftop. Right? Walking on the rooftop. He sees a woman bathing on the rooftop next to the palace. And she was a beautiful woman. So what does this mean? First of all, okay, so Bathsheba who's bathing on the rooftop. Now, first of all, what does that mean? Bathsheba is just like bathing in public over here on the rooftop. I mean, it's not public, but on the rooftop doesn't make any sense. So Mara says, no. Bathsheba was shampooing her hair. She was washing her hair. Underneath like a curtain. Chalsa, Rashi says literally mean like a dome. Like a dome. She had like a shower curtain. She had something that was there, right? She had a curtain protecting her privacy. Asa Satan idni la kitzipirta. So ultimately, again, what happens? The Satan appeared like a bird. Pasak be gira. What happens? So there was a bird. David HaMelech took out his bow and arrow and he shot at the bird. What happened? Paskal chalsa. So he might probably miss the bird, but he pierced the curtain. As a result, igla v'chazye. He saw Bathsheba bathing. So the Gemara says, Miyad vayishlach David vayidrosh leisha. Immediately, again, that will say, by the way, there's so many crazy things about this story. First of all, say, what's even troublesome about the story? Why is Governor shooting arrows at birds? Like as a kid, like he also took like a magnifying glass to eat the ants. Like what? What is that? First of all, Jews don't even do that, right? Go to the Yehuda, right? Jews hunt for food. Jews don't hunt for sport. You don't shoot arrows at birds. That's what I'm saying. See, listen. You know what the most incredible thing is? I know this is very important. So listen. The Ribono Shel Olam knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. And so he knows where to give a test, and he knows where not to give a test. And he knows what we can handle, and he knows what we're not yet ready to handle. There are so many crazy parts about this story, and every single part has an unintended negative consequence. So David HaMelech seeks to satiate that sexual appetite in a permitted way by being with his wife during the day. The problem is that was maybe a little bit of overindulgence, and therefore backfired. He's
Yeah, what up, Zoot?
Schwatzering on the
Zoot, how you live with
rooftop.
Pimp? Zoot,
I'm good.
what's new?
Not much.
Okay,
Don't stand up long enough.
that's what I'm talking about. Okay, will you please tell the funniest joke that you've heard in the last 2 months?
Yeah.
What? Okay, tell me it. What is it?
The homicide hotline.
No, that's not that funny.
The homicide hotline. I got a joke.
What's your joke?
If there was a homicide hotline, it might have been able to save Jeffrey Epstein.
Dude,
Just there's no way in hell the suicide hotline helped him.
dude, your jokes are so dark.
Zach?
Your jokes are so dark.
Wait, Rabbi, imagine if you were the suicide hotline provider that had to respond to Jeffrey Epstein. Like you'd be like, first he tells you like his name's Jeffrey Epstein, and you'd be like, shit, maybe you should do it. And then you're like, oh well, I did my job. Then you go to be like, nah. And then he starts telling you that he's connected to like Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and Donald Trump, and you go like, oh, keep going, this sounds interesting. And then he tells you all the shit he did, and you're like, brother, you trying to get us both killed?
That's your joke, Zoot. Zoot, you've gotta work through these jokes. I mean, I know you're working through them now, but that's your jokes are shocking.
That's funny.
They're shocking.
That's funny.
No, like a joke is like, what's the difference between a chickpea and a?
That's not funny.
What was it? What did I even call it? Difference
I
between
don't know. That's not funny.
dog. That's a fucking hilarious joke.
Yeah, but like people want to be like, oh fuck.
Garbanzo bean. I've never
People
had a.
want to hear like just. People don't want to hear like fucking punchline gag jokes, right?
Yeah, they do. That's what people like. People like jokes.
People don't want to hear jokes that sound like they come from a joke book. They
Sometimes,
want to hear stories and imaginative craft. They want to hear stories and ideas. And
okay, so you're gonna tell your homicide hotline. What else are you gonna tell?
homicide hotline, how you know what would stop when you call up Lifeline, right? In Australia, they say these calls should be maybe recorded for training and research purposes. If you call up a hotline, homicide hotline, and you hear that, You're not committing homicide.
Okay.
It's like, oh, this guy's going to be easy to track. It's going to stop so many homicides.
Are you excited to do stand-up?
Yeah.
Are you going to do better this time than any other time ever?
Yes, this is going to be my best performance.
Yeah.
You just don't get my jokes right now because you're not in the crowd. And I'm not doing it well.
I don't think I have to be in the crowd, but that's okay. I mean, dude, you're doing it, and that's great.
I mean, comedy and art is subjective. What you find fun, what you might not funny, someone else might find hilarious.
I get that. Are you ready to lose? You're ready to lose?
I'm ready to win.
Okay.
An Australian humor is very different from American humor as well.
Okay. I'm going to play one game with you. I'll let you pick whatever game you want. What do you want to play? If you,
Yeah.
what game?
Any game.
Okay, then we're playing mini golf.
Match Monsters.
Okay, then
No, Match Monsters.
we'll play Match Monsters. Create a private game.
Rabbi, do you think Matt Rock is a good comedian?
He's okay.
Why do you think he's so popular?
He had people set up in his audience so that he did crowd work, and people thought he was really funny, and then he posted it on social media, and he got a bunch of plastic surgery done so he looks good.
Did he?
Oh, tons, dude. Yeah, he got veneers on his teeth or implants. Then he got dimples created. I think he had a rhinoplasty. He had a bunch of stuff done.
Who else did that?
I mean, a lot of comedians do that kind of stuff. Theo Vaughn had a hair transplant. He got new teeth. Joe Rogan had 2 failed hair implants before he just shaved it all off. Whitney Cummings has had more shit than I even can count. What?
Who do you think the best comedian is right now?
I am.
No.
Without a doubt, dog. I'm fucking hilarious.
Who do you think the best comedian is right now that's touring?
Okay, that's a good question. It's probably Dave Chappelle. I don't know if he's touring, but I know what you mean.
Who's the best comedian under 35?
Oh, that's a good question too. The best comedian under 35. I don't know how old Shane Gillis is. Shane Gillis is really fucking funny too. Um, he's I think older than 35 though. So if he doesn't count,
Uh,
if he doesn't
so you
count,
think the best? Okay.
if he doesn't count, trying to think of young comics. I mean Matt Rife I guess is pretty young. But he's getting older. We all are. Um, Not really anybody on Kill Tony. Ma- um, I I don't really know any young comics like that are sticking out in my head. Like, oh yeah, that person is so funny, and they're young. People might say someone like um, Cam Patterson, but he's not that funny. Um, he's on Saturday Night Live, which is a big deal, but he's still just not that funny. I'm trying to think of a young comic who isn't just like a one joke comic. Like there are some comics who have really funny jokes, but they just have one.
No,
No, you're not really funny, and you don't have a joke. Ha. Um, but if you did, then you would fall into that category. Um, I would say. I mean, it's arguable that it's really hard to. Oh, whoa, that's a big one. It's really hard to be a really well-known comic at like age 22, unless you're on Kill Tony or something like that, because it just takes time for you to get stage time. Like you're running into now, like where you are. There's not like in in New York there are 30 different clubs. In LA, they're similar. In Austin, maybe 20, but like not every city's
in
like.
Adelaide, there's 8, but there's only one. There's only one that you can get. There's only 2 or 3 right now that you can do open mics at. Right, the others are invite only.
Okay, there you go. So
I've been invited to the invite only one.
hey, what happened to that orgy?
Yeah, one.
How was it?
You know, it wasn't. It was okay.
Did you have sex with any chicks there?
Yes.
And how was it?
The thing that sucked was the 2 hours of socializing beforehand.
Yeah, that's not your deal. You just want to get down to
No one wants to be the first one to start. And then when it starts, it's like, oh shit, fuck. What do I do now?
All right. How many chicks did you fuck? Dude, this is a really easy question. Zoot, how many chicks did you fuck? What up, Miss Aquarius?
What is wrong with everybody? Hey, everybody.
What happened, Miss Aquarius?
Hey, Zoot.
Zoot, are you gonna talk? Zoot might have got disconnected. I'm in the middle of a game with him, and I don't. There he is. Zoot, Zoot, what's the number? Zoot, say hello.
Hello.
All right, Zoot, what's the number?
The number of what?
Dog, you know the number.
Number of what?
Wait, don't you want to play Miss Aquarius?
Number of...
How long are y'all gonna play?
We're gonna play right now. I've got Zoot here. I've got.
Let's play then, so I can go take my
Yes, ma'am. All right, Zoot, you're getting an invite.
Number of what?
Zoot, you're getting an invite. In the party you were at, how many people did you befriend?
Oh, 2.
Okay. Zoot, you have an invitation. Accept it. We're waiting on you. Zoot,
It could have been more, so...
Zoot, excellent. Zoot, go look at the. There you go.
Let's go.
Get it,
It
Mr.
could have
Aquarius.
been... It could have been more, but I got... Alright, Rabbi, so this is what happened.
What happened, Zoot?
I nearly got kicked out very early on in the party.
Why is that?
Someone gave me a vape, and there was medical marijuana in the vape.
Okay.
And someone said, "This guy's very high. Keep an eye on him." So I had the staff member come up to me and say, "Are you high?" And I'm just like, "No, I'm not high. Someone just gave me." I'm just not the greatest at social situations. I'm not high though, and I had to act like I wasn't high the whole time because I wasn't. I didn't even plan to do that. That just happened. So I had to act like I wasn't high. And when it was my time to perform, I couldn't get it up because I was high as fuck.
Get it. Nice spare, Zoot.
But I didn't mean to get high. I just had a hit of a vape because I was stressed, and it turned out there was medical marijuana in the vape.
Okay, I mean, no one's blaming you. You're good.
Party said no illegal drugs, but technically the drug that I took wasn't illegal.
No judgment, Zoot. Get these two, big dog. Zoot's got the lead. Zoot, you're
Rabbi's in front.
yeah, Zoot, you're doing better than I've ever seen you do, though.
No, I'm not even trying.
Well, whatever you're doing, it's working. You usually have like 18 by now. Oh, what a spare, Miss Aquarius. That was beautiful.
Where do I see my scorecard?
It's at the very top. Oh, the whole scorecard? I mean, it just shows. And then you can click on it.
Okay.
All right, Zoot.
Good job.
Oh, there we go. Let's go say full coca.
There we go.
You can't tell your score full cover when someone else is taking a shot.
You can. You just click on it. It says see full score. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Nice job.
Oh, Rabbi, you're doing great.
Nah, I'm not, but I'm okay.
You only missed 3 pins.
No, I've missed more than that.
Oh, you only missed 3 pins.
In the whole game.
If you check the scorecard, you only missed 3 pins.
Yeah, you're right. Get it, Zoot. What a good job. All right, Zoot. Get this and Zoot, when the pressure's on.
Come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi.
I can still beat this Aquarius.
No, you can't. It's over for you, Zoot.
I'm second place, baby. Sorry. We still win, though. We still win.
Absolutely.
We don't have to lose. No.
That's right. You won, Zoot. We won.
Yeah.
Yeah, you missed.
No, don't cry about that. You got 400 wins. It don't matter. You won.
That's right.
Congratulations, Rabbi. Congratulations.
Thank you, Miss
Rabbi,
Aquarius.
you only missed 7.
You're welcome.
You only missed 7 pins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good. But I do badly sometimes, too. All right, Zoot, you have an invitation. This is the last game, Zoot.
Come on,
Zoot! Zoot, there you go, big dog.
Have you ever been to an orgy?
What kind of question is that in front of a lady? I know.
It doesn't matter. You heard what he said. Come on, Zoot. Come on.
That was good. This is a tough split.
This is going to be the hardest, most difficult shot in the world.
Get it, Zoot. Hey, you got one.
Good job. Where you go?
That's not bad.
Oh, you said it. Come on, Rabbi.
Better than 0. Rabbi, you have a.
Oh.
We had the same start.
Yes, sir. Miss Aquarius tearing it up. Miss Aquarius tearing it up. Now she's got a tough shot. She can do it.
This is the most difficult shot for her.
It is a very difficult shot, no doubt.
Come on, Zoot.
But this is an easy shot for me. This is going to be the easiest bear you've ever seen. I love you.
So did you just say I love you?
Yep. Not to you.
Okay. Well, you guys have the lead on me.
Miss Aquarius is dominating. She's like nearly double our score.
She's doing well. No doubt. Get it,
Gonna get
girl.
double.
Oh,
She just got
what a
double.
great spare.
She's over double our score right now.
What a great spare.
Don't matter, though. It ain't over yet.
Get it,
Come on,
Zoot.
come on.
Oh, Zoot. Great job, dude.
Zoot. Yay, thank you.
I'm dominating. I'm beating Rabbi.
Talking about.
I'm beating Rabbi.
Good spell, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rabbi is only one point behind me.
That's right. But you're gonna get it on this next one because you got a strike. So you get double points. Get it. What a great spare, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius with the comeback. With the comeback.
Yeah, that's right. That's good. Yeah, see? Yay. Come on, Luke, you got it.
I could win.
We hope that you do win. That's all we want.
That's right.
Win some. I'm in the lead.
It's really hard for Zoot. It's going to be really hard for Zoot not to win. That was
Not with a
good.
shot like that.
That was good. Get it, Miss
She's going to get a
Aquarius.
spare.
Get it, Miss Aquarius.
Oh, okay. Come on. Let's go.
Get it, Zoot.
Okay. This is an easy spare.
Zoot just won. Zoot just won. Zoot, you won.
Fuck.
Zoot won.
Yeah. You can win.
Hey, I'm happy that he wins. Shoot, finally. Good strike, Rabbi.
Finally.
You need 2 strikes and you can beat it.
No, I can't.
Hey.
Oh, Rabbi, you were so close.
Nice job, Zoot.
Congratulations, Zoot. You win, we win.
That's
So
right.
all of us win. Don't matter. You win, we win.
Great job, Zoot.
Congratulations on your second win.
Great job,
Yay.
Zoot.
Great job.
My first win in bowling. That's my first ever win in bowling.
Well, according to the statistics, it's your second.
Yeah.
But
We're
Zoot,
happy. You won. We both won. So, hey, I'm happy with that.
same here. Great job, Zoot.
All right, now, good night.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Trace. God willing.
That's really.
Dancing for life.
Zoot, are you happy?
Yeah.
You played amazingly.
I'll point out to you, David HaMelech, Mesechus Brachos. David HaMelech wasted absolutely no time. He wasted no time. The Gemara goes through his schedule. Right? He woke up at Chatzos every day. So what's happening over here? He's just like strolling. David HaMelech is not a stroller. That's what he said. You know, David HaMelech, he's not the guy who just like walks around. That's not David HaMelech. There's so many things in it, and now shooting an arrow at a bird. Who does that? What's going on over here? So again, we'll see everything this year. So he sees Bathsheba, obviously tremendously aroused by Bathsheba. Vayishlach David vayidrash leisha vayomer halo zos Bathsheba bas Eliam eshes Uriah Hitti. This is Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah Hitti. Vayishlach David malachim veikachel. God sent for her, had her brought to the palace. Tavo elav vayishkav ima vehimis kadeshes mitzvah. He has rings with her, right? He sleeps with her. Ultimately, again, he missed out. What's interesting is the Gemara says she wasn't the Nida. She wasn't the Nida. This by the way, as I was to understand that this Nida, the interesting about it that was the baby, right? That was the Hafifa. She was actually preparing herself for the mikvah, right? That evening that David HaMelech saw her. So that's what the Gemara says. Vimis kadeshes mitzvah. Steinu diksiv, and this is what's meant when it says Bachanta libi. So again, so David HaMelech says, literally, first powerfully, you checked my heart, right? You checked my heart, and ultimately, again, you are unable to find purity. Zamosi bal ya'avar pi. David HaMelech says, literally, what does it mean? Zamosi Bal Yad Barbi, first line line. Omar, Eicho Zamoa Nachal Bapume Deman Bisanili Velo Omar Ki HaMusa. If only someone had muzzled me when I had this conversation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I would have never asked for this test. Listen, we've all had those moments where we wish someone was there to muzzle us. So there was something I would not have said or not have done. David HaMelech regrets very much, obviously, this entire situation. Dar Shrava, my Desir, Lamnasech David Bashem Chasisi, Ich Tomulu Nafshi, Ludi Haichem Tzipor. So just I want to point out something amazing. So first of all, just to understand, right, the rest of this story. The event with Bathsheba forever changed David HaMelech's life, right? This was one of those crossroad events that forever changed the trajectory, and we're going to talk over here about the fallout from this episode with Bathsheba. This was, most things, most decisions we make in life, they have repercussions, ramifications, not necessarily for the rest of our lives. Then there are certain times that you're at a crossroads in life, and if you go right and if you go left, your life turns out dramatically different. David HaMelech that night was one of those critical moments, one of those tremendously critical moments, and his life forever changed. Now, David HaMelech is going to teach us not only the consummate Baal Tshuva, but his life forever changes after that fateful night. So before we go on about that, the other piece we have to also understand is what's the takeaway message from this. This is how the Gemara starts. Right? For the name of Rab, the Olam al Yavi Adam Asmo B'Dei Nisana. Don't put yourself in complicated situations. I would say, how many times in life do we put ourselves in circumstances that I know are not spiritually correct? Whether it's being around people who I know have a negative effect, right? Whether it's engaging in activities that I know are not really good for my neshama. Maybe they're not overtly sinful, but I know they're not good. But I convince myself it's okay. It won't have an effect on me. And that's true until it does. It does. And then I'm like shocked. I can't believe, why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? Let's say so much of life, right? So much of life is preventative spiritual medicine. Right? It's not being reactive. It's not being reactive. It's being proactive. It's identifying the potentially complicating situations in life and not allowing myself to be thrust into them to be human. A lot of times I can't choose it. And a lot of times I willingly put myself in compromised situations, thinking A, that I'll overcome it, and B, that it won't affect me. And then I succumb to it, and then it impacts me, and then I'm shocked. Why am I shocked? Why am I shocked? So much of life is being lost in all of being able to see the impact that certain people, that certain circumstances, that certain events, that certain forms of exposure will have upon me, and don't put myself there to begin with. Avoid it at all costs. Don't put yourself on Makom Nisayon, because even great people fail when faced with temptation. Overwhelming. Let's go back to the second wide line. My Dixit, Lamatziach David, Bashem Chasisi. Right, Lamatziach is a conductor. Again, I'll talk more about that later. So, Bashem Chasisi, I put my faith in Hashem. Echtomu Lenafshi, Nudi Harfim Tzipor. How could I say to my soul that literally the mountain was moved by a bird? And I'll say, now, by the way, and you understand so much, I just want to point out also, Sefer Tehillim is like the diary of David HaMelech. And so much of Sefer Tehillim represents events that happened in David's life. And you understand these Gemaras, you understand Tehillim. So David HaMelech says, Amar David the Fechel properly, forgive me for this sin. Shalo Yomru Har Shabachem Zikor Nadidaso. People shouldn't say that the Har Shabachem, the mountain amongst you, who's the mountain? David HaMelech is the mountain. The king is the mountain. The mountain was moved by a bird. What's the bird? The bird is in the story of Satan. Right? The mountain was moved by the bird. Dar Shalom Ma'adik said, "L'chalavad chatasi v'harad einecha sisi l'man titztak v'davrecha tiske b'shavtecha." Amar David HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shel Olam, Galia v'yadia kamecha d'ibay l'machpei yitzrei habikaifine. So Rabbi said, this is a wild Gemara. David says, Hashem, you know that if I wanted to overcome my Yitzhak, I could have done it. I could have done it. So why didn't I? Ella Amina, the lo lemru avda zaki lemare. But I didn't want to say that the servant bested the master. So that's a very strange Gemara. No, I said, right, if I could have overcome it, I would have, but then it would have made you look bad, God, right? Because you didn't give me the test, because you didn't think I could pass it, and then I would have tested you. What does this mean? What does this mean? It's obviously a little bit tongue in cheek, but David HaMelech is recognizing. He'll say something amazing. The great part about David HaMelech, and the reason why David HaMelech becomes like the consummate or the paradigmatic Baal Tshuva, is David HaMelech owned it. What does he acknowledge in this moment? That night on the rooftop, if I wanted to resist the temptation, I could have. I could have. The one thing I won't pretend is that I was powerless. I was overcome by desire, absolutely overcome by desire, and it was strong. It was absolutely strong. But at the end of the day, I could have said no. I could have slammed on the brakes. And I will say sometimes the first step in tshuva is an ownership of sin, an ownership of mistake. We spend so much time, so much effort deflecting why it's everyone else's fault. The only way to become a true Baal Tshuva is to own the mistakes of life, as difficult and as painful as it is. No, I got it. I could have said, as much as I was overwhelmed by desire, if I wanted to stop, I could have stopped. Incredible. Darsh Rabbi might have said, Kiani letzela nachol machodi negdi samid. This is incredible. We'll say, Ruya Haisab Akshara Bas Aliyah David Mishesh Negracious. We'll say, now let's be clear here. And this is the fascinating part of this story. David and Bathsheba were meant for each other. They were bashert. The Gemara says ultimately again, they were meant for each other from the beginning of time. Ella sheba elav b'machol. But what ended up happening is they came together through difficulty and pain. So ultimately, again, Bathsheba and David were meant for each other. They were meant for each other from the beginning of time. But rather, what happened? The relationship began before it was ripe. It was like eating unripened fruit. And let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, how do you know that David and Bathsheba were meant for each other? How do you know that this union was ultimately blessed by God? How do you know it? Shlomo. Right? Their son was Shlomo. Their first child dies. That was part of the cursing of David for David and Bathsheba. For David. Right? Ultimately, again, their son was Shlomo. Shlomo built the Beis Hamikdash. God himself names Shlomo Yedidya, the one who is beloved by God. So that's how we know the union was correct. It was how it came about that was fundamentally flawed. Darash Rabbi, night of Sid. Ubisali Sanchu Venesu Nasialin. Oyadati, Karo Velo Damu. I'm going to Moshe. This is incredible. Now, the Gemara is focusing on that last phrase, Karo Velo Damu. If you tear me, I will not bleed. Right? If you tear it and there is no blood. So, so David says, you know that if they were to tear my flesh, so the Gemara says, I would not bleed. In other words, David says, I've been so humiliated over this. I'm going to talk about this. I've been so humiliated from the sin of Bathsheba that literally again, if you prick me, I will not bleed. Right? In other words, that even if they were to cut me, so humiliation is highlighted by like a draining of blood. This is wild. You know, David says, when I'm in the Beis Medrash, right, and they're learning about the halachos concerning David Musa, death penalties. So they taunt you. Hosting the Mishnah says, David, Habal ish is ish, misaso b'ma. You have to understand something. The sin of Bathsheba became public knowledge. David HaMelech was humiliated, and David HaMelech was taunted. He was taunted. So literally, again, he'd be in the Beis Medrash, and the time he'd come in the Beis Medrash would taunt and say, "Oh, David, by the way, what is that? What is the punishment for someone who commits adultery? What's the punishment for that?" Amarti Lohem, Haba ish es ish misasa b'chenek, v'yesha kelik olam haba. The punishment for one who commits adultery is chenek, strangulation, but he has a portion of the world to come. So, Chevra, just know, when someone who embarrasses his friend has no chelik in the world to come. So let's say, and this is what David. So again, I want to just point out. In addition to all the external enemies, right, all of the wars, all the hostile neighbors that Eretz Yisrael had, David HaMelech is taunted and humiliated and degraded within his own kingdom. This was the fallout of the episode of Bathsheba. So this is very interesting. Even now, we're going to see, by the way, there were three different punishments that David received for the sin of Bathsheba. We read really four: the loss of their child, illness, and rebellion from within his household. So when David HaMelech was sick, the Gemara says, even when he was sick, he went ahead and he maintained his conjugal obligations to all of his wives. So I'll say, so this is quite fascinating. What is this? Well, first of all, by the way, what's fascinating is how the Gemara goes ahead and darshan this passage, right? Yagati ban kasi. Literally again, I cried out in my pain. Escha b'cholayla mikasi. V'dimasi arsem. So literally again, I soiled my bed. The Gemara's understanding over here is a reference to relations. They're not saying even when I was sick, I maintained my obligation to have relations with God. So I'll say, what does this mean? Part of the fallout of the episode of Bathsheba is that Ramelech had other wives. So I think what Chazal is teaching us over here is that Ramelech had to figure out how to repair those other relationships. And we'll say that again, that sometimes there are things that happen in a marriage that cause irreparable damage, and other times there are things in a marriage that happen that cause a tremendous rift. And it's upon the perpetrator of the negative act to try to go ahead and repair that rift. To do what they can to mend that and to put that back together. So that Amelech understands, I did a lot of damage, not just to Bathsheba, not just to Rashid, but to all of my wives. So Chazal telling us that David Amelech undertook it upon himself to try to fix that which he broke. We'll say, this is wild. In the aftermath of the sin of Bathsheba, David Amelech wanted to worship idolatry. Wow. What does this mean? Shneimar, he David ba ad harosh, asher ishtach Hashem Elohim, ve'in rosh el avodah Shneimar, he behu salma leisha di gav tav v'nei lekosel chushay arki utanto v'adama al rosho. So again, David is about to worship idolatry. We'll see why in just a moment. A man by the name of Husha Arki again is clothing his sword. There's dirt on. He said, "Amar lo David, Yomu Melech Shekamos Kiyavod Avodah Zarah." Says Husha says, "David, what are you doing? You're going to say a king like you, David Amelech, worships idolatry." We'll say, "Get ready for this." Amar lo Melech Shekamos Yagenu Gino Mutav Yavod Avodah Zarah by his fellowship trying to pass out. He's supposed to say, "Now we're jumping." Part of the fallout, part of the punishment for the sin of Bathsheba is Hashem told David there's going to be a rebellion in your home. That was the rebellion of Avshalom. Avshalom is the result of the episode of Bathsheba. So now David refuses to do anything to Avshalom. He's not going to injure. He's not going to kill Avshalom. So David thinks he's going to lose the rebellion. David feels that if he loses the rebellion, there's going to be a tremendous chil Hashem. And people will have questions on Hashem. How can it be that HaKadosh allowed David to lose this battle against Absalom? So isn't David's question? David says, you know what? I'm going to worship idolatry. People are going to say I'm an idolater. And then when I lose the battle against Absalom, people will understand, say, oh, because he switched kings because of idolatry. David was concerned about the honor of HaKadosh Baruch. He was concerned that if he lost to Absalom, he would make it so Hashem. So instead, he decides, let me worship idolatry, become an idolater, and then people will attribute my loss to the fact that I switched over to idolatry. And therefore, again, the sanctity of HaKadosh Baruch will be preserved. Overwhelming. And we'll say, Allah for HaKadosh Baruch Hu wouldn't just like to keep it for the king in such a dramatic way. Amalei, so the Gemara says, listen to this. So Amar, my time kind of sivas vifastar. So we'll say this is incredible. So Avshalom's mother was a woman by the name of Ma'acha. Ma'acha was a princess who David Amelech sought as Yifastar was like. So Hushai actually says to David, why did you marry Yifastar? So Amalei Yifastar what a shayla. Yifastar is permitted. Amalei Lo Darash Smuchim. Did you not dash the juxtaposition? So you might have to Yifastar what does Yifastar say? Samechle Kia Leish Ben Sorar Umora. Kalano say Yifastar Yesh Ben Sorar Umora. You're allowed to. So what comes right after the Yifastar section? Ben Sorar Umora. I want to tell you. This seems to be like one of these conversations that's like rubbing salt in a wound. Like, I don't know exactly what the purpose of this was, right? This was already happened a couple of decades earlier. There was like, Husha Arki saying that, by the way, why did you marry Macha to begin with? It almost as if there's any bearing on his story. Okay, anyway, Husha Arki saves David from worshipping idolatry, but this was just understand, it might be the one time in history that someone was ready to worship idolatry out of immense love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David thought that if he lost to Avshalom as David Melech Yisrael, that would have been a Chol Hashem. David was willing to give everything away for the sake of preserving the honor and dignity of the Rebbe Shalom. Overwhelming. Let's go right now. Darshan we don't start. in Indira. Lamad David Gomez, we'll say this is incredible. What could that other be compared to? So the Gemara says the Soka Kusi. It can be compared to a Kusi merchant. And we'll say, Rashi points out everywhere that the way Kusi merchants work like this, they never sold in bulk. They never sold in bulk. They only sold in small measures. Why? Because their cheshbon was like this. If you sell in small measures, you have to buy more often, and they could increase the price a little bit each time. So they make more money by selling in small measures. That was David Amelach. So when I said, how so? Amar David Rabbi Shalom Shkios the other level say we're going to see the way it works like this. David asks for forgiveness, but he asks for forgiveness like an interval, like a little bit at a time. So the first thing he says, first Baruch Hu, Shkios min Yavim. So first Baruch Hu asks for forgiveness for our accidental avedas. People make mistakes. Hashem says, forgiven. Next, when we start stacking, cleanse me from the intentional sins that no one knows about. Hashem says, fine. Shvigila, forgiven. Forgive me for my intentional sins. Shvigila, okay, forgiven. You should be as the son to Lord L'shto be'Rabbanon, don't L'shto be'Rabbanon. So ultimately, again, to make it that the rabbis don't focus ultimately again on my sins. Shvigila, forgiven. Then he kissed me Besharav. There's one last request. Shalo Yichtov Sirchuni. Can you please take out the story of Bathsheba from Navi? Can you just strike it from the record? So we'll say, Amar Lo, yes. His brother said, that far I can't do. Why? We'll stop over here for a minute. That was a tremendous story ahead of us, tremendous story ahead of us tomorrow. Listen, I just want to point out, just as important to understand. We did do a lot of tomorrow, right? I just want to point out, we did do a lot. Okay, granted, half of it was yesterday's daf. Again, it's okay because the last daf of the last Amud of Sanhedrin is only one side, only one side. So that's going to be our catch up there. We'll say, tremendous. Yeah. All right, have a great day, everyone. That's the only problem with the size and the pace is the treatment of the Gemara is not, which is a shame because of some of these people that I see. What's the question? All right, girls, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's edition of our annual Conversation Sponsor Production KA. Joseph's Rock, we're dedicating Conversation Sponsors this year, reaching a tremendous milestone. So my colleagues spent don't get me wrong, and the inclusion of the marriage of his dear son, Kudi at Tashira. The beautiful couple of minutes, Hashem experienced tremendous nachas and hatzlacha, and to that to all of Klal Yisrael as well. Our Conversation Sponsor is for the month of Nisan. Paul Catholic in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva Esther. Anonymous Conversation Sponsor in the source of Simchas for all of our children. And for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram Yisrael become the memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bat Yoshua Heshel Zechon Yebracha. A week of learning sponsors, Paul Catholic, Rachel Yantega for Father Shmuel Ben Zecharia, and Cyril Bas Rabdov, and Steve Galaska, in honor of all of the bracha that are sent to me, Jordana, and our families. Beautiful Shkoya. As we do that, let us begin a tremendous shkach that Rabbi Daniel and the Chazal Shabura. I think a record crowd is going to go Hashem absolutely. I'm sorry? That's like over and off. Good. All right, Rosh, and they definitely got arrested. Rosh, but really, it was a stretch of heaven again. I know it only ends up being a couple of minutes, but the truth is, remember, you get a couple of minutes of Chazara and to walk away with reinforcing some of these songs to the dot. Obviously, you need probably a full hour to manage to, but like straight conference in 10 minutes is incredible and it's tremendous fast for all those who push themselves even just a little bit more. Incredible. Rosh Hashanah daf is Kuvav. What is it? You have to know the mitzvah. Oh, I'm cooking the days. We have a lot to do today. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up and before it gets wide. Remember, we were speaking about, we ended off yesterday's daf, which is fascinating sugya, about how exactly was Bilam able to curse Klal Yisrael. And the Gemara explained that essentially, Bilam understood the exact moment that the Rebbeinu Shel Olam gets angry. And he understood that he was able to curse Klal Yisrael during that moment, but it would have catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. A miracle occurred, and that entire time that Bilam was trying to curse Klal Yisrael, that entire time, Hashkadosh never got angry. So let's picking up in that, the Gemara says, that's like, the height of the Kama, Bilam Rabalak, Ma'akov Lokavakel. So this is what Bilam said to Balak, Balak, what do you want from me? I can't curse Klal Yisrael if the Kadosh Baruch Hu doesn't want to curse them. Right? There's nothing for me to do if I can't curse the people. Elza in the Choyom, the Karmazana, the Noshon gets angry every day. And how long does the anger of the Rebbeinu Shel Olam last for? So the Gemara says, Raga. It's just a few moments. Just a few, or really I'd say, just a moment. Just a moment. A singular moment that a Kadosh Baruch Hu gets angry at. And again, if you catch God in that moment, then it terrible catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. Shneimai, Shirega B'Yakov, Chayim B'Tzon. Anybody say another possibility? So let's say so again. Let's just Shirega B'Yakov. It's only a moment. It's only a moment of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's wrath. Another possibility is anybody say, Lech Ani Boba Chagayachak. You know he says, my nation, go into your hiding place. Go into your hiding place. He's to go down on Chaba'adacha. Close the door behind you. Hadith Kimat Raga. Hide yourself literally again for just a moment. At Ya'avar Za'am. Until the divine wrath passes by. So again, same idea. Hadith Kimat Raga. Just wait a moment until the divine wrath passes. So the Lord says, good. Yeah, I get what it's on. Emas Rasas, when does this moment of anger occur? When does what we get angry? So the Lord says, the first Shai Kamaisa, in the first 3 hours of the morning, the early morning, the Chidra Karbalta Dukanagalta. Ultimately, again, when the feathers of the rooster are totally white. So the Lord says, call Shai to the Shai Kizami Kivarta. The feathers of the rooster are always white. This is why we call Shai to the Shai is basically Sunki. And you shake the right face like this, Lucy. Sometimes you get out of the day, it might be right that there are so small streaks of red in the early hours of the morning, so there's one for all she's totally right. Okay, so today's story. Travel story here. How would you know the Shiriki that he was saying? He wasn't me. Most of these were the family was a heretic. He was a heretic. He lived in the neighborhood of the Yeshua lady. Right, and I'll say again, now when it says in English, this obviously an incredibly antagonistic person. The other Kamisare is not Kamisare. And you just get every sort of maybe just a very difficult time. Very difficult time. So what happened is incredible. So the children lady had an idea. Yonachat, Nakit Tanagolta, but also the Kari, but also Mama Kimota Saita, the Latin for sure was a good idea, but I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. So what do? You're done with the guy. You get a rooster, you try to that, right? You wait until the moment that you see that the feather totally turns white, and you curse him. And that way again you are tapping into that moment of divine wrath. And you be done with this guy. Now listen, I just want to point out, obviously, the fact that the Yeshua lady is going to this length, there's two things happening over there. Number one, the guy is a me, right? So in other words, there's a theological issue, right? That's number one. Number two, obviously, he was subjecting the Yeshua lady to a tremendous amount of difficulty, right? And pain. The Yeshua lady is willing to go to these lengths to be able to do this. So I'm just going to point out again, we're only being part of the story, but when I say it's clear that there's much more that's happening over here. Okay, so you're showing me going to curse the guy. Listen to this. When that moment came, So literally again, it's early morning, and therefore again, it's already ready to curse the guy. When that moment is about to come, what happens? The rock gate. So it's already falls asleep. He falls asleep. Gemara says, nothing shaitan minimum. He falls asleep. Not in Allah Arafaya. So the same reason it's clear. That Arafaya means this is not the normal way. And the same reason the fact that I fell asleep, like sometimes he's like off, he's up the whole time. Just waiting for that one moment. And literally when that one moment came, he fell asleep. The fact that he fell asleep in that moment, that he says, indicates that what? The Prophet doesn't want me to do this. Not what God wants, not the approach of his Prophet wants. Not what I would say. And unosh but tzaddik local. Right? The tzaddik punishing someone, right? And the tzaddik being the vehicle of misfortune for someone is not good. The Prophet doesn't want us to go ahead and hurt each other. And even if the other deserves it, the Prophet doesn't want us cursing each other. The Prophet doesn't want us punning each other. Even if the other, even right now she says that nothing the tzaddik should manage. It's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of punishment, and it's not good for someone to be punished because of the tzaddik. Incredible. More like that. I feel really better than the happy. I will say, I don't know again, even with a name. Even if someone who's a heretic, it's good for the tzaddik. It's not good for the tzaddik ultimately to be the vehicle of divine punishment. Okay, there's 105B, second of the widest lines. So on the bottom. Tell me straight very well. The short shot comes around, so I'm going to say, I will say, and he's up in the family at close. So then you might ask that here. When the sun rises and the sun worshippers go ahead and put their crowns on their head and worship the sun, I'm going to probably get upset. I'm going to the topic of what is that for the thing? It's not about God getting upset. So when does God get upset? When the authority goes ahead and sees his creations have forgotten about him and instead serve other creations, that's what it gets upset. I'm not come to learn below. They're supposed to say back to the room. Don't get up in the morning. And he went ahead and he sat on his donkey. Okay. So you want to know what now, what's probably more about the pasuk over here. Bilam is the question again. He's important. If he's important, then what should we not be doing? Right? We shouldn't be saddling his own donkey. You have a guy for that. Right? You use a certain level. So why is it that Bilam himself is the one who is saddling his donkey? So he wants to tell you something similar to what Avo, you might call it a shir shall be going. Those are very interesting. There are certain things that disrupt the natural order of life. One of them is love. Love, right? Okay, what is it? Love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of human behavior. What do we know this, right? So you says, Avram, B'tzid, by asking Avram Baboka. Avram did the morning of the Akedah, right? Got up, and Avram also sat on his donkey. Avram has a guy, right? Avram has multiple guys. So why is he sat on his own donkey? Because remember, this was on the way to Akedah, because he's consumed with love for this stuff. Consumed with love for HaKadosh Baruch, which is so very powerful. And love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of things. Okay, furthermore, what else disrupts the natural order of things? Sinner, Mivatelah, Shura, Shagidula. So say, hatred. Hatred also disrupts the natural order of things. Midalam Shinamar, Vayakam Bilam Baboker, Vayakavoshes Asono, ultimately again, Bilam got up in the morning, and he sounded his own donkey. Don't say it's interesting what's coming on there between love and hate, right? They're extreme emotions. So what do you see from here? Extreme emotional situations sometimes make us do irrational things. But it's fascinatingly enough, over here, the irrationality for Adam was beautiful because he was selling his own donkey, consumed by his love for Hashem. Bilam was so consumed by his teaching and animosity for Klal Yisrael that he sells his own donkey. Now, in Bilam's case, the hatred was all consuming that even to the point where his behavior was completely self-destructive and detrimental, he could not stop. Let's say, often thought there's one more emotion that really belongs in this line, and that's Chachad, Metalka Fashira. Fear is also a very strong emotion, and fear also disrupts the natural order of things. How many times in life are we faced with incredible opportunities, with great things? And sometimes we are so scared of failure, so scared of the possibility of failure, that we simply don't take it. It doesn't make any sense. Every life endeavor carries with the possibility of failure. Right? Every life endeavor carries with the strong possibility of falling flat on your face, and not even going back to where you started, but even being pushed back a couple of steps. And if you can't handle the fear of failure, then you can never progress in life. But yet, so many of us kind of just settle for like a mediocrity because we're afraid of what we're hurt if we push ourselves a little bit more. Instead of, Rabbi Yasok Adam, the Mutar, the trust, I feel slow as well. Here's what you have. Tell us this, Torah. And look, I'll just point out, it's one of something amazing. Just see something scared. Where is it that, so seriousness, that we have the call to get up at a really ungodly hour, to be able to learn Torah each and every day, right? And some of us have been doing this for years. Some of us have even been doing this, for more than a decade. Where does that thought come from? The point that said it comes from Ayashkin Abraham Baboker. Ayashkin Abraham Baboker is not rolling out of bed at a normal hour. Ayashkin Abraham Baboker is early, ridiculously early. Why? It's still like because when you love something, no matter how exhausted you are, like if you think about it, if your child needs to get picked up at the airport, so you're not saying to yourself, the flight comes in at 6 a.m., so I have to leave my house at 4 a.m. You're like, listen, Shikha, I love you. Get a cup of coffee. I'm going to be there around 9. Right? Just hang out a little bit. Right, doggy? Kids, right? You can do that. Right? Getting a lot of blank expression. Oh, yeah, maybe we could do that. Take it over. Right? When you love something, even though it's like falling on the face, it's not like you're any more rested because you love something. You're literally exhausted. But again, I push myself because I love it. So you really get that caught. And once again, it's important to understand that what it is that you do is just a sticker abnormal. And if you're a little bit more than what you normally want to do, if you're a little more or less than to be full people that aren't like seen double by 7 o'clock in the evening. Right? It would be a little bit. So what's the shot? Where does it come from? Vayashkin Abraham Baboker. Abraham was the first person to say, when you love it, the Ribono Shalom, when you love his Torah, get up early. Push yourself to do things that are a little bit abnormal. And I will say every single morning, when we do it, just understand, we are able to it. We're managed following in the footsteps of the Zayda, because Abba, the culture, as a Shira. Love makes people do crazy things. Sometimes they're negative, but for us as reading, always in the positive. Incredible. Okay, so what was like the person should always bring to all the mitzvahs. Shema the Shema, even after the right reasons. It was Shema the Shema, right? Why? Shema says Shema. I'm sorry. So here's what Shema. Shema the Shema, Baal the Shema. Because why? Sometimes in life, what's most important is do things for the right reasons. Even if at the end of the day, do the right thing, even if it's for the wrong reasons. Why? Because over time, you'll come to do it for the right reasons. So like, even if right now I'm not doing things for the right reasons, over time I'll come to do it for the right reasons. So you want to show this. Listen to this. This is wild. Balak, the king of Moab. This sounds part of the story. I call the king of Moab, who hired Balaam to curse Israel. So meaning to take away that. Balak's a bad guy. Balak is a bad guy. But yet he offered up 42 karbanos to the Ribono Shalom. It wasn't like idolatry. It was to God. Now he offered up 42 karbanos because he wanted God to curse Israel. But for myself again, don't get caught up in the details, right? At the end of the day, he served HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says, in the course of his service of Hashem, not for the right reasons. He had a granddaughter by the name of Rus. I get grandson by the name of David. And David and Hashem have an Anator by the name of Mashiach. So it says, Mashiach comes from Balak. How crazy is that? And Mashiach comes from Balak. He did something holy for all the wrong reasons. He offered up 42 karbanos all for the wrong reasons. He said, you know what that thing? I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm not going to problem Israel. But look how amazing it is. Sometimes the most beautiful results come from the most unholy sources. As long as those unholy sources are laced with holiness, right? Sometimes again the most incredible results come out even from the most unnoble intentions. And that's what Baruch takes our avoda even if it's shalom, because ultimately good things happen. So it's incredible. I'm not going to see that. Yes, because Eglon ben Balak Melech Moab. I say that Martin says it was the daughter of Eglon. Eglon, right, was the king of Moab, right? And Eglon was the great grandson of Balak Melech Moab. said that you can't ever put a shame Shlomo Mishnecha. Mundo Artisa Mishnecha. Okay, it's beautiful. So this is going to be talking to David Amelech. And if I go to David Amelech, God will make the name of Shlomo. Now, what it sounds like it's saying is God will make the name of Shlomo even greater than your name. And his throne will be even greater than your throne. So you might say, Orach out of the name of the Ma'ankahafi, is it appropriate to talk to the king this way, seeing that the next king is going to be even greater than you? So it doesn't seem to be the greatest amount of the stack. Saying that like, next thing, you're good, you're good. Yes, he's going to be fantastic. Exactly like the thought. I'm going to make income. No. The Rabbi wasn't saying to David that Shlomo is going to be greater. Means that Shlomo's greatness is going to be like yours. Like your greatness. He Russian off, you have to interpret it this way. Deborah Russian Yael, H.S. Father Hashemi, Russian Baal Tavura. So it's a Yael, right? Yael, who killed Sisra, helped to cement the victory of Deborah and Barak. So when Deborah praises her, he says, Deborah Russian Yael, you will be blessed. Tell the Russian Yael, and to life of favorite activity, Russian Baal Tavura. From the women, now here's the interesting part. Nushim, what does that mean? Nushim Baal Tavora. So it would be tempting to translate it as you will be even greater than the women of the tent. Right? Now who are the women of the tent? Nine Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, and Leah. Emos, and what does it mean? The Rebbe saying that Yah is greater than the women of the Emos. You know, it says, Ora Hara Nimahati, to repeat that Yah is greater than the Emos. Of course not. Ella in the Inkama, how can I in the Inkama? So no, what the Rebbe was saying to Yah is, you are almost as great as the Emos. Much in the same way that the Rebbe is telling God that your son Shlomo will be almost as great as you. So that's interpretation one. Other possibility is the figures of your Bachoni. Don't listen about Bachoni, listen to this. Bachol of the miscarriage. What's in general? We are jealous of other people. What's this is a very affirming Gemara. What does this mean? Bachol of the miscarriage means I am jealous of the success of other people. Which is very affirming Gemara, right? Because much the Torah tells us, don't covet. It is normal and natural to be jealous of other people's success. Right? Someone has more money than me, someone is more successful than me, someone has more career accomplishments than me. I'm jealous of people who eclipse me. The Gemara says there are two exceptions. Wow. You need to know the Talmud. There are two people you're never jealous of, and two people who you want to be even greater than you. Number one, your son, and number two, your Talmud. The Talmud is student where every parent wants, I want my child to be better than me. I want them to be better than me. I want them to learn from all of my mistakes, learn from all of my wrong turns, and I want them to be 100% that. My Talmud, what does every single Rebbe want? Every single Rebbe wants a Talmud, ultimately again, who goes ahead and is greater than him, smarter than him, better than him. Because also in both of these cases, the students like my son's success feels like my success. And my Talmud's success feels like my success. So the Gemara says to this. The Gemara says, folks maybe know Talmud, bring all the Shlomo. So from son, how do you know that a father wants a son? That's from Shlomo. That's why I get thank you for this. And Rabbi was telling David, Shlomo will be greater than you. He will be greater than you. And David's like, great. Right? And Talmud, where do we know that? Because Levi's came up. He up, he shined with it for Eli. Levi's came up, he spoke as Shadab Allah Baritzaveh. One of words we learned from Elisha, right? That ultimately again, Eliyahu gives Elisha Kishnayim, a double portion of his greatness. So Eliyahu wanted Elisha to be greater, or Moshe to Yeshua. Hashem said to Moshe, place your hand singular on Yeshua, and Moshe placed his hands plural on Yeshua. So again, both of these were there more great and even to be even greater than that. Incredible. Let's go back to Vayashin David B'Shiv Bilam. Let's go back to Bilam. So Hashem placed his words in Bilam's mouth, but also over Malach. So again, so one of the things he says that Hashem placed the Malach in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from saying and from cursing the way he wanted to. Other thing he says, he placed the hook in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from talking. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The question also asks, right? So what's the reason incredible? If you want to know how Bilam wanted to curse Rabbi Israel, look how he blessed Klal Yisrael. In other words, from the blessings you can see the curses. How so? The Gemara says, listen to this. Bilam wanted us to have no more shuls. No more shuls, no more bati medrash. So the Gemara says, what did he say? Matavu alech Yaakov. Right? And you know, also is interesting. From whatever he cursed, whatever the curse was, you could see from the curse what he had. Sorry, you can see from the blessing what he had in mind to curse. So he praises the tents of Klal Yisrael. That means he wanted to destroy the future Bati Medrash and Bati Knesios of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. No Tishra, Shnia Ra'aleh. Don't let the Shnia rest upon them. Umishkel Sech Yisrael. No Tehei Mafusa Menshech. Don't let the monarchy of Klal Yisrael endure. Shinechalim Nitayu. Go Ye'elam Zeis Niklalim. It shouldn't have any type of vineyards, right? The vineyards or groves. So he says, Kidonos Alinar. Go Ye'elam, your scent literally shouldn't walk. Like that word. Right? Shouldn't walk. In other words, that their scent, they shouldn't have, what does that mean that their scent shouldn't walk? They shouldn't have an impact on the world. So he says, Ta'alim Nita Hashem, sorry, Ta'alim Nita Hashem. Lo Ye'elam Malachim Barechoma. The king should not have stature. Ta'arazim Alimayim. Lo Ye'elam Melech Ben-Melech. They should not have a dynastic monarchy. Yiza Mayim Yidalyo. Lo Tia Mafusa Shalatas Bu'umos. The monarchy should not have any control of the nations of the world. Isaru B'Mayim Rabin. Lo Tia Azza Mafusa. The monarchy should not be strong. Vayoren Me'agav Malko. Lo Tia Emas Mafusa. No one should fear the monarchy. Atinasi Mafusa. Amar Yava. Yava Lakana says this house. Kulam Sazu B'Klala. Chutzi about the nations, what he was asking. I'm saying that's incredible. As much as Bilam's curses did not come true, they didn't come true at the time that he said them. But they have come true throughout his history. They have. Like, in other words, at different periods of time, across different periods of time, Bilam's curses did come true, except for one. Klal Yisrael, we've never lost our shuls and our bati medrash. Isn't that incredible? There's never been a period of Jewish history without even having shuls and bati medrash. Absolutely incredible. Shana Amar, Hayako, Hashem Elokecha, Lakas, HaKlal, L'Bracha, Yahav, Hashem Elokecha, Klolos, V'lo Klolos. Ultimately, again, so most of the curses at some point in time did come true. But the one where Bilam said, you'll never have bati medrash, you'll never have bati knesios, that never came true. Throughout the entirety of his dreams, we were never without bati knesios and bati medrash. Actually, let's see, I love that. Every single week we learn to teach that stuff. Like the Rebbe maintained clandestine expansion, clandestine shul in the West Side Ghetto throughout the years that he was there. Like that's the justice that he gave them. So there was, can you imagine this? Some people did some of us, even when we were in Gehenna. So all the curses came true. But if you look at an experience, if you look at a shul, that never happened in the entirety of our history. Absolutely incredible. Let's go back there. The Gemara says, I'm not so much son. Mike could say, Mother could say, oh, hey, bring it at Taros, Mishiko's soning. So let's say, literally translated, what does it mean? Essentially, good are the injuries given to you by someone who you love, and despise are the kisses of the enemy. What does that mean? So the Gemara says, Tova Kodesh Tefillah Achia Shiloni Yisrael, Yotzei Brocha Shebir Cham Bilam Arasha. Most of this is wild. So ultimately, again, the color, the curse that we got from Achia Shiloni, right? Remember again, Achia Shiloni, where we see him? Just a few days ago, where we see him? Where we see him? Excellent, by Rabban Ben Nevat. Right? He was the one who took the garment, tore into 12 pieces, gave you Rabban 10 of the pieces, says, you are now the Melech over 10 tribes. So when Achia Shiloni cursed us, what it means to curse us is, he was delivering verbal rebuke on behalf of God. So essentially, better to get the quote-unquote curse, the rebuke of Achia Shiloni, than the bracha of Bilam. Also, it's an incredible Gemara. How so? This is an overwhelming Gemara. Listen to this. Here we go. Achia Shiloni, Kilo as he saw the Kana. But Achia Shiloni cursed us. And again, I want to say curse is a strong word. He's delivering rebuke. Okay, but we're going to call it a Kala. When he cursed us, he could refer to Klal Yisrael as a reed. As a reed, a Kana. Listen to the Shirei Amar. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu will really strike Klal Yisrael just like a reed is stricken in the water. So say, now what does this mean? So why does he compare us to a reed? Get ready for this, fellows. This is incredible. So first of all, a reed always stands by water, right? The gizo machlef, and a reed regenerates. Really can. So it's always found by water. It regenerates. Shrush of Nerubin. It has a lot of roots. And Afilu Kol Lupos Shaba Olam Baos Venoshimo. And listen, now what happens with the reed? A reed is soft. Because it's soft, all of the winds in the world could blow against it. And what happens to the reed? Eino Mazizan also Mikoma. So what happens to the reed is the reed be totally blown over, even laying on its side, but it's never uprooted. It's never uprooted. The notion was Amazizan also Mikama, Elahu Holy, Ubai Man. So ultimately again the reed just sways with the wind. Kevan Shedomu Haluchos Amad Karabin Komo. So as soon as the wind is finished, what happens to the reed? It stands right back up in place. Yet interestingly enough about Bilam Alasha, Bilam blessed us, and he called us a cedar tree. Now, what's the top of the cedar tree? Not as only the Mokomayim. So first of all, the cedar doesn't grow by water. Right? And furthermore, the cedar has a very shallow root system. Once you cut down a cedar tree, it does not go ahead and regenerate. And cedar is a very strong tree. And therefore, all of the winds in the world could blow against it, and they won't move it. But once the southern wind goes ahead and blows against the cedar tree, so apparently, again, while all the winds can't do anything for the cedar tree, the southern wind does have the ability to uproot it and put it on its face. Not only that, he was going back to the reed for just a moment, the kana, furthermore, I will say the reed is privileged to be fashioned into a quill, ultimately to be used to write a Sefer Torah. So let's say, so therefore again, better to get the curse of Achia Shiloni, right, than to get the bracha of Bilam. I must say, it's important just to take a moment. In that bracha of Achia Shiloni, something incredibly profound. Everything we need to be successful is contained in this Gemara. Number one, to be like to read. Number one, cleanse yourself by water. Water, what does water represent? Water is Torah, water is also Chesed. What is Torah, what is Chesed? Let's say the person who wants to sustain themselves in life, there are two things you need to do. You need to be constantly embedded in life of not just learning Torah, but living Torah. Furthermore, you cannot be a person who only exists for yourself. I must become a person who is about Chesed. I must become a person ultimately, again, who is rooted in a light of giving and doing for the other. Furthermore, we'll say life is filled with winds. Life is filled with circumstances that we don't like and we don't want. There are two different ways that you could deal when the winds of unwanted circumstances blow against you. So number one, you could just fall down. You could just say, woe is me, I didn't want this, I didn't plan this, I don't like this is unfair, whatever you want to say, right? Then you could just give up. You're not happy with the way life is going, give up, lay down, play dead. You could do that, or you go with it. You can roll with it, just lean into it, and the wind's gonna blow me here, and the wind's gonna blow me there, and life circumstances have a way of moving me all different kinds of places. But one thing I know with absolute certainty, which is, when the winds die down, I'll spring back. I'll be okay. Right? Whenever, again, this is a tumultuous period of life, and in tumultuous periods of life, we are pushed down this way, pushed down that way. Tumultuous circumstances in life absolutely take their toll on us. But one thing I know, that when it dies down, and it will, I'll slowly but surely spring back. Why? Because I've never been uprooted. Because once again, going back to the beginning, as long as I keep myself rooted by water, the water of Torah, the water of Chesed, my root system is strong. And if my root system is strong, nothing and no one, no set of circumstances, no set of winds, no matter how debilitating they may be, have the ability to uproot me from where I am situated. Incredible. Furthermore, what's the last quality of the Kumus? So you know what the crown accomplishment of the Kumus really is? That it becomes a quill that likes to Sefer Torah. At the end of the day, and I will say so profound on so many different levels. Sefer Torah represents, again, the book of our accomplishments. At the end of the day, what's your book of accomplishments? What is the personalistic Sefer Torah that you are writing? The half of the Sefer Torah. So what's the beauty of writing a Sefer Torah? It doesn't just benefit you, it benefits others. Kind of going full circle. We started with the water, we end with the Sefer Torah. The real hallmark of your accomplishments is ultimately what you're able to do for the other. It's very nice to be the reed, and all these beautiful things. At the end of the day, what is it that you're contributing to Klal Yisrael? What is it that you're doing? What is your grand accomplishment? Ultimately, is the personalistic Sefer Torah you write for yourself, but that Sefer Torah ultimately has to be able to be used by others as well. Incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says as follows: Vayar Sakini, so still back to Bilam. Go back to Bilam. Vayar Sakini, Vayisa Mishalo, Allah Bilam Yisrael. Kini, Lo Hai Simon Baose. It's not supposed to say the same thing. So apparently Bilam, the Gemara says, meets Yisrael. Now Yisrael and Bilam knew each other. Right? They weren't seen as one. They knew each other from the Egypt days. That's how they knew each other. So Bilam says to Yisrael, what are you doing there? That Yisrael is the God Yisrael. He says to Yisrael, what are you doing over here? What's going on over here? After all, weren't you involved in that same discussion in Egypt, which is what they're doing for living? So you have to meet who position you plan to do over here with Moshe Rabbeinu? Sorry, so rather than I'm not listening to my three people who were involved in that council. Now, what council? When Rashi points out here, when Pharaoh said, Pharaoh said, throw the Jewish babies into the Nile. There were three people involved in that decision, or three people involved in that discussion. Who were they? Bilam, Theo, and Yisrael. Okay? Bilam, Bilam said to Pharaoh, yes, I agree. I vote yes. Bilam ultimately was killed. Now again, he wasn't killed until much later, right? Remember again, not much later. He's killed in the desert, right? So those guys got a Theo, Shashak, Nidam Yisur. Wow. Theo was silent. He didn't object, but he also didn't acquiesce. He was punished with suffering. Isn't that wild? The whole story of Eo, is the story of unimaginable suffering that can't be traced to a source. Right? The whole top of Eo was like Tzadik Paralo, that the righteous suffer in unimaginable ways that we can't even understand. It's fascinating to see over here that at least according to this human Chazal, it wasn't for nothing. Eo suffered as a punishment. Well, why was there a punishment? Eo had an opportunity to go ahead and stop this situation. He had an opportunity to stop it, and he didn't. And when you have the opportunity to step in and prevent something bad from happening, and you fail to do so, you are complicit. So Eo was complicit with Pharaoh, and therefore ultimately he's punished with suffering. What happens? Yisrael ran away. This is wild. Because he ran away, Yisrael was that grandchildren who were members of the Sanhedrin. So isn't that wild? So Yisrael was silent, and therefore Yisrael ran away. Because he ran away, he was going to have children with marriage to Sanhedrin. They'll say, you'll say, what's the question? What's the burning question you have? What's the burning question? Why didn't he object? Why did you pray for running away? It's cowardly. Why stand your ground and object? So understand. Yisrael is smart. What did he understand? He already lost. Right? How did he already lost? Right? It was a tribunal of three. All right, it was Pharaoh. Sorry, it was a tribunal of four. It was Pharaoh, Yisrael, Eo, Bilam. Pharaoh was in, right? So Bilam was in. So Eo was silent and not vote, which means that Yisrael only understood I don't have a voice anymore. So it's like, this is tremendously so. When we see something that is broken, we absolutely have to try our best to try to fix it. But there are circumstances in life that are very broken, and what a person has to do with himself in that situation, you have to be solid. You have to remove yourself from it. You can't fix every problem. And again, sometimes certain situations are so toxic that when I say, again, it can't be fixed. Instead, again, someone has to be removed from the situation because they themselves may be the source of toxicity, or ultimately, again, they're just maybe so much, I gotta get out. So ultimately, again, it's not Yisrael running away as an act of cowardice. It's Yisrael recognizing I don't have the ability to respect change in this situation, and therefore, I'm removing myself from the equation. Incredible. That's what I did. I used to have a Mishmokel. Already open on. Or more Shakim Shabashas Pripot, also figure about it. Those you have also. The Bible was saying, go to the nation to get to the middle of Hashem and Klal Yisrael, that Hashem is redeeming his people. In other words, when the Baruch Hu redeems us, there's so much passion between Klal Yisrael and the Baruch Hu, don't get in the middle of that. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, so me makla ksisa ben Rabbi Levia, the Shashin is cutting zeh and zeh. So apparently again, they would do this thing of like trying to throw a garment in between a lion and a lioness when they're trying to move. So apparently not a good idea to get in the middle of that. Right? So
you want to take a chance to go to the bar, get a $3 bag of heroin.
The garment's not going to stop them from doing what they want to do. You know what it says? They know these guys that it's simple me out. He's saying, I'm a libot aspir, that's the name of the place. Vano Asava Avoda, I should trust Katley, Mikdam, Kandela, Mishadi Shibude. So ultimately, again, one day will spread out, so conquer that part, up until Usher the kill, from there afterwards, they will enslave. Three Holy Fladi, the Hoyas Kasha Yasa Amazat, La Amaha. So that's okay. Now, incredible tomorrow. So yeah, Bill realizes, in fact, point a little bit. Like Bill realizes he can't curse the Jews. We're not going to rush these. As they say, he's a little there. It's not working. So if Bill says to Balak, look, I can't curse them, but let me give you an answer about what you can do. Just he's done with his people. Let me give you the answer. All right, so Bill, now watch what Bill is. He says, Eshayasa ha'amazal la'amecha. So you might say, Anacha, la'am hazeh. Why should it be your nation? It should be this nation. You might, I'm going to have the others for the Kalas Asmo. They tell us about him. So the person who curses himself, but ultimately again hinges the curse on others. So what's the now again? The curse is not working. Bill says, Baba, here's my last piece of it. He said, this is like the polling piece. So what is it? Polling piece of emergency. Like this is the fire alarm. This is what you do to Klal Yisrael if you want to destroy them. I'm going to Elohim shall edu sonah zima. You know what that means more than anything? That means morality. That means morality. Like, the lesson that we've seen by the over here. Morality is not the thing that Yisrael hates most. What does Hashem hate most Yisrael? What does Hashem most? Dishonesty. Disingenuity. Right? That's what Baruch hates more. Because Baruch hates people who just are dishonest. Because Baruch will do any and every idea. You really can. We can't do it when we're not honest with ourselves, we're not honest with each other. That's what we can't do. But in any event, but nevertheless, right? Immorality is a very close thing. But he has like immorality. They have like immorality. So the says like this. This application is now the Jews is fascinating. The Jews are fascinating. They really like linen garments. That's a like they're thing for linen garments. And actually points out over here why did they like linen garments? It actually says what they wore in Egypt. Apparently, again, it's light, breathable material, good for all seasons, right? So the nice they really like linen garments. Okay, that their appetite for. So what should you do? Listen to this. You know, it's involved. Vasiyaka Eitzah. So Bilam says, here's what you should do. And Bilam lays out the whole plan for Balak. Here's what you do. I said in Kilayim, so go to the group with a little bit of like a market. In other words, the Jews are camping down. So Bilam, so just see I have like the imagery of it. So you look at this down here. Bilam says to Balak, look, set up like a shop, like a marketplace, right by the Jewish encampment. Okay? And go ahead. The whole buying zonas. Stack the shop with harlots, with zonas. Okay, Zikrini buckets, we are on the roof, an older harlot on the outside, and a younger harlot on the inside. Okay, you not the land crayfish. And again, this marketplace should sell one thing, right? Linen garments. So I'm going to say two things: linen garments and wine. Right? You're going to see the wine comes in a little bit on. Right? So some linen garments, and what happens? This is incredible. I think to life, right now, and what happened? So Bilam listen, sorry, Balak listen, in the circle marketplace, Aslan Kilayim, Nehal Shalai, Adesa Yishimo. What is your name? So it's the beginning of what's the other movie. Okay, so it's a little bit time. This is incredible Gemara. The Rishon Sheyisrael, all in the Shotzim Usmeitim, the Yotzim L'Kayo Rishon. So as it's now happens, Child Yisrael, we're minding our own business. We're sitting in our encampment. So we'll say, what happens? What happens? Hopefully, Shotzim Usmeitim. And we'll say, do you know what stories you think about our time in the desert? Do you know what happened like on a typical evening in the desert? Hopefully, Shotzim Usmeitim. We fucking right? Klal Yisrael, even a little something, had someone who made a time, we were happy with each other, we were happy with Moshe, we were happy with Hashemah. Life was good. We're on our way to Eretz Yisrael. We're on our way to Eretz Yisrael. and now again, that life was good. So what happened? The dinner was over. Because a little spazier, where you think spazier? So where do you go? You went to the shop. So they walked around the marketplace. Where's the Dalva shop? Omer's was the kingdom. So the older harlot, remember again, where the older harlot station, right? They were on the outside. So what happened? Yeah, the Levakish Kedishtan. So the word says, Zakina Omer's called the Shabbat. So what happened? So the older harlot was, oh, you're in the market for, you Jews, you're in the market for linen garments? Good, I'm selling it for X, right? For X, right? Retail. Right? Meanwhile, what would happen? The older Omer's the bubbles. Now, meanwhile, the younger harlots who essentially there were two stalls, right? So the older harlot would be on the outside, the younger harlot would be on the inside. The older harlot would say, "I'll sell you the Kedishtan retail." The younger one would call out, come to me, right? I'll sell you wholesale. Okay, so we're Jews, we know where we're going, right? So obviously again, so go wholesale. This happened, now we'll say, well, nothing happened in the beginning, just purchasing of little garments. Shtayim Mishalosh, it's happened 2 or 3 times. Dakakach, Omerislo, hurry up to Ben Bias. Sheb Barley Atzmei. What happens? So now, after a couple of times this happened, so a report that, they will say, they have no idea they're doing a harvest, right? Again, remember, up until now, this is business. So after this happened a couple of times, some younger harlots who ran the businesses on the inside, so they would think to the Jewish man, listen, you come here every couple of days, come inside, right? You do this well, come inside, come stick a little bit. It's a Swedish Yain Amoni Munach Esla. So you have a jug of good Ammonite wine, which apparently again was very strong. And what happens? And what's that? This is before the wine of Gentiles was prohibited. And therefore, there's nothing wrong with drinking the wine of a non-Jew. So you have a glass of wine. So she would ask the Jewish customer, would you like a drink of wine? So let's say we said yes, you have a glass of wine, and we'll say what happens after a glass of strong wine? The desires could be unleashed. Right? So it's very important to understand the context of this was purely transactional. I mean, like merchandise-wise transactional. That was it, and it was that glass of wine that kind of became the gateway for everything. Samallah Hashmiri. So now, what happened at this point in time? The Midianite women would proposition a Jewish man. I would see her some take off. So what happened? So she would take that. So the woman would say to the Jewish man, "I'm going to have a relationship with you. Just one little piece, huh?" She would take out the idol from inside her clothing. A little idol, like a casserole, like not a big one, just like a pocket one, right? And she would say, "Just do me a favor, just before we move to the next step over here, if you wouldn't mind just going ahead and worshiping this idol." This is incredible. Hello, Yehudi. See, this is incredible. You cannot, the world doesn't understand the Kedusha of the Jews. Right? So you would say, what are you talking about? Right? And by the way, as I pointed out, yes, this guy obviously isn't the funniest guy in the world. Arts goes out writing his biography. Remember, what is he about to do? This guy is ready to go, right? He's ready to have a relationship.
His daughter was in that movie. Yeah. You know what? That's a fact I didn't know right away, but I found that a couple of years ago. I'm like, interesting. And she was actually pretty beautiful back then. I don't know what happened to her. I mean, she didn't age gracefully, but she was. She's ugly now? Yeah, I saw her the other day. She was going to like a show, like, I mean, it happens. Some people can just be graceful, not like myself. I mean, actually, I think that back. She's except for being Yo, we have a hand up right here. If anybody wants to come up here and ask me if you have open mic, we have Rabbi. Yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
Go for it, brother. You have an open mic.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, You will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams simultaneously, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view the links to these cameras, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and grow stronger every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a raider, you're a shiller, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you for sharing, brother. I really appreciate all of your ambitions that you're doing. We need more people like you to change the world. And I just want to remind everyone, if you want to follow the rabbi here, just give him a follow. And it's that what he's doing it's for the greater good, which we all like. Just remember, nothing in this show is financial advice. Always do your own research. And Rabbi, thank you for being here. Is there anything else you want to share that love the people in this space?
No, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to share. And I hope everybody has a wonderful day.
Thank you. Rothschild, any question, anything, Vern, that you have for Rabbi here? I do have two questions for Rabbi, but Vern has the first. So, you say it's 24/7, 365. You film yourself in the bathroom, in the shower, while you're sleeping.
Yes to all of the above.
If you're having sex, your answers.
Yep.
If you have sex, which I doubt.
Okay, well, thanks for your insult. Nobody knows what we're doing under the covers. Yes, I do film myself in the shower, usually from either the waist up or I just put on swim trunks. Yes, on the toilet. Yes, when I brush my teeth and do all of the hygiene necessities. Yeah, 24 hours a day. And definitely when I sleep, there's a lot of valuable data I feel that people will be able to study in the future.
What's the point? Like,
Have you?
I don't remember getting to the point. Before we get to the point, I want to ask my questions. Now I have three questions.
Go ahead.
Question number one. Have you timed your pitch? Like that initial elevator pitch you gave us?
Yeah, it's 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
Do you think you could narrow it down to 60 seconds necessary?
Of course.
Third question. 6 words. What are you doing on Monday?
My schedule's pretty open Monday.
Okay. Monday, Casino Society Space. 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern.
I appreciate the opportunity. I'd love to. I'm in the casino direct message chat, so I will keep an eye out for when the invite goes out, and then I'll also keep an update for the other hosts. And I'd love to be there 3 p.m. Pacific time. I'll do my best to make it. And yeah, so that's 3 to 4 where we have our 69 seconds, correct?
Correct. That sounds great, man. I shot you a follow. Follow me back. I'm also in the casino chats. Yeah, get on the retard. Get on me. We'll make sure to give you some space up there.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Those three questions. I was very impressed. It was very concise. And as I'm listening to it, I wish I had a timer. I want to see if this guy's fucking gonna come out to the show and nail it right away. I think you
I see you put on those faces.
I'll tell you that to it. I'm not gonna help it.
What's say because I also want to comment. So it's like to be honest, I've never seen some before the line is always like yeah, shout to you.
Thank you so much. And to the person who asked, what's the point of what you're doing? There are quite a few different points. Essentially, I'm building a gigantic database of data, not just on my life, but on world history. 24 hours a day, I keep a radio going in the background that allows me to be able to archive all the world's history events. 100 years ago or so, I might have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But I just use video as my medium, and I feel in the future people will be able to use my streams for quite a few different things. Knowledge on the human body, sleep patterns, eating patterns, behavior patterns, circadian rhythms, things that we perhaps might not even be able to detect in 2025. Additionally, though, I think that it creates an excellent opportunity for people to be able to study history. As I say, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I was using uh, I was streaming before we had large language models in our life. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. I was a user of ChatGPT when it launched November 30th, 2022. And we've been able to see the way that AI has changed our lives. This is valuable data to people in the future. So perhaps it may not be as relevant right now as it may perhaps be in the future. But the longer that I do it, the more data I archive, the more important it becomes to humanity.
hey, and I'm gonna watch. Talk to you soon. I swear. I'm going to watch as well, but you have a new subscriber. That is for sure.
Well, phenomenal. If you do check me out, I recommend looking at the link in my profile, also in my pinned post. If you don't want to click the link, I totally understand that. Type my name, Rabbi Rothschild, into YouTube. But here's the key: filter by live. If you don't, you'll just see one of my streams. I want you to be able to pick the stream that you like the most, and I have over 20 of them. So you can watch my life from any angle that is comfortable for you. So again, if you're going to look me up, make sure to filter by live. That's the key.
That is really awesome. Also, I'm skipping through your bio. On your profile here, in your about section. I'm going to issue a challenge to the entire XRP right now. If there is any speed readers, speed talkers, speed rappers, who are also literate, I would like to issue a challenge to anybody who can read this fucking about section in Facebook less than 3 minutes. I will pay 25 XRP to live in a public space. I swear, with whoever you believe. I will do this. I will do this. I'm going to talk to Retard. I'm going to talk to Smithy. I'm going to talk to the host of Creation Station. Shit. I'm going to issue a challenge with anybody who wants to come to any one of those spaces and try to read this thing out loud in less than 3 minutes. I have time for some shit I will talk about. I wish this space was recorded because we're more exclusive and it could accomplish this. I'm going to pay 25 XRP just to hear you do it. like stuff I expect more about it. Love it. I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna put it in 69 seconds. Love it. Yeah. You know, if anybody else wants to figure out, I think we do have one more new speaker. Human-esque. Do you have anything you want to share with us, brother? You got a minute. What's up? Are you here? Human-esque. Human seek. If you can hear us, yeah, human seek. Hey, can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you. What's up? So it's about myself, human seek, and I just see some people here who I knew on and so I just want to say hi to everyone. It's been like 1 month, so I'm just getting the spaces and just to know more people and just share.
What's the point? Baby, did you not just hear it? Thank you so much, bro. You said a lot there, bro. You absolutely crushed it. Going to 32K followers, bro. Absolutely, you done amazing, bro. You guys should go and check out Mr. Digits. Finally, if you don't know Mr. Digit already, this is a good time to connect with him, bro, and find out what he's got going on. He's absolutely cooking over there, and he knows what he's talking about, guys. So go and drop him a follow. And, bro, I'm really grateful as well, brother. I'm glad that you got your freaking subscription back and your monetization back, bro. Getting rewarded for your hard work, a little bit, just a little bit of that motivation, just to show up daily a little bit more. I love how it is, bro. That was also paused for like 6 months, bro.
success. Basically, that's just what it is. If you want to go into gambling, go into gambling. Go into crypto. There's a bunch of niches that you can focus on that just really just come out active. It's just a niche. That's what it is. Right now. So I'm just grateful to where I'm at a year and 4 months now. Only 5 months now. So it's gonna make it like the next month. It's gonna be 6 months. Okay, so I had 12 months ago. I had less than 4,000 followers back in January. Now, November, you're absolutely basically the chat, bro. We love having you here, bro. And thanks so much for taking the time to show yourself and letting us know what you do and how you do in this space. Because this is a chill space and gain and influence and engagement. And this is absolutely what these listeners want to hear, bro. So absolutely, this is a very different perspective from a different speaker. So we really appreciate having you here, bro. And absolutely crushed it. Before I pass it over to my co-host, I just want to give a shout out to the most recent replies in the I see you, Rabbi Rothschild, bro. I see you there, bro. You watched Rabbi Rothschild? Yeah, of course, we watched it, bro. Yo, Johnson said, yo, Jim, everyone. When he says that the beat drop happened in my head, yo, I see you. And he said, fuck, why does it sound so good? For no wish to obviously on back, yo, Sticks and Legends in this space. Shout out to my boy Sticks, yo, I see you. Hold up, my G. See you, bro. Appreciate your calm, yo. Appreciate calm, bro. Full up ski, yo. I appreciate that, bro. Bless will say, let's follow each other and get monetized. If you're not following Bless will, he's following you right back, guys. Let's get it. Like we said, are you learning so much off audition off from absolute base chat? Yo, let's get it locked in, bro. With that being said, bro, let me pass it on to Liquid, bro. Go right up, bro. Yo, bro, did you get DMs to CMs? Take DMs, bro. Okay, let me check that right now, bro. As you speak, bro, let me check that one right now. Yo, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Don't even worry about it, bro. See them, bro. See them. Catch you later, bro. Yo, so my goals gotta step down, bro. I need like a goals. I got you, man. Just appreciate you, bro. I'm sending that right now. Let's go. One more, bro. I can have one more. I can go, bro. Still on slipping, right? Bro, I'm active right now, bro. I'm locked in, bro. I sent it to Sheree, bro. I think Sheree might be hiding. I don't know, Sheree, you're still there? I think Sheree went to sleep. Man, she fell asleep on the mic again. It's all good. I sent the co-host invite to you. And I'm like, so I gotta find another one. I have to cancel one that I sent you because, you know, I can't send another one out until I do that. Rabbi, go ahead, bro. I see your hands up. Go right ahead, fam. How you doing today, bro?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to check out these cameras, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You're also going to find in that pinned post a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join. We have over 2,500 people in the community and grow stronger every day. I want you all to know that in addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Absolutely. And you can also now find Rabbi 24 hours live in the Soul Chain Discord. He has parked his claim in our lounge and he's there 24/7. So you can go to our Discord and you can see Rabbi Rothschild in the lounge, video chat, but no video documented every single thing. And it is true, he's everywhere. I can't imagine how many more Discords he's permanently. Absolutely.
That's absolutely correct. Click. Thank you so much for your kind words. You're absolutely right. If you haven't joined the Soul on Chain Discord, you need to. It's a wonderful place, really great community, and I appreciate your mentioning that I am live streaming in there as well. You can watch me there 24 hours a day. I give the world a portal into my life.
We should rename that chat from Lounge to Rabbi's Lounge. I think that's more fitting, bro. Absolutely. That was very cool. I never heard of somebody doing a 24/7 live stream. That's crazy. I've checked it out too, bro. I went to YouTube, searched them up, bro, and while I was speaking, it was really serious. Like the back of his, no cap, bro, on dog, bro. Yo, he was locked in here, bro. You know what I mean? He was giving out amazing shit, bro, and you had to go and check, bro, out. And, bro, there was a bunch of streams that popped up, and I'm like, bro, I ain't never seen that like this, yo. Homies really locked the fuck in, bro. He ain't locked in enough, bro. Yo, how you run 20 streams at the same time, bro? Yo, and you on a different platform, bro. You're speaking on a whole different space, and you in every different Discord, bro. How you locked in, bro? You are Optimus Prime, bro. They gotta study you, bro. Like, yo, bro, appreciate you pulling up, bro, and speaking on this space. Past that mic over to some of the new speakers, bro. I have not spoken to Chubbs before. Chubbs, how you doing today, bro? Sorry, I'm listening to my before I go back to the thank you, like, I wrote something like that. this bullshit. Like, if I go to space, oh, you say that, say that. But I got a destination that we got. And then, I keep fucking sliding like other people. They'd be like, well, why just slide? Because someone told me to go there. Like, so, we're all legends. You know, not legends, because we don't believe legends. And we're all in this space is simply legends. To grow everything goes to take your lips. All these struggles, all of us, all the speakers, bro, connect, outreach, show these people, connect with this, bro. Your network is your network. Show that speaker fucking ability as much as you can. Bro, we got fucking PMS, we got Cliff, we got everyone else. Think that right now, if you guys are locked, the fucking, yeah, off the fucking, I don't know what to tell you. You're not active. Bro, I will give you the opportunity to fucking work it. Give me the opportunity. Give me the work. Put the fucking work in. Because I've said I can play the fucking rock the fuck in. Bro, yo, absolutely not fucking bro. Like, yo, Mr. Did you say yo? Did you stay focused? Need to be everywhere. That your voice will ready to be on the timelines. Need to be in the reply guide. Argue. Need to do all of that. Then beyond that, yo, you know what I mean? To stand out, to be the best of the best, bro. You have to do the best of the best work. Knowing that nobody's willing to do. Yo, this ain't easy. Showing up is not easy. Speaking your it's, you know what I mean? That's why, you know what I mean? There's not many people that 40K, 50K, 100,000 in pounds, followers, you know what I mean? This song goes where you gotta put in that work. You gotta show up every day and put in that work. That is the way forward, the grind. Yo, with that being said, I follow everybody that's on the speaker panel right now. I follow everybody that's in the listener. I suggest you all do the same thing. Follow all the co-hosts, follow all the speakers, follow all the listeners. That's how we're gonna connect and grow. You might not know, but there's a lot of active giga chads in this space right now, bro. That are always in the timeline, always going around on the spaces, hosting them, co-hosting them. What's on the biggest spaces, some of the most active giga chads there, bro. So you need to stay locked in with the people in this space, bro. Yo, if you're not locked in, you're missing out. If you're not locked in, then you're missing out. Yo, follow the co-hosts right now, follow all the speakers right now. Let's get it. With that being said, let me pass the mic over to Green. We got a new speaker up here. Yo, Green, what's going on, bro? How you doing today? Happy to be in this space. And so I OG week. So I decided to this space. I say hello to everyone and also connect. So happy to occupy Bollywood Monkey, Team Monkey to have this space coming up. I love the MGMT. If you like what I'm big fan to host you, yes. That's it. Thank you for giving me the mic. Bro, Creed, you're absolutely welcome, bro. Thank you so much for grabbing the mic. I just followed you, and thank you so much for following me back, bro. Guys, if you're not tapped in with Creed, go ahead and follow me. He's following you back actively right now. And with that being said, bro, I'm just going to bring to the space. There's other people that want to come up and speak, guys. Since you don't have much to say right now, obviously, you the listeners, you can request back and come back up again. I will bring you back up again. I'm going to pass the mic over to Nisi. Nisi, yo, how you doing today, bro? Yo, chillin', bro. What's up with you, bro? What do you got going on over there? You grinding or what? Oh, I see. I do live in pieces, but last time we saw each other was like my PFS actually changed. I made the connection with the head of course, and we are licensed to get into the real. Bro, you're absolutely locked in with the Giga Chat community over there, the full bears, bro. Let's get it. I'm glad you tapped in with the right community, bro. How's the experience been, bro? It's been so good. I'm like, I'm good. It's amazing. Yeah, so amazing stuff. Egusiana mala. Just a mala. What is that mala? Egusian what? What did I even say that time? Egusian what? Yeah. So that's how all right, I have my boys in the building. The likes of Rabbi. R to the A, to the B, to the B, to the I. To you, Rabbi, welcome to the space. I see you, man. GM, what's going on?
GMGMAB, thank you so much for the opportunity here. May I please share my project with everyone?
We know, please go ahead. Talk to me.
Absolutely. You may know, but for those of you who don't, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these cameras, the link is in my profile. Additionally, there's a link to my YouTubes in my pinned post. I also, in my pinned post, have a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You're also going to find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and are growing larger every day. I want you all to know that in addition to making you wealthy, and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you are a Web3 marketer, if you're a rater, you're a shiller, you're a community manager, or anything similar, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you to be successful in whatever it is you are passionate. I want you all to know that I am here to support you both personally and professionally. I want you to know that I want to be a positive person in your life, that I have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Amazing. You also shoot Rabbi a follow. Whenever I speak, she leaves them. I love it. You want to give him a follow. That was a long page, I'm telling you. Definitely, when I go to Emerald's space, I'm just going to do the same. I'm going to write my own page and then call Emerald's space and say, please, I can give me the opportunity to hear myself. So I am King AB. I've been hosting the space for more than 12 hours in this. I know this, I do that because I know crazy. I know body, I know Amy. I know goodness, I know royalty ecosystem. No, so that's why you didn't follow me. Please follow. I will so much say a lot of things on this space. But do all to follow Rabbi. I think you can verify everything he said.
Thank you so much, AB. If I may clarify, none of that is written, so it's all memorized. I've been doing this for 4 years. I have my pitch down better than perhaps anyone on earth.
That's right. Everyone go for it. At the same time, you mention my name, I always mention Rabbi. Lala, boy, you're the co-founder. You're the co-founder. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I'm next to the box. Something like that. Next to the box. All right, no problem. I appreciate you. I'm just a gentleman. When I open your space, I'm gonna come see you. I got questions for you. Sure, I'm asking questions for you. Bring me back in. Oh my God, oh my God, I'm coming with my dictionary and with my grog and my ChatGPT. So you ask me questions, I give me a second, telling my ChatGPT, I say, what, and I give you the best professional answer. You say, bro, this guy's a genius. This guy's a genius. It's not ChatGPT, brother. It's ChatGPT. You know, he makes things easy, you know what I'm saying? One love for ChatGPT in this space, all of persons what I'm cracking. Because the project is will ask you a question on spaces and then you just get confused. I'm telling you, the ChatGPT have a lot of please shoot some emojis for ChatGPT and Grok. They have done what's good in this space. Yes, I'm telling you, emojis what you don't shoot me, let me shoot. I love you, ChatGPT. I love you. Love you. I wish they can make me an ambassador for ChatGPT, an ambassador for Grok. I will be very, very excited, you know. But then, Rabbi, thank you so much for tuning in on the space. Each and every one of you. We have about 1 hour 30 minutes to end the space. We are still chilling. We are not ending until you know 12 hours. So we're just chilling right now. But I think Emmy is up on this space. Emmy, how you doing? How was your night? I hope you slept well. I hope you dream about me. And I appreciate the white garment and also in the black suit doing something that matters. You know what happens when somebody's wearing a white garment and a black suit. If you know, you know. Tell me you dream about us. Jim, everybody. Jim, David, Crazy, I'm wrong, I'm out. I'm here, persistent, everybody. We might just, you know what I mean? I'm going to church right now, so I'm on my way to church. I'm going to preach the gospel of God. It's baby born in. I'm preaching the gospel. That church. Yeah, that one. Yeah. I'm preaching the gospel. You know what I mean? I'm going to church right now, so I'm on my way to church. I'm going to preach the gospel of God. It's baby born in. I'm preaching the gospel. Yeah. Preach the gospel everywhere, you know. So I'm a church boy, so I have to sleep, you know. Taking it a rest because I'm not getting to church very late. That's like a good key. So that's why I have to next week sleeping on the upper. Reaching about 1 when I'm sleeping on the upper. Chase me out of the church, man. So I'm so glad, back from night and seeing everybody how we used to grind, very, very lovely. Lovely thing to see Jim to you prison, especially prison. I judged about prison and then Jim. If this is when you drop to the listener session, well, when you be dreaming about prison without my permission, you take permission, me. That Jim about the fellow man, my fellow man. What's that, man? Just about prison, I want to get it up. What did you dream about prison? Taking her out, sir. Did I buy no go shopping out? You know, we touching 1 or 2 things, Okay, that's what you got the dream, alright? It's a good dream, I think it's a good dream. And then you were crazy, don't know what to say. All that happens to him, let that dream come true immediately. We want that dream to come true immediately. It's not something that should be delayed. That is when crazy will say dream come true. So let me please do what she's gonna send a phantom wallet in your DMs and then let's see how we can make the dream come true. But meanwhile, make sure you preach the gospel of God, born in the church, tell people to buy it, and then they can, tell people about it, tell people about the kings and queens community, tell people about the royalty ecosystem. Actually, after this space, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna eat amala that the man is preparing for me. I'm gonna get Yes, you have been grinding where you have been sleeping. You have been sleeping or you've been grinding. Emmy is actually the manager, one of the managers of the royalty ecosystem. Goodness, yeah, he's also a manager. Prime manager is a manager as well. And then, like, thank goodness for being active in so much. Goodness was sleeping as well. Would have been up with me. Bro, you keep giving me promises and turning me down. What's up with you, baby? You can be also my manager. Sorry. You're locked. Where are you from? Where are you from? Oh my God, do I even know where that is? You don't know India. Oh, okay, I get it now. I get it now. All right, no problem. Good to have you around, Suli. Good to have you around. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Who have we not heard from? Adam, how you gonna try something? Guys, please do to the space if you can. Please do follow the host, the co-host, follow Hammer, follow Bonnie, Baby Bonnie. Do follow each other on the space. Please do follow the host and the co-host. Very, very important. Turn on their post notifications so that next time we are. You're listening to Edgeless History, a podcast about teenagers creating stress and AFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full length episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out my new book, Revenge with Teamwork. I'm Wayne. I'll remind our more from this episode of Edgeless History after we get the latest in AFI 24-hour news.
There's the latest 14 people have been shot in Stockton tonight at a child's birthday party. Authorities say the suspect is still on the loose. A dangerous doorkeeping trend hits Northern California neighborhoods, and a winter storm is disrupting Thanksgiving travel as really big snow last on the East Coast. Check the forecast when I come back. This report is sponsored by Hard Rock Casinos and Hard Rock Style is coming to the Central Valley, just 15 miles south of Bakersfield off Route 99. Find world-class entertainment plus drive time and more dates and beyond. Hard Rock Casino Town, opening November 15th. Run business. Thinking about radio? Think again. Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they were 20 years ago. Broadcast radio connects with more Americans.
It's nothing but love. But yeah, real recognized real, and I think there's a lot of people in this space like that. That's why we have such a great space. You know, people are pulling up. You see star dogs down there. You see a lot of cool people that I've seen around in the space. That's the kind of people that we attract. So yeah, that's what it's all about. So thank you, Bitcoin Market. We'll definitely connect. I got some cool utility coming out around the corner, which I'm sure everybody's gonna go crazy over and stuff. We're gonna get into that. But there's gonna be, you guys are absolutely amazing. I'm looking forward to the next space. I'll touch base with you guys. We'll do maybe like a crypto giveaway so we can attract some more people. And we'll touch base in the future. But you guys have a good night. I'm gonna go have some fun. And we'll talk to you guys later.
Great to meet you. He's being super modest. He has a really amazing product. Basically, he can do bill payments in like so many different countries around the world with crypto, and they have like a crypto visa and stuff. He's one of the very, very first people that I ever worked with in Web3. I actually did get to meet him at Bitcoin Vegas, which was awesome because that was like, I remember him telling me like at the very beginning, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing here. And we were like talking, and he was like, this is what you're doing here, and this is what I think I'm really I'm so happy he's in this space right now because I have obviously been struggling to get certain people back in the circle. Visit our website, to schedule your appointment today. increase in in-store purchases. Choose gifts that require little packaging, like a trip to a local park or nature reserve, to reduce waste and celebrate sustainably. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Group and the National Environmental Education Foundation. For more smart, sustainable living tips or to take action on your own community, visit iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Golly.
Settle it, okay? Alright? And instead, alright, these assholes, these little fucking Democrat pussies are all fucking crying. I want a recount. I want a fucking recount. I want to get the electoral college. You lose on Sunday. You don't wake up. Nobody from the Falcons woke up on Monday and go, man, you know, everybody, I know we lost yesterday in the biggest, fucking choke you could ever lose. All right, but we really wanted to win. So now, if everybody just agrees that we'll just say that we won, that's cool, right? That's cool. It's cool that we won the Super Bowl. Even though New England won, but we really won. You know, I don't give a fucking referee foul out of there. Blew a fucking call. I don't give a shit. You fucking lost. You lost. You know what, bro? The way I look at it is, they had Bernie Sanders. They had Joe Biden. Oh, man. You had Bernie Sanders, but you tried to fucking choose certain people. President, up and down like a fucking robot that you are. You know, you fooled the country one time. I'm not saying fooled the country. But while it was one of those weird presidencies, it wasn't going to happen twice, bro. You know, the who said it best, we won't get fooled again. Yeah, we won't get fooled again with the fucking smoke and mirrors and the Priuses. I know people who are buying clothes to go to Hillary party, go to Hillary parties. Oh, yeah? On the west side, like, it's how fucking democracy again. I had to sit there and watch that fucking television drama. You know me, I don't give a fuck. I think we're doing a podcast in here. I just heard the words to it. Oh, man. Oh, man, you didn't give a fucking two dicks about nothing, man. You know how hard we worked in our lives and what we went through. There wasn't a president there to help us. I love Obama. He never gave me a fucking last iced tea. I was fucking, I still remember when I got thrown out of the because of the day fucking Reagan got shot. Yeah. You think when he was laying there on the floor, he was over on Joe and play field. Yeah, fuck no, Reagan didn't fucking reach out. Fuck no, man. That's why I learned about bureaucracy. So my mother died. That's when I really learned what this country's all about. It's willing to give you money beyond your 82 payments, but it's like what they do now. Cold spring. To tell them that you have no problem. They put you on hold so long, you just hang up $40. Time is work, you know what I'm saying? With bureaucracy. When my mother died, I gotta wait. Oh, you have to bring the mortgage. I'm fucking 16. We got the mortgage from the fucking house. My mother's dead. What mortgage? Every week it was like more and more shit. I was taking a bus out to New York. Sometimes I get a ride, but most of the time I take a bus and play hard in the afternoon and come back at 7, 8 o'clock at night. I learned about bureaucracy, and I don't even know where I fucking went. Because when you need something, it's ratified by anyone. And more paperwork comes back 3 weeks from Thursday. You know, it's like you get around with a job. It takes you 3 weeks for your disability to kick in. Most American families, they can't wait 3 weeks. They ain't got fucking 3 weeks. Fucking 3 weeks. Everything's a fucking by the way. Everything. That's why I can't take this smoker weed. That's why I took the place at Harris. I got offered a bigger place that would have to charge more for tickets. And I said, no, my fans can't do that. And I won't do that to them. Okay? You want to fucking go pay $120 and laugh at fucking soft jokes from Jerry Seinfeld? There it is. If you want $35, me banging you in the face and talking about teabagging bitches, I got you covered. I'll give you way more fucking laughs than he will. But if you want to spend that money, it's there. But man, my fans are coming from everywhere, dude. The church people, you guys are fucking showing up like nobody's business. Like nobody's business. They drive. Dude, they go. And they're coming out. And because of all the love you showed me my first 2 weeks church, we're going to do a giveaway all right, where I'll be talking to Lee. Let's fucking get all that fucking the real deal motherfuckers, okay? All right? And you fucking with, you start tweeting about me and Mad Flavor and the Flying Jew. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She's already fucking done. Yeah, she's good. She's one. That's no problem. We gotta get some. Noble D, I'm bringing. Okay, so I'm bringing there. Yeah, from Colorado. So I got that party going. I'm gonna bring joints out under the auspices that it might be a sports show. Of course, joint from fucking Jersey. He ain't going nowhere, right? I know he's got a girl and did this one thing. He got a little fucking some joints. Hey, bring me the chicken fried cheesy, let me fried cheesy pizza, and just keep it like that, all right? He goes there. I love trying to show it. So just he made it go on page for his future medical bills. But it's just funny. It's so fucking funny. It's getting fucking funny. Fucking funny. My fucking Irish brother, Conor McGregor, suck my big Irish balls. Oh, right. I want that on my phone, on t-shirts. I want that everything. Suck my big Irish balls. Yeah. Oh no, I had a church. And I heard, okay, me and you. I said, I saw that today. Wow, that's the first time I've seen it. Yeah, that's all I said. There's a fight this week. That's brother. That's all I said. Nobody's called. That's why I didn't know. I'm like, and also, I seen the fucking thing today. Oh, yeah. There's a fight this week. Nobody's talking about this fucking right now in the middle of New York. Nobody. I have no one fucking thing. I don't know what would be a better fight. The one in the ring and the octagon, or the one that people leave. That's gonna be a great fight. Right outside, all these guys get all fucked up on Red Bull. It's not right. I just want to be those tickets up behind. They're doing up there because they're gonna charge a little more. JC's right. So it's not the problem that we left 30 years ago. We're gonna take each other to shit. This is simple. Nobody smoked my kid. You might have joined the walls. There was nothing but that. I used to smoke that before I people walk on the other side of the street. Pictures of you on their fucking phones. There's a lot of cities I go to. I travel. I mean, you know, microscope this guy. And they just say, I don't have a microscope. I know your kids. There's some place you can sit outside, smoke and drive with the phone on a fence. And nobody sees it. There's some place you're watching. You stick out like a fucking saw. They're watching. What's the matter? Nothing's the time. Changes. I saw the sweat started. Oh my God. It's just how we see this. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. You expect it. That's the shit that is making strange. It's not the sugar. It's not the sugar. It's the sugar cubes that makes you sweat. Oh shit. Oh shit. Look at your fingers. It gets all white. Yeah, little fingers on it. Everything else. I'm gonna do you a favor. My daughter, she made this for me, and I'm gonna wear it, right? I don't want you looking at every now and then. This will be a safe place for you, all right, Lee? All right, if you need to look at anything, you know, look at that. Focus on the yellow. Focus on the yellow, okay? Just find me the yellow. All right, all right. it's not even that I was scared of acting. And drinking and doing some pills. I don't know, the nerds, maybe they were drugs and I didn't really like it, but I didn't see any of this. It made me so emotional. And it's ecstasy. Ecstasy coke. Yeah, I didn't see coke till I got here. When did you see coke? Party of a guy, what was it? And I didn't even really see it. I saw them in the interval putting it. That's why I told you. The only reason I have Volkswagen is because I like this key. And it's this is the key we're using. I was like 22 or something. And it's it was pretty much, yeah. I just like the fun. But I never really my introduction to like psychedelics is like podcast stuff. Talking about I've never at 12, we were fucking doing mushrooms every weekend. Every weekend in Clarksville, Arkansas. Boy Scout camp, didn't fucking matter. Fucking anything camping, deer hunting, fucking didn't matter. Fucking shrooms were on the menu. Everywhere. But in cow pastures, everybody you just go pick. Keep them dry so don't get milled up. Okay. And then it was like the creepy guys who were like over the 21 who were always trying to fuck our high school girls who had parties like the Red Cup party, bonfires. And that's when I first smoked a joint was there at that party. My buddy Joel, goddamn, I forget Joel's cool motherfucker. He had long hair, his motherfucking dad was a Vietnam vet. Joe Penny, I knew I'd get Joe Penny, rolling fucking pinners. That's where I thought that name came from. The pinner joints was from Joe Penny because he rolled little joints. He saw me because that guy wouldn't, he thought I didn't pay for my Red Cup, and I'm like, you don't, I was a wise ass. I was like, hey, fucking don't fuck. I'm just walking around the woods with a big Red Cup, and boy, I just happened to fucking bump into you, you fucking dummy. Alright, and he wouldn't fucking give me any beer. That fucking cocksucker. So Joe saw it, and then when we were leaving, by the way, I thought he was like, this is marijuana. I'm like, is it gonna kill me? He's like, no. And he was right, Coco. He was fucking right. Jack, I smoked 5 joints that night of that Mexican dirty weed. Okay, we even played that game where you load up one joint with a big ass seed, and everybody takes a joint with all power smoke until the seed blows up. Close your face. Take those up cigars. That's the greatest sweet game. Nobody can play it now because there's no fucking seeds or seeds in the weed. Right? And we did mushrooms then, and you know, we save up your money for wine coolers so you can try to finger bang girls. Alright, that was our fucking move. Finger banging the chicks with the Bartles and James Mountain Berry was the she's the resistance. That's it. We are getting sweaty. Oh my god. While you're on the Twitter right there, because I'm not on mine, put it on to add me to the full thing so people can see this about the church, because I didn't know the church's Twitter handle. Right? And before you get too fucked up, text Aaron to read, send it out. Okay. Yes. I want everybody to know, because I want all my fans, if you ain't down with the church, you need to be. Okay? Alright? That's number one. Alright, I gotta get down with the church. And number 2, I want everybody to have more chances to win a free vacation to come to fucking Las Vegas, Nevada, Jack. Alright, and we'll have a fucking blast. I like it. It's That's taking us out of it. I'm thinking about it. My face. I'm thinking about it. I can see it in your face. I can see it. I just your face is so fucking red. Shut up. Standing out, thinking about it. You're thinking about it. You sit there and you fucking roll it. How you get bad chips, dude? I swear, when was the last time you looked at the yellow? Look at the yellow. Look at the yellow. Fucking yellow right now. Look at the fucking yellow. Look at the yellow. There you go. All right, good man. Let your straight neck shook white. Okay, shook white. He's bad. He's bad. So what is that? On Friday night today. No, dude. I think I'm the first one to have George Washington. They got that piece of shit. Phoenix Favorito. It's got some New Orleans or some other noise. Fucking piece of shit. Ass is. That guy's the worst fucking human ever to get behind a microphone the colors of a comedian. I hope he gets 3 types of cancer in his ass and his mouth. Not the fast kind, the slow kind. So they can cure it. Right? He's a fucking pestilence on fucking humanity. I'm sorry. I get over these, but I think Favorito's a piece of shit. Alright? He didn't pay his fucking bookies. I'll tell you that. Fucking guy works some backs too. And you did fucking. And people taking action from him still. You dumb fucks. Okay? How about ask all those Boston comics who got flushed out all that money and fucked them off with? Right? To teach a comedy class. Those suckers, they should have known. You either have it or you don't. You don't go to class. Focus on the yellow. Focus on the yellow. Now you see it, right? It was an old lady who, no, you're thinking of the Austin one. Yeah. And she owned a bunch of country bars, but she decided to get married. She bought it from the Sandy Marcus. Okay, and Sandy and her husband are the ones who started the last time, and then Sandy sold it when she wanted to get out to this lady who was a multi-millionaire, probably worth $150 million more. She owned like the men's club. She owned the biggest country bars. She had a majority of stake in Gillies when Gillies was signed and fucking Urban Cowboy. This woman had so much fucking money, and this was just one of her things. And she liked comedy, but she wouldn't even come in, and that's how she got beat in there. But before Pete, with three hands, Martin Babbitt was taking money out of that place. Friday at 3, Monday at 9, but that money went back in that fucking bank for it. But I'm getting $5 grand off the clock. I need that every fucking week this kid. Yeah. But it can never be like on one day, then you're away. Can I do that now? Yeah. No, I'm going. I'm going to get it. I'm going to take it out. I'm talking about Virginia. I know I grew up one time my mom died. Worked at a bank. And I was telling her, she had to run. I got those checks. I got this credit card. So I called the brother. I gave him 10 checks to credit cards. He called me 2 days later. So it's my mother just shot John Lennon. Oh wow! Well, they shot John Lennon. They shot John Lennon. Yeah, they did. Like I gave her those checks on Saturday. The next day I was at school. Called my brother. What's up? I called him because we met the next 8 o'clock. Another day he gave me an envelope that was 4 inches deep. All my fucking bills were around. My mom was dead. Let's take care of wild things for a while. Forever. Let me see. I got that money. I put on the money. I'm with this family. And I put the money under my underwear. And they would never fucking know. I would just, it was like a real ATM machine. I hit my jeans on top of it. Yeah. And I would just get my hand under it, take my dollar bill and go out of it. Like that's how spoiled I was. Like that good boy. Saving it. Oh yeah. I'm not saving it. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I think that's what I'm investing in. There's no investments for you. You would hear something before fucked up, please? Is that not only did he just say, oh, that was fine, it was still working. Right? Him and his buddies, they would drop out of trees on unsuspecting gay guys. I was still one fact, like, oh, yo, unsuspecting gay guys, those guys, the fucking trees like gorillas. Okay. My friend just went to the Vegas bar to my buddy's bar. My friend just went to my buddy's bar on Friday with Eric. Had his first ball on Friday. I said, it's not a ticket. He's a commissioner. He's a senator. And told me that the guy we used to date as kids was there. I go, how does he look at a brother? And his name is a fucking dang. He said he stole us like an Italian around. Oh, wow. We used to take this kid and we had a connection. I know that from when we got arrested, the show gets washed at the end. Right before they really press charges, get back down. That's the reason why I used to take him. That's why he 50 right down the middle. And all we had to do was just pay it. That's all we had to do was just pay it. We did the fucking giving it. So explain to them, okay, be out there and then dark, sun, time. Say that to me. You guys would be 50. That was a terrible, horrible, fun time of my life. It was that dark and terrible. Like it was dark. Like if I think about it, I think of it. Daytime, it was dark. There was no sunlight in my life then. And it was like it was like my June year. It started my summer or summer or June. We heard rumblings. It was this David Dollar singing Thomas family. They were the kings of it. They were the first ones, that 64th Street crew were the first ones that started calling up parties. They were trying to get that extra money. People trying to live out. Yeah, that's how it was. That's how it was so he said that in the 60s he would just kill people for breakfast. He goes, I can't. He goes, I really can't give an actual account of how many people I killed. Because that was 3 years I was just practicing. He goes, I go to a bar on the west side and tell a guy I was gay or whatever. He follow me to Jersey. He killed one of the Jersey side. Just to practice control. This guy was the real fucking hate. No, it's fascinating. I'll tell you something. When you look at Tigers when he's I spent about 10, 15 years ago. I called you the next day. Yeah. It was fucking disturbing. Yeah. It was disturbing. Like, even the first time I was. Because you were near Caesar or just it was disturbing that. I always thought that he was all in the smell that he had some fun. This guy had to completely what he knew. He was a hitman. I think it's the whole fucking story. He was working at a porno thing. Yeah, he was making a porno. That's what I mean. And the guy would pay him. And he fucking whacked. And then that's he was like, brother raped and called a little girl. The whole family's rotten. The family was rotten. When you read the book, this time you read the book, you're sure it's all his wife totally cut it.
Yo, Zibobo, my friend. Zibobo, hello. How? I'm lovely, my friend. Thankfully, how are you? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent, my friend. How's your life going?
Yeah, it's going normal, and thank you for walking by. You know, last time I came here, and I was more of like, okay, let me get back before I come back again. And sort of unfortunate for me, I haven't returned for my link.
Okay, excellent. So, I sent you my guide. There's no rush. You're doing fine in social media yourself, but you could be doing better. You know how good you are on Twitter? Imagine if you increase your network and basically open it up to all the other social media platforms just for you to be able to get more business and network better. I think that you're, like really talented individual. The thing that I really summarize this for people is creating all this social media does 5 things for you. The first thing it does is it gives you about 30 more platforms to be able to promote yourself, which is huge. The second is it gives you 30 more platforms to be able to promote your customers or clients. Thirdly, it gives you 30 more platforms to be able to open up communications channels with future clients. Fourthly, it gives you the opportunity to dominate social media, AI, and search engines. And then finally, it makes it more difficult to be able to impersonate you. You don't want somebody stealing your good reputation. So, I mean, I see that you're really successful already, and you should really solidify yourself throughout all of the internet, not just on Twitter.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds great. And thank you for the help. I don't know. I'm not more of like all those other social medias, but I believe this one will really give me a more motivation to do that, especially all those places like TikTok, Facebook. You know, I'm not
Absolutely.
like most active there,
And you could be. And the thing is that
and I just like have I don't know whether my old accounts are still available, especially for those ones I've mentioned, and for others like is it Twitch? I just opened a Twitch account recently. Was it day
excellent.
before yesterday? So
Excellent.
something like that.
Yeah, and you just want
Aside this, I don't think I have.
you want people to go to one place and be able to find all of your social media, and then you're going to dominate. Right now, if I type in Zibobo into Google, you might show up once. I want you showing up 10 times. I want the top 10 to be about you. And with the social media, that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to be able to say to your customers or clients or whomever you're helping, I'm not only going to promote you on my 30 social media accounts, but I'm going to make sure that when I promote you and really in turn promoting myself, I'm going to be number one in YouTube for you, number one in Google for you, number one on TikTok for you, number one on Instagram for you. You want to just be a powerhouse. And you already are. Like you already have a very strong network on Twitter, and you can expand that. I'm not doing this for money. I see a lot of potential in you, and I see how hard you work. And it's like once you create those accounts, you're automatically going to get people to start to follow you, and automatically people are going to start to like your posts. And like what I tell everybody who I help with this, we're just going to make some really short introductory videos so that your accounts aren't bare, they aren't skeleton accounts. And then when you start posting content wherever you post it on some of your other social media platforms too. And when somebody searches you on any social media, you're going to dominate. If anybody searches you on a search engine, you're going to dominate. And then perhaps most importantly in the future, this gives AI a profile of who you are. It's not just going to say Zbobo is a Twitter user who created their account in 2024. It's going to say Zbobo is a full stack social media marketer and has a presence on the top 30 social media platforms and is always looking to partner with new people to be able to help them and improve them. And that's what you're going to be able to do. Another thing, Zbobo, that you're going to be able to do, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but there's something called Fiverr, which is basically a marketplace where people like you who have social media reach can get wealthier people to be able to pay for their services. You can make hundreds of dollars on that, and I know that's going to go a long way. So, and you can do that hundreds of dollars a month. I know I personally have paid people in Nigeria in Lagos to help me with press releases, and if I've done it, I know a lot of other people who'd be interested in this service as well, and they are. I mean, it's a huge marketplace. So once you get these different social media platforms, all you have to do is create the final one, which is Fiverr, that says, "Hey, I'll repost you on my different platforms, and you pay me $50." I mean, there's nothing easier than that.
Absolutely, that one would be great. Talking about Fiverr, I I knew about Fiverr. I think I also like created a Fiverr account way back 2018, but I was not active. A Fiverr, Upwork, Freelancer.com. I'm more of
Absolutely.
like a guy that really has started something about these remote activities, but due to the activity I'm doing here, mostly I work as a initially I used to work as an NGO worker. So my time is very much limited to have access to all these things. So, but lately, I am more of like focusing into going through all these activities online and so. So I think this one will be a great time for me to develop all these tools so as to make sure I am visible around the globe.
Exactly, and then you don't have to do anything more. You should know that we'll set it up so that you don't have to check 30 different social media platforms. We'll ensure that all of the platforms send you an email whenever somebody follows you or sends you a DM or whatever. You just have to check your email. That's all you have to do, and it's free business. And right now it's November of 2025. Imagine if you have these accounts and they're just sitting there. With minimal oversight in a year how big they'll be or 3 years how big they'll be. And like if you don't create them, then nothing's going to happen with them, but the fact that you create them is automatically going to see them grow. It's essentially like if you are a farmer, you don't plant any crops, well, nothing's going to grow. But if you just put the seeds in the ground and give it some tender love and care with the sun and the rain, you're going to have huge crops if given enough time. And that's all you're going to do is just basically put the seeds in the ground and let Mother Nature do the rest, so to speak.
For sure, that would be great. So this guy you've sent me, is it? I will follow it through and create the new account. So after that, then what are we going to do?
Yeah, absolutely. So once you've got the 30 different accounts, you come to me, say, Rabbi, will you take a look at it? I'm sure that it's right. I'll ensure there aren't any grammatical errors, anything like that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that your profiles are optimized so that we're saying exactly what you want to be saying and what you do. We'll make sure your profile picture is optimized for them. Then what we'll do is we're going to create content on using Grok. So these will be like 10-second videos that say, hi, welcome to my page. I'm Zibobo. I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd love to work with you. Please connect with me. Let's do business. Something like that. Really short videos, AI generated, but that's going to create content on your different social media platforms. Then what we're going to do, and you already know how to do some of this, we're going to make sure that you are involved in different X communities, Discord communities, Telegram communities, Facebook communities to increase your network because your network is your net worth. You know that. And we're going to increase both of those for you. Then what we're going to do, we're going to make sure that your Fiverr account's updated and you can start getting businesses there. And really, you know a lot about Twitter Spaces, so I don't necessarily need to teach you how to pitch or anything. But ideally, you'd have a 3-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch, and I can help you with all of those so that you're able to say this. GM, everyone. Well, let me give you the one that normally people do, and you've heard it better than anybody because you always hear these shows. GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I don't really know what to say. I just need a job. Give me a job. Send me a job. That's what a lot of people do, and at least they're trying. But you're going to be able to come in and say, GM, everyone, I'm Zibobo, and I am a full stack social media marketer. I have 30 different social media platforms on which to promote your project. That means you're going to get 30 times more DMs about your project. 30 times more people are interested in your project. 30 times more people buying your cryptocurrency. 30 times more people buying your NFT. 30 times more impression for your project across the entire internet. You want to partner with me because I'm someone with whom you will partner for the rest of your business life. I will not just be here for this project, but every subsequent project that you have, because you're just going to continue to have success grow for you on this project, and you're going to want to expand to other projects, and you're going to contact me to ensure that I'm promoting them on all of my social media. I'm going to make sure that your project shows up, not just number 1 in Google, but number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10 in Google. Same with YouTube, same with TikTok, same with Instagram, same with Reddit, same with Threads, same with Blue Sky and all of the different social media out there. When somebody searches for your project, you're going to show up number 1 because I'm promoting you. When somebody looks in social media for your project, you're going to show up number 1 because I'm promoting you. When someone looks up your project with AI, you're going to show up number 1, and the information is going to be accurate and positive because of the reach of my accounts. If this sounds attractive to you, send me a DM. I'd be happy to work with you. Again, my name is Zibobo, and I'm a Web3 marketer. That's what you want to be able to say, right, Zibobo?
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
This one is very, very comprehensive. And part of some of the things we do normally, even in our spaces, is to help like all those newbies, especially those ones that are coming in without like having good onboarding. To have such type of initiative with them, definitely.
Absolutely. And I do that for people. I've done it for weeks now for about 50 different people. Not everybody, like throughout the world, a lot of people in Nigeria, a lot of people with no experience, and they come up with the most beautiful link trees. And then we just make really cool videos for them, all for free. And that's the thing, too. Zbobo, everything I tell you is free, and everything that I'll tell the people in your spaces is free. I know what your budget is. You guys don't have the money to be able to be spending lots huge ad budgets and things like that. No one expects that from you. What they do want is for you to be doing the bare minimum, though, which is ensuring that you have presence on these different social media platforms. And so there's a growing legion of people who are doing what I'm saying. And then you should know that that becomes the standard. Now it's no longer, hey, I'm a reply guy. I'll reply to your post. I'll put a GM on your on your content and I'll repost it. Where's my money? With open hands. No, it's not that. You're going to post on all of your social media and ensure that it's optimized. And then once that's done, then some people are going to be willing to give you money for that. And that's really what we're talking about is just ensuring that we're using the strength of X to be able to promote on all our social media. And it's just a winning strategy. It makes sense that you're going to want to promote yourself on the biggest platforms in the world. YouTube's the number 2 website in the world. Google's the number 1 website in the world. X, believe it or not, is not that great anymore. It used to be bigger, but it's not as big as it once was. And I want to make sure we're not losing customers on all of these other growing platforms.
Yeah, that's great. So, more of like a question though.
Absolutely.
Aside also being a marketer or a person that used to do a lot of things, I'm also like a virtual assistant who can also help clients out there, whoever like wants to work with me. I can also be an assistant to you.
Well,
I do that on a part-time basis initially. Um, I'm not more like into it, but I really want to like join and be more active in such activities as well as continue with my ads as well.
absolutely. So that's how we'll market you. So that when somebody types in virtual assistants on X, you show up number 1. And then somebody's going to send you a DM. Hey, I'm looking for a virtual assistant. But Z Bubble, you should know those kind of positions, you're going to get a lot more people who are interested. And we'll do this when we post your resume and your cover letter on different job search websites. Like that's what we'll be able to do for you. We'll be able to get you a virtual assistant position long term if that's what you want to do. But additionally, when somebody searches for you, we want people to know that you also do virtual assistants. But if you really want to do virtual assistant, then what we'll do, you create your link tree and do all that. But we'll just work on your resume and we'll focus it using AI to ensure that we have the correct recruiting words so that you're able to get jobs and good jobs. And then you're able to connect with the high net worth individual, and then you can answer their phone virtually or answer their email or whatever it is.
I have a question, sorry.
Go ahead.
Like, not only like when I talk about the virtual assistant, I want to be full time or anything. It's just that it's one of the strengths I also have, and true to be told, I have like several years of experience working with a humanitarian organization as an NGO worker, aid worker, and after that I leveraged all those remote jobs. I also work remotely for other is it an organization as well as some clients. One of the clients I worked as a content writer as well for that client, and it was like a year plus before we parted our ways. And it's an Amazon product description that I did for that guy with so many like samples here that I have with me. So one thing is certain, the reason being that I'm a very vocal person. And I have been a classroom teacher before, so it has given me an edge into like coming into spaces, talking, and then later on get more recognition. After that, space postings and so on and so forth. So initially, the goal here is to make sure I become more reputable in a vast majority ways, but I want one thing to be the most like accurate thing everybody knows me with. I don't want to be like a jack of all trade, knowing almost everything and then going across. Somebody might not take me serious.
I understand that.
That's what I'm seeing.
Absolutely. Okay, so I mean, what you really want to do is you want a full-time job as a virtual assistant. That's great. But in your free time, there's no reason why you can't be making money as a social media marketer. Those two worlds can exist. So what you really need assistance with is getting a virtual job, right? A virtual assistant job, right? Okay, so are you on Indeed? Are you on ZipRecruiter? Have you uploaded your resume to LinkedIn?
Yeah, I have a very good LinkedIn account, very good one that is more of like over 5,000 connections.
That's phenomenal.
Because so I am there, very visible, and I do post a lot of things there as well on LinkedIn.
Is your
And
is your
like
is your resume available?
professional. Yes,
Okay, excellent. Well, I can tell you this: LinkedIn is the place to make money. I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars on LinkedIn. Um, so what you want to do is probably, ideally, just once a day or maybe a couple times a week, go onto LinkedIn and type in virtual assistant, and then the location is remote, and you apply to every single position that's available there. And if you do it enough, if you do that every single week for the next 52 weeks, somebody's going to call you about being their virtual assistant. I mean, it's just a numbers game. You have to see it like this. You can't get frustrated that you've applied 100 times and nobody has given you a job. You might have to apply 10,000 times, but somebody's going to give you a job if you do that enough. And especially with the strength of your LinkedIn account, it's just a matter of time.
absolutely. I realized, most of the things that is happening, especially here, my account has been on premium, would say, and it's more of like a virtual assistant, project manager, as well as yeah, these two things are the things that are key there, and I have my resume up there as well as all my past activities and everything very much curated. I have been working towards getting a job via LinkedIn. Sometimes I do cold emailing, cold DMs. Sometimes I post. Sometimes I do this, But honestly speaking, I also apply for a lot of jobs.
Great.
But there is something that must be lacking somewhere, which is not coming up as a positive thing because barely I haven't like gotten any job in that place. So I don't know.
Okay, I can
There
tell.
must be something I'm doing wrong.
Well, you can send me your resume and I'll look it over to make sure there isn't any blemish that we need to fix. But here's the big thing: the position of virtual assistant is in very high demand, especially in the United States, especially with AI and large language models taking over. A lot of people in the United States want that job. And if given the chance of having a virtual assistant in the United States or a virtual assistant perhaps from where you are, most people are going to go with that which they're more comfortable. So you're already at a disadvantage there. It doesn't mean that you're at a complete disadvantage. You just will have to improve your resume. Have you put your resume through ChatGPT?
Yeah, I did that.
Okay, good. Okay, excellent. Well, send me your resume. I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good, that there aren't any blemishes. You should know I'm not just a project manager. I'm a certified project. I'm a certified project management professional, which is the highest level of project management in the world. So I can look it over for any issues that we see perhaps within the project management field. You should know as well, project management is in high demand, so we should be able to get you something. The thing that's working the most against you, most likely, I mean, you're very well spoken and you're very intelligent, and I've heard you. You're really you're great with people. A lot of people though do not want to give people, not just the further away they are, the less opportunity they want to give them, especially because it's like this. If let's say I'm in Los Angeles and I need a virtual assistant, why do I need Zibobo who's like 8 hours ahead of me? We're not going to be working the same time zone. So Zibobo, we're probably going to be looking at positions for you more in Europe because that's the same time zone you're on. If I need my assistant, I need them to be on the same time zone as I am. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so much because even the last person I worked with that I content right for that person is from Romania, and the time zone is mostly like almost the same time zone. I don't know.
Right.
So we work closely together during the daytime. So, but
Exactly.
that has been very, very, very paying. So I really want to like have something that part too because it's really going to be very nice. And on the side, I can be a person that will be more of like a marketer for people, social media. No matter, no matter how the thing is going to be, I learn fast and I am very good at so many things. Recently, just to let you know, I recently like resigned in one of my work, which is a sales job that I do for a company here in there in United States. It's called Skylux Travel. So Skylux Travel is more of like for travel tickets and hotel bookings. And I have worked with them for like a year, and we are paid on commission basis. And lots of the things happening there is very, very tricky. So I realized I really need to move on because I have experienced something as an agent there who is working remotely, and I just felt I need to like go on for something different.
Absolutely. 100%.
It's not paying me per se, not all, but a lot of people do get paid. But the management and everything, how they like handle us, is what actually triggered me to, search for something else.
Absolutely.
So,
Okay.
but it's fine. I have learned that, and it was also part of me. And I'm really good at so many, especially if you talk about traveling, itineraries for somebody, hotel bookings, all those things. Come on, man. I'm very good in that too.
Absolutely. I can see that. 100% commission jobs are very difficult. So I would veer away from those as well. Well, okay, why don't you go into your Fiverr account and market yourself as a virtual assistant for the time being? And the thing that you can do to probably get yourself a leg up is to market yourself at a very low pay rate, like $5 an hour. That's much less expensive than you're going to find in the United States. And then somebody's going to want to perhaps take a risk on you because it's like, oh, $5, that's nothing to many people in the United States. But to you, $5 an hour wouldn't be too bad, right?
Yeah, it's very great, but $5 an hour is good. If to say I can work for like 20 hours a week, it's okay for me.
Exactly.
Very much okay.
Exactly. So basically, what I'm saying is you may have to start at that to get your feet wet a little bit, but you need to update your Fiverr account. You can always send it to me, and I'll look it over to make sure that there aren't any glaring issues. And then you have to not get frustrated with LinkedIn. and you just continue to apply. For how many jobs in the last month have you applied on LinkedIn?
Well, there's easily I can say it's like around 30 because each day I make sure I do like one.
That's great. That's absolutely great. You're very consistent. You should increase that though. Do 10 or 20. And then another thing you can do, um, you
You mean pardon?
you apply to 10 or 20 new jobs every day, and all you have to do is press the accept button or whatever. Um, and then I mean, the way that I have found jobs on LinkedIn are recruiters have found me or headhunters, and they've said, okay, we like your skill set. Are you interested in working with this giant corporation? I'm like, yeah, that'd be a dream. That'd be wonderful. So if you can connect with a recruiter or a headhunter, that's going to be very beneficial to you as well. So
And how do I connect with those headhunters and recruiters?
absolutely. So where they have positions where you search for people, you just type in recruiter, headhunter, and then you can just add them as a contact perhaps, and never, you can always probably send them if they're open to getting messages. You can say, hi, my name is Zibobo, whatever your name is, and I wanted to inquire whether you have any positions available for a virtual assistant. If you don't now, will you please keep my resume on file, because I'm interested and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to be able to have one of these roles. Thank you for the opportunity, Zibobo. I mean, it doesn't have to be super in depth, but just so they know that you're not a bot or whatever else. So you kind of have a two-tier recruiting uh, strategy. The first is Fiverr, and that's where you're going to probably find a role before anything. So you update your resume on there. You can send it to me. I can look it over, and then you start at $5, and then you'll find somebody who wants to do business with you eventually. And what you can also do, perhaps, is if you know any friends, you can say, look, I need somebody to write a good review about me. Hire me for $5. I'll give you the $5. And then when we're done doing whatever it is that you're doing for the person, let's say it's creating a Gmail account or something easy, then just give me a positive review. That way you don't have zero reviews on yourself. You have something. But that's up to you. But really, like you said, you hadn't touched your Fiverr since 2018. It's a great way to be able to find jobs and to put yourself out there. And if anything, you're going to get people who are inquiring about you, DMing you, and things like that. And if they have anything that is of interest to you, you can do it. And then also, it's LinkedIn, and applying to positions. And then also, if you have the opportunity, Indeed. I've found positions on Indeed and ZipRecruiter, and then all of the other platforms where you can post your resume. So that's monster.com, Career Builder. Um, there are a lot of, at least in the United States, there are a lot of these websites, but they have a global reach. So you go to ChatGPT and you say, ChatGPT, what are the 20 biggest job finding platforms in the world? And then you go to those, and then you just make sure that you create accounts on there and you upload your resume. Like basically the same idea that I talk about with Linktree, we're going to do for getting you a position. The more eyes that you have on your resume, the better opportunity that you're going to have to land one of these positions. Does that make sense? It's quantity and quality, but it's a quantity game.
Absolutely. I realize I'm not out of it, I'm not like state myself of study. But yeah, I think I mean, talking for a while, so that have one standard something.
Absolutely. Now, so if I were you, what would I do? I would create the LinkedIn, like I say, and have all your stuff connected because that stuff will work for you, and that's good. And you'll be able to do jobs for people here or there and make 50, 100 bucks, whatever. Then I would make sure my Fiverr's updated. I would send me your resume and make sure that it will make sure it looks good. And then I would also go on to the top 20 position finding websites and I'd make sure my resume is uploaded on all of those. And then I would increase the amount of positions to which I apply on LinkedIn from one or two a day to 10 to 20 a day. They exist and you won't get in trouble for that. And you're going to land something if you do it enough. I'm not saying you'll land something in a week, but there's a very good chance, at least on Fiverr, that you have that opportunity. And certainly within a month or two, you're going to get some bites. And then also try to connect with a recruiter or a headhunter. And they have global headhunters, global recruiters. You're very well spoken, and somebody's going to connect with you. And then on top of all of that, if you're interested, uh, if you have project management experience, there's the potential that you may one day, if you want to pursue it, try to become a certified project management professional because that will get you jobs. That's like um, that is like the signal to recruiters and positions that this is a real project manager. It's not just somebody who's working in their parents' uh, company who says they're a project manager or somebody who just does stuff and says they're a project manager. This shows that not only do they have the experience, but they've passed the test, and people will really throw themselves at you if you have that certification. So that takes a little bit of time, but if that's of interest to you, we can certainly discuss how you could do that. Yes, sir.
Talking about growth, yes. So coming to the issue of project management, right when I was working, we were asked to go for a project management certification. I have two different project management certifications. One is a postgraduate project management diploma in project management as a postgraduate. Then one is also a postgraduate diploma in global health management because I work in a health oriented NGO and we were like given the mandate to go for that. And I for that global health, I did that online in University of Washington. And the other one is also Chartered Institute of Project Management. I am more of like somebody who has gone far. And academically, I'm a master's degree holder in
Excellent.
science education. So
Excellent.
to tell you, when you talk about qualifications, I am already at the age of whatsoever that can give me more, more views on everything. But I believe me landing on what I wanted to be is more of like, I don't know, something is not right there. That's for sure. But what I want, if I want to work here physically the way I used to do before, it will take me not long enough to land a job absolutely. But I really want something strong. What we do earn here, not compared to what I can get online there, is definitely going to give me more like income than even really earn. So, getting all this transportation, going to a lot of places. And as an NGO worker, I go to far as a lot of places where insurgency is very much there out there. I have a family. I'm a father of two, and I realize um, I really need to be close to my family sometimes because they really need me too. So being far from them, like 7 months, 6 months, 5 months, doesn't help me like feel like much more of like with them. So why I left actually even my first job is I used to go to a lot of places where dangers are, just to help humanity. But sometimes you need to consider yourself too. So I've done enough for at least 7 years is good for me to come back to the family, see how I can also improve them, see how I can also build them, and also build myself on the side. Honestly speaking, I want to learn what job, whichever it is. But when it comes to experience, exposure, qualifications, I am there. Let me tell you, I have gone a lot far more than you have even explained, to be candid. That's the reality of who zero is.
I hear that. I wasn't aware of your education. Then you're certainly um, close to the qualification that you need. All of the certificates and degrees and things that you have are very valuable. The thing that's a game changer is the certification from the Project Management Institute because it's the highest level that you can get. Now, I'm not saying you have to get that today, no, but just keep that in mind. You're trying to provide for a family, and if you want to make a lot of money, that's a way to do it. In the meantime, you've got to start small, and so get your Fiverr together, get your LinkedIn account, ensuring that you get the opportunity to be able to apply for 10 to 20 jobs a day. You and I both know, Zubolo, if you apply for 10 to 20 jobs a day every single day from now for the next year, you're going to get something, right?
Sure, absolutely.
So we just have to increase the amount of jobs for which you're applying. And then also, you're going to be able to, because you have such large social media accounts, you really do, ensure that you're dominating search engines and social media and AI with your link tree. And you're going to have like three different ways you can make money. One is through social media promotion. Two, two is through being a virtual assistant. And three is being a project manager. And you just kind of work your way up. Like, hey, I and most of all, I don't want you to be away from home 8 months out of the year. I want you to be able to work or where you live, apologies, and work remotely and be able to spend time with your family. That's the goal, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, you just need some mentorship and coaching, and that's what I'm here for. And so, what do? Right after this call, you make sure your Fiverr account is updated to being a virtual assistant and perhaps even a social media marketer, if that's what you want to do. You create the different social media profiles that we talked about, and we'll make sure to market you as a virtual assistant and project manager. And then you apply for 10 to 20 jobs a day on LinkedIn, and you follow up with them. And we can also help you when it comes to the interviews. I mean, you're going to do really well in the interviews, but maybe there's some questions that we want to make sure that you know that there are some almost perhaps answers that organizations want to hear, and we'll make sure you know those, and you'll be able to get a position. I mean, we won't. I don't think if we utilize this strategy in 1 year, you will have had a job for 8 months or so. Like basically, like it won't take that long for you to land a position. Um, you're a very professional individual. You're well spoken. You're intelligent. You're educated. You just need um, a little bit of guidance, and I'm here to help you.
All right. Thank you so much for being here. And I would, for now, go to my Fiverr
Exactly.
and see how it is and also
Exactly. And
go and check on
then do your link
so
tree, do your and then do your LinkedIn. And
okay, the link.
if you do all three of those things, by this time next week, do you know how much better a position you're going to be in?
Now,
Well, you're going to be in a much better position because you're going to, when somebody types in your usernames into Google or into search engines, social media, and in um, AI, you're going to show up number one for all of those. And those accounts are going to start working for you. You're going to start to get some bites on some positions on your Fiverr account, and you will have increased the amount of positions by in which you've applied on LinkedIn by 10 times over the course of a week. So by this time next week, normally you would have applied for something like 14 jobs, and we're going to change that to 140 jobs. And then also, don't forget all of the different social media. In fact, I'm just going to get these sites for you so that I know that you know the best sites to go to. So just one moment, I'm going to send you the top 25 sites for posting your resume. And what are the top 25 job sites in the world? Please provide them in a list 1 through 25. All right, so I'm sending these to you, and you make sure that you have profiles on all of them, and that you have uploaded your resume to them. And then that's going to work for you. People are just going to randomly search you and find out that you are interested in a job, and make sure that you have everything going to your email so that you're able to see when they've contacted you.
Okay. Uh, let's see. And the first one,
Yes, sir.
LinkedIn.
Yep, that's the one
I
you
do
use.
have a LinkedIn account.
A very good one. A,
Glassdoor.
a very good one. Zibobo, let me just tell you this. Zibobo, your LinkedIn is so good that people would pay you to post their articles for their companies on your LinkedIn. Just know that. That's how good your LinkedIn is.
And I also have
Excellent.
yes, job. No, no. Techno, Upwork, yes. Fiverr, yes. Freelancer, yes. Well found, yes. Ditch, no. Simply hired, yes. Flex job, yes. Jugo, yes. Paint, yes. Read, no. Stepstone, no. Hired, no. Glassdoor, no. And below, yes.
Okay,
I
excellent.
have like 7 or 8 of them.
Absolutely. So you want to make sure that your resume is updated on all of those, and then create the other accounts. And you can apply on the other positions. I'm not saying you have to apply to all of them, because some of these may be in areas that you don't want to be, or they don't allow you to work remotely. But let's just put it this way. If you applied to 10, let's say 20 jobs a day on Indeed and LinkedIn and Glassdoor and ZipRecruiter and Career Builder, that's 100 jobs a day. That means over the course of a year, you will have applied to 36,000 jobs. That's a you know that's an incredible amount of positions. You're going to get something by the time a couple weeks go by. Then you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Sure.
You're in
I will start.
you're in Twitter Spaces.
Sorry.
You're in Twitter Spaces, and you do a really good job in Twitter Spaces. Um, I know you not only host with yourself, but you co-host with two other guys every night at like 10 p.m. your time or whatever. You guys do really well. If you can, I'm not saying you can, but if you can just, while you're in Twitter Spaces, apply to these other positions uh, in the background. Sometimes you're able to do it. Sometimes you're not. Maybe if you have another device or whatever, but just find the time in a month or two.
I get that. I can use my phone and then be applying my PC, which is pretty much
That's what you want to be doing.
my one.
That's what you want to be doing. So if you have two devices, absolutely, that's what you want to be doing. So that you're multitasking. You're never letting a minute go by without you either being in a Twitter space, which helps you to network, or you're applying for positions with your computer. And you can do both at the same time.
Yeah, I do that a lot because sometimes personally, even when we are in that spaces, I feel like talking to them go other places to have just in that excitement, doing something I really like. So sometimes I watch stuff while the same time because I have two devices for now, which I even want to sometimes use. Or maybe if I start working company, I want to have like different monitors and I see that as a goal as well, and it's too really doable because I know my capability. I can handle a lot of tasks because I'm a multitasker. I am very good at I have attention to detail as well. So it's going to be very, very snappy, and I'll work on that. Now, I'll just need some moments to go through all this stuff
Yes, you
and
will.
get back to you in some time.
Take all the time you need, Z Bobo. You did exactly what I wanted you to do, which is connect with me. You see that I'm willing to help coach and mentor and assist and just be your friend. And we're going to make sure that you end up being in a very successful position. God willing, we're talking about this a year from now. You will have been applied for many, you will have been employed for many months and stronger than you've ever been, okay?
Sure. And one thing I like most is this kind of philosophy that understanding. To some extent, I'm even the person that people are looking up to. I have to like be telling them while I'm still battling. So you see, I really appreciate you. Yeah, because it has really boosted my confidence and work harder and more aside. Thank you, Rabbi, for
My sincerest pleasure, Z Bobo. All right, you know what to do. I'm here if you need my help, okay?
sure. I will be dropping down just to work on something.
I understand. That's what I want you to do. Excellent. Take care, my friend. If you need help or you have questions, come to me. Also, send me your resume. I'll look it over. Let me just make sure it's good and there's nothing glaring about it.
Absolutely no problem.
Before you do, let me just say this. It may not be bad of you. You know where they have like the location on your resume of where you are? It might not be bad for you to not include that. And the reason why is I don't want you to get dismissed right away just because somebody thinks you're far away. If you are able to say either leave that off or that you work remotely, I think that'll get you past the first initial cutoff that people are having, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and more like to flow, especially in all those like see people have like web. I realize for most of the job you want to apply for whenever I'm about to apply, there are these mandatory questions that you have to like answer, which is about location.
Yes,
Sometimes we even this Google stuff that used to like check the location.
yes.
I don't know. That one has been so many, especially with all these jobs I've seen. That is part of the reasons I even like stopped those job hunting in those sites. Most of the sites they will ask, are you residing in the United States? If not, then just go. When it is a European job, are you like you resided in the UK or any other place? If the answer is no, you just it's a skip logic. So I don't know
That's okay. You're gonna run into
how
that.
how
You're gonna run into that. Um, in a question, do you currently reside in the United States? No, you don't. But if they give you the option, you can say, while I currently do not, I am open to the opportunity in the future. Because if you're really good, companies will sponsor you to move to the United States. Now, I know that's not ideal. You have a family, and but just know, like you never want to dismiss yourself immediately if there's an opportunity that you might be able to be an exception to something. but you're going to run into it where people just want people who live in their area, and that's that. You'll find that question less often if you're looking for remote jobs. So make sure when it says location, you're putting in remote so that you can do it anywhere in the world. And I'm sure you're aware of this. Nigeria does not have that good of a reputation, at least in some countries, because there's been a lot of scamming that happens there, and you're going to have to overcome that. Which you're not a scammer; you're a very legitimate, educated, well-spoken individual. Don't let that frustrate you. There are many people from where you are who get jobs every single day, and if you are wondering why do they keep not calling me or whatever, it has nothing to do with you. It's because of somebody who did something years ago that maybe has changed someone's opinion, but that has nothing to do with you. I'm telling you, Zibobo, I have hired hundreds of people. I have overseen hundreds of people in my work career. And you're exactly what somebody's looking for. And we just have to make sure that you get seen and you're given the correct opportunity. So if you don't get calls back, it really has nothing to do with you. It would be like um, if I were had maybe they just don't know anything about where you're from or what you're doing. So don't let it get you down. You have all the qualifications that you need to be able to hang with anybody in the United States or anyone in the United Kingdom or anyone else in Europe or North America or South America. We just have to make sure that recruiters and potential employers see that, okay?
Work on that. I think definitely what I'm saying the resume now.
Absolutely.
And couple with also like after creating all the accounts and all those stuff, find time also to stuff for my social media accounts as well.
Excellent. That that'll
So
take
that I
you
can have
it'll take it'll take you about 5 hours to make them. It's not weeks worth of effort. Like it doesn't take that long.
for me, it's just like some moments,
I
If I
understand.
just drop by and start this thing now, 2 3 hours I can make it. I know myself.
Absolutely. Each
So
one
don't worry, I'll get
each,
back to you.
each one takes like 5 minutes, and you already have most of them. So there are just some that you need, and then we're gonna unify them, and then we'll put some content on there, and they're gonna work for you. Excellent, Bobo. Okay, you know what to do. I'm here if you need help.
Um, but
You're welcome, my friend. George. What up, baby? How are you? Amazing. Are you a member of my Discord? What's this excuse you're giving me? What's the excuse you're giving me? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, when are you gonna join my Discord? It's in my profile. Every day's a to you as well. It's great, thankfully. I'm enjoying the evening. Watched some college football. Do you do you like pro football? All right, well they're amazing, and I'm in a bunch of Twitter spaces while I simultaneously host this one. Yeah, so it's a big deal. All right, so do you see my link to my Discord? Doug, you gotta figure this one out, big man. You okay? Yo, what up, big dog? Have you joined my Discord yet? Baby, I'm here right now. You can see me in the flesh. Absolutely. All right, well, change that. Yeah. How about you? Did you do anything amazing? That's tight. Well, I live stream my life 24/7 for world peace, so I've been doing that for 4 years. I enjoyed cranberry sauce and turkey and roast and potatoes and vegetables. And then I watched football and I slept, which is like my favorite pastime. Word, dog. There are few things better than having a full stomach and napping. There are few things better. Word. It's amazing. What'd you say, Big Man? Yeah. Well, I consider it a privilege that you're joining mine. Don't we all? It's a great question. Mashed potatoes. Well, mashed potatoes and gravy. Does that mean with stuff inside them? Peas? Yeah, I mean, that's okay. I'm not against it, but I'm a big fan of just mashed potatoes in general. And I love mashed potatoes and gravy. I also like pumpkin pie. I like just about anything with gravy. Uh, Cranberry sauce has grown on me in as I've gotten older. When I was a kid, I couldn't stand it. It doesn't. It's okay now. Um, yeah, the same with stuffing. When I was a little kid, I did not. That was not my thing. but it's grown on me, I guess.
I feel like for your guys' house is like a bit of like an acquired taste.
Yeah,
Like
it
once you get like a little bit from the culture, you like appreciate the things.
exactly. No, exactly. It's a little tart. And as a little kid, I don't know if that was something that I very much enjoyed. I've always thought it was beautiful looking, though. Um, and as I've gotten older, the tartness is not as harsh for me.
Yeah.
Um, I'm a big fan of pumpkin pie. I'm a big fan of uh, like
Shut the fuck actually. Shit. Fire the shit.
you're good, big dog.
Yeah, I feel like once you get a little fucking like your version of shit fucking pops up. Especially with like cranberry sauce and like fucking smooth dry ass turkey.
Yeah,
Back
yeah,
the turkey a little bit later. And then you throw some fucking cranberry sauce on that shit. It's good.
right. There are some people who don't like turkey, but I like it. I like it in November. I like turkey in May. I like turkey year round. Um, I like the gravy with it, especially if like it's super dry. Though that's to be avoided. Um, and then throw some mashed potatoes in there.
Yo, bro, dude, fucking Thanksgiving and 4th of July are my favorite holidays.
They're two of my
Like I'm a
favorites.
big holiday.
They're
I'm on 4th of July, so we blow shit up and eat fucking barbecue. Fucking Thanksgiving is fucking me and my mom cooking, blowing shit up. Like this is the basically whenever we're home.
yeah, no, I get that definitely. Uh, I am a major fan of those as well, and there's something like so much more fulfilling of the holidays that have like meals attached to them as opposed to just like candy or something like that. You're never really satisfied with candy. It's kind of you eat too much of it, you get a little bit of a stomach ache. But like,
You wanna know what it is, man?
what is it? The sugar?
No, it's because the first time that men altered reality was through gratifying them. That's the first time that we completely changed our surroundings. That's why grandma and bringing bread and like wine and shit, right, is such a big thing. Is because it was changed on a molecular level. It's the first time that we hopped out of the fucking stove.
Alrighty.
No, it's interesting. Like if you're in the woods for a long fucking time, like you're in the woods for a long fucking time, man, and like you can like get the chance to bake a little bit of fucking bread, it sets you apart. It changes your reality from being completely overcome by the natural world to shifting and altering the natural world into something that you can control.
Oh, for sure. It's so difficult to create bread. You need the grain. You basically need a hearth or like an oven. You need time. You need leaven. Like,
You need voltage.
yeah, definitely. You need fire, of course. So, I mean, it's not it's difficult. That's why it was celebrated when it could be eaten. And then wine certainly is something that doesn't necessarily come easily. It takes time for everything to basically ferment. And um, both of those are not something that you can just have at any time. They take planning.
Yeah, yeah, it's interesting, man. Fucking, there's very basic amounts of shit. Like
All right, where do we stand on you joining this Discord? I'm ready for it. Dude, I don't do that. I just followed you with my main accounts. Follow me back on Twitter. Oh, dog. I figured that out about 10 minutes into our conversation, my man. No worries. Okay, check your most recent followers. Your pinky. All right. Hey, you're following me. Thank you. All right. So what more do you... Somebody's got to. All right. So are you in this Discord yet? Look, literally, go to the account that you just followed. It's in my profile, discord.gg. Okay. All right. Well, I've had 2,500 people who have figured this out. I'm sure you can figure it out too, my man. There he is. Oh, that's somebody else. What up, Omni Doc?
How you doing?
Every day's a holiday, every minute's a feast, thankfully. How are you, pimp?
Good.
What's new?
Good.
All right, but what's new? What'd you do today?
Nothing.
Is that a good thing?
Maybe.
All right. What's on your agenda for today?
Nothing much.
You're just cruising the Discord world?
Yeah.
Do you ever go on Twitter?
What?
Do you ever go on Twitter?
Not really.
Why not?
More change more MySpace.
All right. Is that a cool website?
Yeah, you should go on it.
It's always so complicated. All right. So, from your perspective, my man on Twitter, what happens when you click the discord.gg link?
I don't know.
Wait, hold on, OmniDuck. What's it saying? Okay. Doug, do you see there's a discord.gg/p link? Do you see that? Doug, I don't ask for school ID. I don't ask for that. Okay, I'm going to send you the link in your DMs.
Steve?
OmniDuck, just calm down. I'm speaking with
What's
somebody else.
happening?
I'm speaking with somebody.
I wasn't paying attention.
You're good, big man.
No, I wasn't paying attention.
I know, you're good. Pinky, check your DMs, dog. All you have to do is click that link. Pinky. Pinky. Check your DMs. Pinky. Pinky. All right, OmniDuck, what's on your agenda this week?
No idea.
Is that a good thing?
No idea.
Okay.
But I'm like very tired right now.
Well, go to sleep, Pinky. Doug, what are you talking about? It doesn't ask for EDU. Go. No, it's not. Go to your listen. Go to your DMs. Click the link that's in your DMs. Yeah, that's a new thing that they did. That's everybody's passcode, baby. All right, do you see I sent you a message? Dog, look at your most recent message. What's not to love, baby? Baby, I'm here. Baby, I'm here while you figure that out. I'm going to drain the snake. Dog, you got to figure this out. Dog, literally, what happens when you press the link that I sent you in your DMs? Did you create your account with a student email? Okay. Okay, do you have... Can you log into your Discord account? Okay, we'll do that. Doug. Doug, just log into your Discord and then I'll tell you what to do. Okay, we'll verify it, big dog. Dog, then create a new account. I was better when you were trying to get into my Discord. But man, you gotta figure it out. They're like... I'm waiting for you. I want you here, man.
to be there. You cover it
Baby, 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 baby. Your mind is going to be blown once you join this Discord. Oh, you didn't have to tell me that. I assumed. No, you got to be able to figure this out. I have confidence in you. My man, I have confidence in you.
My name is Source X. I am a Web3 marketer, and I help brands and innovators step boldly into the future. Web3 is transforming the way we connect, create, and grow, and I'm here to make sure you stay ahead of the curve. Together, we can explore new possibilities, unlock opportunities, and take your vision to the next level. Let's shape the future. Your Web3 journey starts now with Source X.
What's it say, big dog? Okay. Are you copy the link that I sent you in your DMs? Let me know when the link is copied. Thanks. I appreciate that. All right. Did you copy the link in your DMs yet? No, I don't know if you're half. You might be 3/4 of the way to this point. Whatever it is you are. Okay, just copy the link. Okay, so you got the link copied, the discord.gg link. It's copied, right? Okay, now go to your Discord account. Go. Are you in Discord in like a browser or in the app or something? All right, you're in. My man, are you in Discord? Okay, stop. Okay, so in the bottom left corner, do you see a plus in Discord? In the bottom left corner of Discord, do you see a plus? Okay, do you see on the hold on? Do you see on the left side where you have all of your different Discords? Okay, scroll all the way to the bottom, and you should see a plus. But you have to scroll the very bottom. Okay, press the plus. Now paste that discord.gg link into the. Did you put the discord.gg link into Discord? Okay. Does it say join server? There he is. Welcome. Look at you. You figured it out. Amazing. Welcome. Look at you. Yo. It's Jackalope. How you living, Jackalope? You figured it out. I know, man. And now you can watch me in multiple views. How sick is that? Pink, can you hear me? Pinky. Yo, Pinky, I just sent you my YouTube links. Look how many live YouTubes I'm on. It's in your DMs. You figured it out. I'm proud of you. I knew you had it in you. Absolutely. Now, go to your DMs in Twitter and look at the YouTube link I just sent you. You've never seen somebody live on so many different YouTube streams. Pinky, go to your DMs. I just sent you a YouTube link. Put that YouTube link in a browser. Look at how many live streams I have going on YouTube. There is no try. There is only do. Quit with the EDU. Nobody believes that. Nobody thinks that a school would let you in. Doug, I sent you a DM with the YouTube address. Put that in your browser. Okay, we're going to go over this again. I sent you a DM. How many different do you see? How many different lives do you see? Dog, I just sent you a link. How many lives do you see? Word. Yeah, no. Yeah, count how many live streams you see. Word, dog. Have you ever seen somebody who's live on more than one YouTube stream, let alone 10? Exactly. And I've been doing this for 4 years. Oh, okay, tight. How'd you learn about me? Oh, shout out to the homies. Yeah, this is a big deal. Have you ever heard me pitch in a Twitter space? Have you ever heard my shill in a Twitter space? No, you would remember it. It's the best one you've ever heard. That's what I like to hear. All right, you ready? Okay, but seriously, listen. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, okay, I can wait on that. All right, you ready? You're too far away from me to believe you. Okay, you ready? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a real life timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to watch these streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you'll find a link to my YouTube streams. You'll also find a link to my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and are growing every day. In addition to making you rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a hold on, let me finish. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be an optimistic person in your life. I'm here to have a positive role in the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. I love you too, big dog. Isn't that the best show you've ever heard in your entire life? Isn't that the best show you've ever heard in your entire life? Yeah, dog. I've been working on it for 4 years. I've got it all memorized. You can tell I'm not reading it. Yeah, it's taken over, dog. I've been on Twitter for a month, and I've got 1,800 followers, which is not easy to do without a verified account. Thanks, big man. So you should know I'm live in my Discord 24 hours a day. You can always connect with me. You know this space is always open, but I can barely hear anybody in here, so that's why I like people on my Discord. So now you have multiple ways to be able to connect with me. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, it's probably because you're in my Discord as well. So if you leave the Discord, then I won't echo. Just close the Discord, VC. Don't leave it. To clarify, just close the Discord, VC. Don't leave the entire server. Is what I'm saying. All right, you're gassy. You need to be burped. Jurisdiction. His name is Rabbi Silver. No, no socks. Something alcoholic. Dog, the last time I had eggnog, I allegedly had it at some friend's house and walked home, and it went through me like shit through a tin horn, and I shit myself in a park. Didn't shit myself. I just had to pull my pants down and shit in a park, allegedly. And then when I woke for synagogue the next day, a dog had eaten it. Oh, he left. Well, that may or may not be a true story. Oh, anyway. Shout out to Pinky. If he's Pinky, then I must be the brain. What up, baby? Yo, how you living? Dog, enjoy your eggnog, big man. Hope it's good. Word. I love me too. I love you as well. You're Pinky, I'm the brain, baby. You're Pinky, I'm the brain. Dog, we already had this conversation like 12 times. You're good, baby. What up, baby? All right, knock yourself out with that, baby. Do whatever makes you happy. Yo, dog. Yo, dog, you asked me that. What's your situation, big man? Okay. Okay. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, big man? Excellent. Are you a member of my Discord? Okay, well, what's stopping you? Even Pinky could figure it out. You tell me. Yo, what up?
Yo, sir.
Yo, how are you?
Good.
Excellent.
I was wondering if we could get Benny.
Uh, yeah, the answer is perhaps. I answered your question.
Yeah. change my habits just to let you know I'm safe. Make your money, dude. Make your money. Get the fuck out, bro.
We have the things, maybe taking game, fever, fish, like this, man, goodness, and picture,
Because I broke with follows explorerless space. She's a killer. But we have some new speakers. MSP, like that. Appreciate it. It's good, buddy. Just let's 7 hours to be out. Now worry about sugar life on the AI tyranny. Main platform in this country is a so I recommend you guys check it out. It's kind of like hybrid, but no case here. Chuck those
What up, baby?
show support. If they, they see that you're willing to improve. So, all right, we're going to go on to the next speaker. Rabbi Rothschild. Yeah, so don't want to just leave it that soon.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Shift. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, if you have not joined the Big Steppers Discord, you need to. I'm live in there 24 hours a day. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view this camera and my other camera angles, feel free to look at the link in my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you'll find a link to all my YouTube streams. You'll also find a link to my Linktree there. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I dare you to look at my Linktree. No one dares you to look at their Linktree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/Rabbi. I invite you to join. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
That's awesome, my bro. I really go support my bro, Rabbi Rothschild in space. Every comment is down below. Like, comment, post the space, comment, support the space. Show me that you are actively engaged in the space and all of these speakers and all this guys. Let's get right. I just want to say, man, like, most churches, we had a religion. Absolutely, we had a religion. It's involved in the speakers and all this guys. Let's get right. I just want to say, man, like, most churches, we had a religion. Absolutely, we had a religion. Like I mentioned myself, I can eventually, man, it never stops, bro. It never stops. It's absolute growth, absolute grinder.
Welcome.
My hats off to it, man. I said people like that, they're the influential people in the future. So guys, like I said, give everyone a 5 on the live stream. Love life. Love this football kick, and I'm going to step out now because it's been dinner time. And no doubt I'll be back in now probably about 20 minutes before we're going. Love you guys, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you for everything. Remember, jump in, say hello to the God, man. Give us some comments, give us some mentions, and I really appreciate the feedback. Maybe anyone wants to collaborate somehow, drop me a message on this chat. Thank you, Chef. Peter, thank you, Miss. Really appreciate having the mind you have. Never sign out. I'll switch to you. Hell yeah. Your vibes I give you. express my heart. I express and show love. I pretty much my real vibes. There is something else to do in this space. But yeah,
Thank you for the microphone, GM. To everyone, GM. To Shaggy the GM. Trina the GM. GM is all really listening as well.
yeah. If I show love my real vibes in this space, he's gonna be having a space later in this week. All right. Speaking panels, I'm down with lab. Alright, so I got a shit ton of people watch right? So it makes sense. But yeah, by bringing down, so much shit. Blessed. Alright, my bro Adam was in the space. Good to see you guys. Good morning. Good morning, bro. How are you? Happy Sunday. Would you like to show yourself, my bro? Yeah, sure. So, it's an opportunity. I'm just gonna provide so much that's timing so that once I think it's the first time that the project is actually products into the and so we actually see undone launches, which is the first needed cost to and then actually these watches racing, which is the F1 team that's currently currently racing in Qatar. And the campaign is going on until the end of December 7th. You can check it out online and then post there's a bit of information about it. But basically, just wanted to talk about the project itself. So the lab between Williams, as well as sharing the apps as many insight to it, which is like a little bit of a game that you can also see the mindset. So we can discuss this in spaces, you can discuss it in timeline, and that gives you the chance to win one of 6 options from which is, has a total value of $3,500. And on top of that, the result is the cloud, which is a decentralized physical infrastructure project, a team-building project, but also DKT tokens, which currently has a value of $1,000. And those are being distributed to everyone that is participating. So this is my project, which is Soldier, which is I've actually become identified by Apple, and that's mostly just been because everything is these days, and business opportunity to provide this. So it's yappers, podcasts, chirpers, or snappers. But in this case, you're singing business. So let's say you're sick, so you get all these awesome watches, and you should be worldwide. Check it out. Take a look at the post, and get the post, everything is going on. And I think you guys have the opportunity to get in there. Season, which is next weekend, is on the second, so it's competitive now. But it's the chance to level up and win one of these awesome watches. So yes, that's the opportunity to share. Yeah, no problem. I'm very appreciative. So my message actually is happening right after the victory in Abu Dhabi, so which I'm going to that's cool. But not actually going to be attending the victory itself this year. So it's yeah, are you coming out on this year? since you're talking about it, let's say not agree this year, but definitely that's going to be there. There's a bunch of crypto conferences coming together in the Middle East like around that time. So I think it's interesting actually because like I wasn't expecting this kind of opportunity to come through, but like it's basically there's quite a kind of I think of all of the different right, there's quite a good relationship with F1 crypto, and that's partly because it's celebrating every year. So I think the 59 pretty much was very weekend, right? So you end up with there's just a lot of and you see F1 races like a lot of the sponsors are crypto exchanges, like just Binance logo nowadays, and blockchains, native networks sometimes like take up the sponsorship. So I think this is like actually the beginning of leveraging info right to actually just share and promote not just crypto but like real world brands, right? Which is I think info has the potential to break through and cross over into like mainstream creative marketing, right? And so this is kind of the opportunity we've got. So just this is really, as I say, as far as I know, this is the first time that an info platform has teamed up with real world brands to ship real world watches. You get these watches ship worldwide, right? Like anyone can create this. It's the playing field is level. And you have a chance to get hold of one of these watches, and you can take a look at the watches themselves. They are beautiful timepieces, right? There's two available, as well as the racing one, the Carbono, which is worth about $400. And then there's another one which is based on the car itself, which is about $800 value. So, and these are definitely, we had a lot in the space last week, Thanksgiving, and they're very rich in kind of also collaborating on the project. They've got an project on custom watch. This is what they're all about, right? So this is what we're done. It's a custom watch brand, right? So this is we kind of help to spread the awareness into the crypto Twitter sphere, right? And so there's a good opportunity there to get close again. It's like mini apps spin some, there's a game, you spin various cards, there's points as well, and that's at the end of this weekend. So. Awesome, bro. Everything's good, bro. Adam, follow our space. We've never been here. So guys, I wish you like the space, especially and you guys answers commenting most important things to be doing in the space. Also, I got this space as well. Would you like to share out the most recent live in the space? It's so much of it, when I think about myself, I talk about my testimony, it is before and after. There's a change in your life that you can't explain. And if you were to look at the way you lived before and the way you live today, you realize how nature has had the opportunity, like it is for someone to change people who they are, which is so that's that. We're going to continue with Jim Harris, and we'll take calls from the rest of the state of Colorado. Elephants are calling each other by
regular maintenance and noteworthy. We build, install, and stick behind every system. For a limited time, we pay your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000. No tax special. LifeSource takes to build a difference. Ultimate efficiency product.
Communication channels, potential buyers, overall influence, search engine optimization, social media optimization, and AI machine learning, period. I want to emphasize that the aforementioned information and strategy will allow you the following. Please let me know if this information makes sense to you, period. Please let me know if you have any questions or need any further assistance at this time, period. one of your major goals is that when someone types in that you are associated with the first 10 results, period. You want to dominate search engines, and this strategy will allow you to do so, period. Right now, of the top 10 results that I see in Google, you have two of them. From an initial look, you only are associated with two of the first 10 results on Google, and nothing on YouTube, the number two website in the world, period. Utilizing the aforementioned strategy will change that, period. You will dominate Google, YouTube, Instagram, Excellent, period. As you know, comma, I'm live 24/7, period. You can always connect with me in Discord or send me a DM, comma, should you have questions, period. Yo, what up, Pam? How are you? Wow. Well, I hope the best for you. I'm just chilling. You're welcome, big man. Okay, don't come back when you can. Word, baby. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, slanging dick like it's going out of style. How about you? Peace, baby. What up, Tim?
It's really
That's what the challenge is. And I show this picture. And I want to say that I have two lives. I want to show you. But my mother told me not to. She told me not to. So I'm not going to share that with you. Because shit is crazy. But trust me, it's some shit I want to tell you. I just can't tell you. I really wish I could say it.
What up, baby? Very well. Hey, yo, big dog. Are you a member of my Discord? All right, well, good. How's the barbecue? Love you too, big dog.
of vehicular manslaughter and general endangerment. KTLA reports that Adobe and the passenger BMW SUV is the 3 children and one of the passengers, Liberty and Evan, were taken to the hospital. Officials say an accident happened with officer caution in the parking lot. That was the smoke started in Palisades on January 1st and reignited at the Palisades fire 6 days later. Documents released this week by attorneys representing Palisades fire victims details an agreement between the LAFD and Calabrese Parks that sets guidelines for how fires are fought and modified. Some parks are Mega State Park. It lists concerns about sensitive plants, animal species, and tribal sites. It also emphasizes modifying wildlife. It says boats bathing should be minimized and restricted to hot areas near fire lines. It's not clear if these guidelines and restrictions inhibit the firefighters from fully extinguishing all fire.
I want to be horrid. That's the funniest fucking name I've ever used.
With this midnight prostitute. So like this is not like a gone olam over here. But yet when she wants him to worship idolatry, she's like idolatry is like what? You're about to engage this woman. Like, I know what I'm about to do. But just because I'm about to do that doesn't mean that I'm going to worship idolatry. Right? Those are worlds apart. So what did she say to him? Amrlo, come on, don't make more of it than it has to be. This is Ba'ar. So all you need to do is defecate, right? That's all you really need to do, right? Just a normal bodily function, right? So just go ahead, just relieve yourself. It's good for the body, it's healthy. So really, anyway, you're happy, Ido's happy, I'm happy, then we'll all be happy, right? And it's going to be fantastic. So just do a little defecation, we'll be good to go. Now, now, the Jewish man didn't realize that the way to worship Baal is through defecation. So he just thinks that this is a really strange woman, right? But at the same time, he really wants her. So okay, if that's what it takes, then okay, I guess okay, right? So it might say again, say defecates, okay. Now after he defecates, he says, oh, by the way, one more thing. I need you to repudiate the authenticity of the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. I will say, now at this point in time, our Yid is really far into this, right? He drank wine, he defecated, right? So pretty much like he's in, right? He's in. So at this, I will say, at a certain point in time, he made so many wrong turns, and you look back at those turns, right? And you're like, oh my gosh. So at this point in time, he's so far in with this woman that the might say he goes out and he complies. So ultimately, and this is how it started. I want to point out two things from the story. Number one, do you understand, by the way, to what lengths they went through? Like, this is a complex scheme, right? And this is time. You know what this is? This is real anti-Semitism. You have to, to kill someone, a chit-chat. Okay, you can kill someone. You pick up and do what you have to do. It's a couple of moments, right? And that's it. It's done. This is time. This is resources. This is planning. This is hatred. This is what hate. When you hate someone, so if I can hate someone enough to like smack them across the face, because again, it's episodic. If they're, he's there, I'm there, we're arguing. Okay, we're done. I'm not going to grab. I'm just saying, you understand. You can understand that, but like you're tying up resources. You're sacrificing a generation of women. Like this is a lot. There's a lot of resources going into Judaism. That's anti-Semitism. I'll say, by the way, this is what we see this, but no, okay, we have to finish. Let's go back. This is one of those, like, it also tells you, by the way, that the pathway to sin is often paved with very innocuous activities. It started with shopping. By the way, you can use this one. Shopping is a gateway activity. Right, travel the Zara. Right? And what are you going to do? You're going to argue? You're going to argue with that? It's not me. It's Sanhedrin Kovod. Bad things happen when Jews shop. Right? So again, it's fascinating just to see that Steve, that one goes on the list. Bad things happen when Jews shop, right? And so I just want to point out that it started. Now again, there's nothing wrong with shopping. We're buying Klei Pishtan. What is interesting about say is I want to point out how many Klei Pishtan does one person need? Right? Why is it coming back to the marketplaces multiple times. Remember again, I was like, they didn't need any dry cleaning in the midbar because the Baruch Hu did everything for that. So I was like, if they were coming back multiple times, what did that show you? Excess of materialism. Excess of materialism. You don't need that many sets of Quakish done. You don't need that many articles of clothing. No one needs a wardrobe like that. And if you just keep buying and buying and buying and purchasing and purchasing and purchasing, then your focus is shifted. Again, enjoy the material world, enjoy materialism, but don't let it become your focus. The moment it becomes my focus is the moment that I am now opened up to a whole bunch of other things. So overindulgence in the material leads to what? A glass of wine with a woman you should not be having a glass of wine with, and not because she's a zona. There's a very simple reason. You should not be having a glass of wine with any woman who is not your wife, your mother, your sister, or your daughter. If they are not directly related to you, you should not be having a glass of wine with them. Simple math. Simple math. Bad things happen when men and women who are not married to each other or directly related to one another share alcoholic beverages. It's not good. It's not good. So you see again, over excess in materialism led ultimately again to glass of wine with people that you should not be having wine with. And then what happens? They're both say, avodah zarah, immorality, all this stuff. And where did it start with? What did it all start with? It started with too many linen garments. Too many linen garments. I will say, this is the most important. This is why a person has to live life with such mindfulness and such awareness. Every action has consequences, and every action is a gateway to something that follows it. And even something that is inherently non-sinful, but might not be the right thing to put me in the direction I need to get to in life. All right, let's go weiter. Rabbi Omer, Shitin Shema. The name of the place is Shitin. Rabbi Shua Omer. Shinas Asku Divrei Shkos. No, it's called Shitin because again, it was a place in Klal Yisrael. Ultimately, again, that we involved in frivolity. Shkos. Vatikar la'al nazich Eloheihen. Rabbi Elazar Omer Arumos Hagu Bahen. And literally, again, the Midianite women, they didn't even wear clothing. That isn't wear clothing. In other words, they were so bent on just enticing the Jewish men to sin that, like, even debased themselves to the point just to get the men to sin. Obviously, the men, so let's say the men seen women like this, again, so became a bal carry. All they were similarly missions. My Lashon Rafidim, Rabbi Elazar Omer Rafidim Shema, Rabbi Shua Omer, Sharipu Asma Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, they became weakened in their relationship with Torah. Sne'amar, Lo Hifnu Avos Abanim Yerifnu Yadayim. Ari Yochanan, Kamokum Shne'amar Vayeshev, Ela Lashon Sar. So let's say wherever the Torah uses Lashon of Vayeshev is always Lashon of Sar, a Lashon of difficulty. Shne'amar, Vayeshev Yisrael B'Shivim, Vayachal Al-Miznos, Abram Smol, Vayeshev, so that's our story over here by Bilam. Vayeshev Yaakov Eretz Migurei Aviv, Eretz Kinan, Vayavi Yosef Zivah Samal. So we'll say ultimately Vayeshev Yaakov, the cell of Yosef. V'ne'emar Vayeshev Yisrael Eretz Goshen, Vayikvu Yimei Yisrael Lamos. Like Yaakov in himself in Goshen, Yaakov in the time not long after. Vayeshev Yehuda Yisrael of Beta, Ishtachas Gavno, Tachas Teinaso. Vayakal Hashem L'Satan Shlomas Hadad Ha'adomi Mizera Hanalach U'Be'edom. So again, I must say, whenever you see the word Vayeshev, as much as Vayeshev sounds like a lashon like tranquility, usually it foreshadows something negative that is going to happen. As Bilam. So once ultimately Klal Yisrael kills all of the kings of Midian, and they also killed Bilam along with the kings of Midian. That says the Gemara. So the Gemara says, my boy Hassan, why was Bilam with the kings of Midian? Why was he there? First, you want so it's like, because Bilam went to collect his honorarium. Now, why did Bilam get an honorarium? After all, again, he did understand the people. Because what's he's saying better than person? What did he do? He devised the strategy to lure us into a web of immorality, which cost the lives of 24,000 Jews. So Bilam went to the kings of Midian and said, Chevra, pay up. I delivered you dead Jews. Like I went ahead and caused Klal to suffer this terrible misfortune. You give me my money. And what ends up happening? He goes to collect payment. And what happens? He goes to collect payment and he ends up dead. Killed by Klal Yisrael. This is what the famous adage, Gamla alzla unibai karni, so that's the famous, everyone knows this saying, right? The camel goes to get a pair of horns and ends up losing its ears. Again, once again, much better than the Aramaic, right? But you understand. In other words, the camel wants something like camel is big. What does a camel want? Camel wants. Well, everybody wants horns. Who doesn't want horns? No one messes with you when you have horns. And the camel, in his quest for horns, ends up losing his own ears. Right? Bilam wanted his son that was beyond his reach, and he ended up losing everything, namely his life. That's Bilam and Noah Kosei. And they killed Bilam ben Ba'or, the sorcerer. Marsh is saying he wasn't a sorcerer, he was a Navi. Navi, why is he called a sorcerer? Rabbi Yochanan B'Tchila Navi L'Basot Kosher. In the beginning, he was a Navi. But then I will say, sorcerer is a lesser position than a Navi. See, he was a Navi, but because of a series of bad choices, ultimately, again, he's just labeled as a sorcerer. The Sagni, the Shilti, Havai, Aizen, the Gabi Navi. The woman, the princess, who was once married to royalty, ultimately committed adultery with a laborer. In other words, we'll say it is bad for the princess to commit adultery. It's even worse when she commits adultery with like a menial laborer. So again, Bilam wasn't Navi. But ultimately, again, he degraded himself so badly that he's simply known as a sorcerer. I will say when the Jews killed Bilam, they killed him in a way that he suffered all 4 forms of execution. Skila, Sreita, Hereg, Bechenet. They had to do this. Rashi points out something amazing. They hanged him. Right? They hanged him. Right? So ultimately, I says, listen to this. So Rashi points out they hanged him underneath the fire. So what happened? By hanging him, ultimately, again, that's chenek. Then they decapitated him. That's saif. Right? That's herek. That's saif. That's the sword. Right? Then he falls down into the fire. That's skila. The skila is pushing the person off a roof, and then he burns in the fire. That's shreifa. Executing with all four forms of Nisa. But how old was Bilam when he died? How old was he when he died? So he might say, because of actually you can see your name. So again, so interestingly enough, Rabbi said, I don't know, but here's what I would surmise. Since the pasuk says, deceitful people, do not even live to half of their life. So we'll say general lifespan is 70 years. Half of that life would be 35, which means Rishon don't even live to 35. So Rabbi Hanina says, I would guess, by crossing or by crossing the Arba. He was either 33 or 34. Some age right below 35. Somebody shouted and he said, I have Bilam's journal. I got a copy of his journal, and in the journal I saw because today, or a book about Bilam, and in it it's written that Bilam was killed by Pinchas at the age of 33 years old. So it says Bilam was 33 when he died. Ultimately, again, let's have to stop over here. We got Talmud days. Let's again. We move the goalposts every day. Right today, we got Talmud days. Let's say, shkayach everyone. Shkayach, tremendous. Right, yeah.
Hello, everyone. On their attention. We have to respect our neighbors. We sit down listening to our
In general.
I've had that same thought. Yeah.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Hey. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drushes this year, wishing a tremendous mazel tov to Naftali's friend Benjamin Wall on the occasion of the marriage of his dear son Tuvia to Shira. The beautiful couple of Meretz Hashem experienced tremendous nachas and hatzlacha, and provide that to all of Klal Yisrael as well. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan, Paul Kapalik, in celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife Kathy and granddaughter Tikva Esther. Anonymous Talmud Torah sponsor in the schus of Simchas for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geula Shlema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram and Shane become the memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Braina Bas Yoshua Heshley Zichron Levracha. A week of learning sponsors: Paul and Kathy Pollack. Narration of the arts are Paul's father, Shmuel Ben Zachariah, and Cyril Bas Rabdov, and Steve Golaskov, in honor of all of the bracha that Hashem has provided for me, Jordana, and our families. Beautiful, beautiful. Shkoyach. As is beautiful. Also with that, let us begin and tremendous shkoyach. Shabzavi Daniel and the Chazara Chabura. I think a record crowd this morning. Baruch Hashem, absolutely. I'm sorry.
Excited.
That's right, Kol B'nai Malachim. Good. All right, Baruch Hashem. They're definitely better rested. But it's really, and also to have again. I know it only ends up being a couple of minutes, but the truth is, remember, to get a couple of minutes of Chazara and to walk away with reinforcing some of these souls of the daf. Obviously, you'd need probably a full hour to mamish, but like to get accomplished in 10 minutes is incredible and a tremendous fact to all those who push themselves even just a little bit more. Incredible. Also, today's daf is Kuvav 106. We are picking up the Mitzvah on Kukiyama days. We have a lot to do today. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up from before it gets wide. So remember again, we were speaking about, we ended off yesterday's daf with this fascinating sugya about how exactly was Bilam able to curse Klal Yisrael. And the Gemara explained that essentially Bilam understood the exact moment that the Ribono Shel Olam gets angry. And he understood that if he was able to curse Klal Yisrael during that moment, that it would have catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. A miracle occurred, and that entire time that Bilam was trying to curse Klal Yisrael, that entire time, Hashem Baruch Hu never got angry. So we're picking up on that. The Gemara says that's right. So this is what Bilam said to Balak. Balak, what do you want from me? I can't curse Klal Yisrael if Hashem Baruch Hu doesn't want to curse them. Right? There's nothing for me to do if I can't curse the people. El Za'im B'chol Yom, the Kama Zamo. So the Ribono Shel Olam gets angry every day. And how long does the anger of the Ribono Shel Olam last for? So the Gemara says, Rega. It's just a few moments. Just a few, or really I should say, just a moment. Just a moment. A singular moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets angry at. And if you catch God in that moment, then terrible catastrophic consequences for Klal Yisrael. Shneimar, Tirega Biapo, Chayim B'Tzom. Ibaysim, there are possibilities. So we'll say, so again, let's just Tirega Ba'apo. It's only a moment. It's only a moment of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's wrath. The other possibilities is by Seymour, Lech Ani, Boba Chadarecha. The Navi says, my nation, go into your hiding place. Go into your hiding place. Usigar Dalascha Ba'adecha. Close the door behind you. Chadi Kimat Taga. Hide yourself literally again for just a moment. Ad Ya'avar Za'an. Until the divine wrath passes by. So again, same idea. Chadi Kimat Taga. Just wait a moment until the divine wrath passes. So the Gemara says, good. Now, Emas Rasas, when does this moment of anger occur? When does Hashem Baruch Hu get angry? So the Gemara says, in the first 3 hours of the morning, the early morning, ultimately, again, when the feathers of the rooster are totally white. So the Gemara says, the feathers of the rooster are always white. So apparently again throughout the day it might be white, but there are so small streaks of red in these early hours of the morning. So it's totally white. Okay, so we'll say a story. Kind of a story here. There was a min. Before min is a heretic. There was a heretic who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi. Right? And I'll say again, now when it says a min, this is obviously an incredibly antagonistic person. And he just gave Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi just a very difficult time. Very difficult time. So what happened? This is incredible. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi had an idea. Yom Echad, Naked Tanagol, Va'asher B'Karei, Va'osif Va'amar Kimata L'Shaita, Ilache. So Yeshua has a great idea. He's like, I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. So what do you do when you're done with the guy? You get a rooster, you tie it to your bed, right? You wait until the moment that you see that the feather totally turns white, and you curse him. And that way, again, you are tapping into that moment of divine wrath. Hey, you can be done with this guy. Now, listen, I actually want to point out, obviously, the fact that Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi is going to this length, there's two things happening over here. Number one, the guy is a min, right? So in other words, there's a theological issue, right? That's number one. Number two, obviously, he was subjecting Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi to a tremendous amount of difficulty, right? And pain. It's very sure maybe is willing to go to these lengths to be able to do this. So I just want to point out again, we're only being told part of the story, but for myself, it's clear that there's much more that's happening over here. Okay, so Yeshua maybe is ready to curse the guy. Listen to this. When that moment came, so literally again, it's early morning, and therefore again, Yeshua maybe is ready to curse the guy. When that moment is about to come, what happens? So Yeshua fell asleep. He fell asleep. The Gemara says, he fell asleep. So Rishon says it's clear. Lav Orachara means this is not the normal way. But Rishon says the fact that I fell asleep, right? Sometimes she's like up, he's up the whole time, just waiting for that one moment. And literally when that one moment came, he fell asleep. So the fact that he fell asleep in that moment, that Rishon says indicates that what? This Baruch doesn't want me to do this. It's not what God wants. It's not the approach that Baruch wants. Lav Orachara B'tsev, Kan Anosh B'tzadik Lo. Right? The tzaddik punishing someone, right? And the tzaddik being the vehicle of misfortune for someone is not. Israel doesn't want us to go ahead and hurt each other. And even if the other deserves it, it's not. Israel doesn't want us hurting each other. Israel doesn't want us harming each other. Even if the other, right? Rashi says over here, "Inachon the tzaddik shein manish." It's not good for the tzaddik to be the vehicle of punishment, and it's not good for someone to be punished because of the tzaddik. Incredible. More like that. I will say, and ultimately again, even with a min, right? Even with someone who's a heretic, it's good for the tzaddik. It's not good for the tzaddik ultimately again to be the vehicle of divine punishment. Incredible. We'll say, 105b, second of the widest lines. On the bottom. Tell him to very near. Somebody has coins. So again, the Gemara now says here, when the sun rises and the kings, the sun worshippers, go ahead and put their crowns on their head and worship the sun, and the Baruch Hu gets upset. In other words, the topic of what does that do with anything? We're talking about God getting upset. So when does God get upset? When the Baruch Hu goes ahead and sees his creations have forgotten about him and instead serve other creations, that's what gets upset. Back to Bilam. Bilam got up in the morning, and he went ahead and he saddled his donkey. Okay, so I will say, now what's bothering me more about the pasuk over here? Bilam is a chashuv guy. He's important. If he's important, then what should he not be doing? Right? He shouldn't be saddling his own donkey. You have a guy for that. Right? When you reach a certain level. So why is it that Bilam himself is the one who is saddling his donkey? So we must Rabbi Shimon Elazar, Aval Livatalas Ashur Shal Gidolam. So this is very interesting. There are certain things that disrupt the natural order of life. One of them is love. Love, right? You say, what is it? Love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of human behavior. Where do we know this from? So the Gemara says, Avram, Tsiv, Vayashkim, Avram Baboker. Avram Avinu, the morning of the Akedah, right, got up, and Avram Avinu also saddled his donkey. Avram has a guy, right? Avram has multiple guys. So why is he saddling his own donkey? Because remember, this is on the way to the Akedah. He's consumed with love for Yitzchak, consumed with love for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to serve the Rebbeinu Shalom. And love makes you do crazy things. Love disrupts the natural order of things. Okay. Furthermore, what else disrupts the natural order of things? Sinah, mevateles, shura, shal gedula. So we'll say hatred. Hatred also disrupts the natural order of things. Mi bilam shene'emar vayakam bilam baboker vayachavoshes asono. Ultimately, again, Bilam got up in the morning and he saddled his own donkey. So I say it's interesting what's common denominator between love and hate, right? They're extreme emotions. So what do you see from here? Extreme emotional situations sometimes make us do irrational things. Right? So fascinatingly enough, over here, the irrationality for Avram Avinu was beautiful because he was saddling his own donkey, consumed by his love for Hashem. Bilam was so consumed by his hatred and animosity for Klal Yisrael that he saw his own donkey. Now, in Bilam's case, the hatred was all consuming that even to the point where his behavior was clearly self-destructive and detrimental, he could not stop. Because they've often thought there's one more emotion that really belongs in this line, and that's pachad mekalka asashura, fear fear is also a very strong emotion, and fear also disrupts the natural order of things. How many times in life are we faced with incredible opportunities to accomplish great things, but sometimes we are so scared of failure, so scared of the possibility of failure, that we simply don't take it. That doesn't make any sense. Every life endeavor carries with the possibility of failure, right? Every life initiative carries the strong possibility of falling flat on your face and not even going back to where you started, but even being pushed back a couple of steps. But if you can't handle the fear of failure, then you can never progress in life. But yet, so many of us kind of just settle for a life of mediocrity because we're afraid of what may occur if we push ourselves a little bit more. Incredible. Beautiful Gemara. Person should learn Torah. I will say, by the way, I'll just point out, I just found something amazing. Where, just so you should understand, where is it that, in all seriousness, that we have the Torah to get up at a really ungodly hour, to be able to learn Torah each and every day, right? And some of us have been doing this for years. Some of us have even been doing this, for more than a decade. Where does that koach come from? It's important to understand. It comes from Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Vayashkim Avraham Baboker is not rolling out of bed at a normal hour. Vayashkim Avraham Baboker is early, ridiculously early. Ridiculous. Why? To serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because when you love something, no matter how exhausted you are, right? If you think about it, if your child needs to get picked up at the airport, right? So you're not saying to yourself, the flight comes in at 6 a.m. So I have to leave my house at 4:30. You're not like, listen, Shaker, I love you. Get a cup of coffee. I'm going to be there around 9, right? Just hang out a little bit, right? Right? Getting a lot of blank expressions over here. Maybe we should do that. Take an Uber. Like, in other words, when you love something, even though again it's falling on my face, it's not like you're any more rested because you love something. You're literally exhausted. But again, I push myself because I love it. So where do we get that caught? And I will say again, it's important to understand that what it is that we do is like a shtickle abnormal. And it'd be a little bit more normal to get a little bit more sleep, and to be a little more rest, and to be whole people that are like seen double by 7 o'clock in the evening, right? It would be a little bit. So what's the pshat? Where does it come from? Vayashkim Avraham Baboker. Avram was the first person to say, when you love the Ribono Shel Olam, when you love the Torah, get up early, push yourself to do things that are a little bit abnormal. And I will say, every single morning, when we do it, just understand, we are Abrahamic. We're mamish, following in the footsteps of the Zayda, because Abba Mekalkel Es Hashura. Love makes people do crazy things, sometimes in the negative, but for us as Yidden, always in the positive. Incredible. Okay, so Gemara goes back there. Person should always learn Torah mitzvahs. Shalom l'shma, even not for the right reasons. Even shalom l'shma, right? Why? Gemara says shalom l'shma, shalom l'shma, ba'al l'shma. So it's because why? Sometimes in life, what's most important is do things for the right reasons. Even if at the end of the day, do the right thing, even if it's for the wrong reasons. Why? Because over time, you'll come to do it for the right reasons. In other words, even if right now I'm not doing things for the right reason, over time I'll come to do it for the right reason. Listen to this. This is wild. Balak, the king of Moab, just follow the story. Balak, the king of Moab, who hired Bilam to curse Klal Yisrael. So take away that. Balak's a bad guy. Balak is a bad guy. But yet he offered up 42 karbanos to the Ribono Shel Olam. It wasn't to idolatry. It was to God. Now he offered up 42 karbanos because he wanted God to curse Klal Yisrael. But Lamaisa, again, don't get caught up in the details, right? At the end of the day, he served HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara says, in the schos of his service of Hashem, not for the right reasons. He had a granddaughter by the name of Ros. Ros had a great grandson by the name of David. And David and Eretz Hashem have an Anatol by the name of Mashiach. So as I see, Mashiach comes from Balak. How crazy is that? And Mashiach comes from Balak, who did something holy for all the wrong reasons. He offered up 42 karbanos to Baruch Hu, all for the wrong reasons. Baruch Hu says, you know what Baruch says to him? Shkoyach. I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm not cursing Klal Yisrael, but look how amazing it is. Sometimes the most beautiful results come from the most unholy of sources. as long as those unholy sources are laced with holiness, right? Sometimes, again, the most incredible results come about even from the most unnoble intentions. But nevertheless, Kadosh Baruch Hu takes our avodah, even if it's shalom d'shma, because ultimately great things happen. Incredible. So one goes weiter. I'm Rabbi Yossi Bar Huna. Rus Bito Shal Eglon Ben Beno Shal Balak Melech Moavaya. I say, yeah, the Gemara just says it. Rus was the daughter of Eglon. Eglon, right, was the king of Moab, right? And Eglon was the great grandson of Balak, Melech Moab. Good. So I'm going to Rabbi Mari. Said the Yited Elokim and Shem Shlomo Yishmecha. The Igdo as Kisom is Pisacha. So it's beautiful. So this is going to be talking to David HaMelech. And if God says David HaMelech, God will make the name of Shlomo. Now what it sounds like it's saying is God will make the name of Shlomo even greater than your name. And his throne will be even greater than your throne. So the Gemara says, is it appropriate to talk to the king this way, seeing that the next king is going to be even greater than you? That doesn't seem to be the greatest amount of respect. In other words, saying that, right, the next king, you're good. Next king, he's going to be fantastic. Is that right here to talk? Amalei, Me'im Kamalei. No. The Navi wasn't saying to David that Shlomo is going to be greater. It means that Shlomo's greatness is going to be like yours. Me'im, like your greatness. I'll tell you what, I have to interpret it this way. Tvorach Minoshim Yael. Eishes Chaver Hakimi, Minashim Ba'ohel Tevurah. So we'll say Yael, right? Yael, who killed Sisera, helped to cement the victory of Devorah and Barak. So when Devorah praises her, he says, Tvorach Minashim Yael, you will be blessed from amongst women Yael, right? The wife of Chaver Hakimi, Minashim Ba'ohel Tvorah. From the women, now here's the interesting part. Minashim, what does that mean? Minashim Ba'al Tvorah. So it would be tempting to translate it as you'll be even greater than the women of the tent. Right? Now, who are the women of the tent? Maninu, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, Leah. Emos. Now, what does it mean? Is the Navi saying that Yael's greater than the women of the Emos? So the Gemara says, Orach Ara Lemema Haki. Did it be that Yael was greater than the Emos? Of course not. Me'im Kamar. How can I Me'im Kamar? So no. What Devorah was saying to Yael is, you are almost as great as the Emos. Much in the same way that the Navi is telling David, your son Shlomo will be almost as great as you. So that was his interpretation of one. Other possibilities. Listen to this. Bakal Adam Miskane. Mostly in general, we are jealous of other people. This is a very affirming Gemara. What does this mean? Bakal Adam Miskane means I am jealous of the success of other people. This is very affirming Gemara, right? Because as much as the Torah tells us, "Lo sachmo, don't covet," it is normal and natural to be jealous of other people's success, right? Someone has more money than me. Someone is more successful than me. Someone have more career accomplishments than me. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of people who eclipse me. But the Gemara says there are two exceptions to this: chutz, mibino, and talmido. There are two people who you're never jealous of, and two people who you want to be even greater than you. Number one, your son, and number two, your talmid. Your talmid, your student. What every parent wants, I want my child to be better than me. I want them to be better than me. I want them to learn from all of my mistakes, to learn from all of my wrong turns, and I want them to be 100 times better. My talmid, what does every single Rebbe want? Every single Rebbe wants a talmid, ultimately, again, who goes ahead and is greater than him, smarter than him, better than him. Because also in both of these cases, the students, like my son's success feels like my success, and my talmid's success feels like my success. So the Gemara says to this. The Gemara says, so from son, how do we know that a father wants a son? So that's from Shlomo. That's why, again, according to the tradition, Rabbi was telling David, Shlomo will be greater than you. He will be greater than you. And David's like, great. Right? And tell me, where do we know that? Isn't that what Tamida? Ibai Sema. Vinina Pishain Berukavai, right? Ibai Sema, Yismoch Esyadav Allah Vayitzaveu. So one possibility is we learn it from Elisha, right? That ultimately, again, Eliyahu gives Elisha Pishnayim, a double portion of his greatness. So Eliyahu wanted Elisha to be greater, or Moshe to Yoshua. Hashem said to Moshe, place your hands, singular, on Yoshua, and Moshe placed his hands, plural, on Yoshua. So again, both of these Rebbeim wanted their Talmidim to be even greater than them. Incredible. Let's go back to Vayasim Davar B'fi Bilam. Let's go back to Bilam. So Hashem placed his words in Bilam's mouth. Rabbi Omer Malach. Rabbi Yoros and Omer Chika. So again, so one opinion says that Hashem placed the malach in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from saying and from cursing in the way he wanted to. Other opinion says he placed the hook in Bilam's mouth to prevent Bilam from talking. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. But already also Rasha. So we'll say this is incredible. If you want to know how Bilam wanted to curse Klal Yisrael, look how he blessed Klal Yisrael. In other words, from the blessings you can see the curses. How so? The Gemara says, listen to this. Bilam wanted us to have no more shuls. No more shuls and no more batei medrash. So the Gemara says, what did he say? Matavu ohalecha Yaakov. Right? Again, I was going to say it's interesting. From whatever he cursed, whatever the curse was, you could see from the curse what he had. Sorry, you could see from the blessing what he had in mind to curse. So he praises the tents of Klal Yisrael. That means he wanted to destroy the future batei medrash and batei knesiyos of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. Lo tishra shchina aleim. Don't let the shchina rest upon them. Umishkino sach Yisrael. Lo tehei malchus animshach. Don't let the monarchy of Klal Yisrael endure. Ki nechalim nitayu. Lo yehelam zeisim ukramim. They shouldn't have any type of vineyards, right? Vineyards or groves. So the Gemara says, "Kidanos alinar." No, their scent literally shouldn't waft. Just like that word, right? Should waft. In other words, that their scent, they shouldn't have it. What does that mean? That their scent shouldn't waft. It shouldn't have an impact on the world. So the Gemara says, "Ka'aldim nita Hashem lo Ka'aldim nita Hashem lo yelahem malachim balekoma." Their kings should not have stature. Ka'arazim alimayim. They should not have a dynastic monarchy. Yizal Mayim Midalyo. The monarchy should not have any control over the nations of the world. Vizaru Bamayim Rabbi. The monarchy should not be strong. Vayorem Me'agag Malko. Lote Emas Malkusan. No one should fear their monarchy. Batinazim Malkusan. Rabbi Abba kind of says as follows: Kulam Chazru L'Klala. Here's what's incredible. As much as Bilam's curses did not come true, they didn't come true at the time that he said them. But they have come true throughout Jewish history. They have, right? In other words, that there are different periods of time, and throughout different periods of time, Bilam's curses did come true. Except for one. Klal Yisrael, we've never lost our shuls and our batei medrash. Isn't that incredible? There's never been a period of Jewish history without Yidden having shuls and batei medrash. Absolutely incredible. Shnei Amar, Vayapok Hashem Elokecha Lefas HaKlal L'Bracha, Ki Yahev Hashem Elokecha Klalos V'lo Klalos. Ultimately, again, so most of the curses at some point in time did come true, but the one where Bilam said, "You'll never have batei medrash. You'll never have batei knesiyos," that never came true. Throughout the entirety of our history, a Jew, we were never without batei knesiyos and batei midrash. Actually, also, our Rebbe, every single week we learn the Piyashets now.
How are you?
The Rebbe maintained a clandestine base medrash and clandestine shul in the Warsaw Ghetto throughout the years that he was there. Like that's Ish Kodesh, the drushes that he gave. So can you imagine this? Even literally when we're in Gehenna. So all the other curses came true. But a yid without a base medrash, a yid without a shul, that never happened in the entirety of our history. Absolutely incredible. Let's go right there. Gemara says, "I'm Rabbi Shlomo Nachman, Rabbi Yochanan, Yonasan, Ma'itechsid, Ne'emanim Pesei Ohev, V'nei Etaros Mishikos Soning." So literally translated, what does it mean? Essentially, good are the injuries given to you by someone who you love, and despised are the kisses of an enemy. What does that mean? So the Gemara says, "Tova Kolash Kila Achi Ashiloni Es Yisrael Yosem Ibracha Shebircham Bilam Arasha." We'll say this is wild. So ultimately, again, the klala, the curse that we got from Achi Ashiloni, right? We learned, remember again, Achi Ashiloni. We learned about him. Where did we see him? Just a few days ago. Where did we see him? Excellent. By Yeravam ben Nevat, right? He was the one who took the garment, tore it into 12 pieces, gave Yeravam 10 of the pieces, says, "You are now the Melech over 10 tribes." Achi Ashiloni. So doesn't Achi Ashiloni cursed us then? What it means he cursed us is he was delivering verbal rebuke on behalf of God. So essentially, better to get the quote-unquote curse, the rebuke of Achi Ashiloni, than the bracha of Bilam. This is an incredible Gemara. How so? This is an overwhelming Gemara. Listen to this. Here we go. Achi Ashiloni, Kilo as Yisrael B'Karim. So Achi Ashiloni cursed us. And again, I will say curse is a strong word. He's delivering rebuke. Okay, but we're going to call it a klala. When he cursed us, he could refer to Klal Yisrael as a reed. As a reed, a kana. Listen to the Shnei Amar. V'hika Hashem es Yisrael kasher yonot hakana b'mayim. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu will literally strike Klal Yisrael just like a reed is stricken in the water. So we'll say, now what does this mean? So why does he compare us to a reed? Get ready for this, this is incredible. So first of all, a reed always stands by water, right? V'gizel machlif, and a reed regenerates. So it's always found by water. It regenerates. Shrashav merubin, it has a lot of roots. And afilu kol luchos shaba'olam ba'os v'noshin lo. And listen, what happens with a reed? A reed is soft. Because it's soft, all of the winds of the world could blow against it. And what happens to the reed? Eina mazizin also mikoma. So what happens to the reed is the reed be totally blown over, even laying on its side, but it's never uprooted. It's never uprooted. The notion is Eina mazizin also mikoma. Elahu holech ubay man. So ultimately, again, the reed just sways with the wind. Kevan shedomamu haluchos amad kanabim komo. But as soon as the wind is finished, what happens to the reed? It stands right back up in place. Yet interestingly enough, about Bilam Arasha, Bilam blessed us, and he called us a cedar tree. Now, what's the chap with the cedar tree? So first of all, the cedar doesn't grow by water, right? And furthermore, the cedar has a very shallow root system. Once you cut down a cedar tree, it does not go ahead and regenerate. And cedar is a very strong tree, and therefore all of the winds in the world could blow against it, and they won't move it. But once the southern wind goes ahead and blows against the cedar tree, so apparently, again, while all the winds can't do anything to the cedar tree, the southern wind does have the ability to uproot it and put it on its face. Not only that, the old, going back to the reed for just a moment, the kana, furthermore, I will say the reed is privileged to be fashioned into a quill, ultimately to be used to write a Sefer Torah. So I will say, so therefore, again, better to get the curse of Achia Shiloni, right, than to get the bracha of Bilam. I will say, it's important to take a moment. In that bracha of Achia Shiloni is something incredibly profound. Everything we need to be successful is contained in this Kirara. Number one, to be like to read. Number one, pledge yourself by water. Water, we'll say, what does water represent? Water is Torah, water is also Chesed. Water is Torah, water is Chesed. Let's say if a person wants to sustain themselves in life, there are two things you need to do. You need to be constantly embedded in a life of not just learning Torah, but living Torah. Furthermore, you cannot be a person who only exists for yourself. I must become a person who's about chesed. I must become a person ultimately, again, who is rooted in a life of giving and doing for the other. Furthermore, we'll say life is filled with winds. Life is filled with circumstances that we don't like and we don't want. There are two different ways that you could deal when the winds of unwanted circumstances blow against you. So number one, you could just fall down. You could just say, woe is me, I didn't want this, I didn't plan this, I don't like this is a fair, whatever you want to say, right? And you could just give up. You're not happy with the way life is going, give up, lay down, play dead. You could do that, or you could go with it. You could roll with it, just lean into it, and the wind's going to blow me here, and the wind's going to blow me there, and life circumstances have a way of moving me all different kinds of places. But one thing I know with absolute certainty, which is, when the winds die down, I'll spring back. I'll be okay. Right? Whenever again, this is a tumultuous period of life, and in tumultuous periods of life, we are pushed down this way, pushed down that way. Tumultuous circumstances of life absolutely take their toll on us. But one thing I know, that when it dies down, and it will, I'll slowly but surely spring back. Why? Because I've never been uprooted. Because once again, going back to the beginning, as long as I keep myself in water, the water of Torah, the water of Chesed, my root system is strong. And if my root is strong, nothing and no one, no set of circumstances where I am situated. Incredible. Furthermore, what's the last quality of the kolmos? So you know what the crown accomplishment of the Kulmus really is? That it becomes a quill that writes the Sefer Torah. At the end of the day, and that will say it's so profound on so many different levels. Accomplishments. At the end of the day, what's your book of accomplishments? What is the personalistic Sefer Torah that you are writing? Because how about the Sefer Torah? So what's the beauty of writing a Sefer Torah? It doesn't just benefit you, it benefits others. And we're going full circle. We started with the water, we end with the Sefer Torah. The real hallmark of your accomplishments is ultimately what you're able to do together. While it's very nice to be the root, to be the reed, and all these beautiful things, at the end of the day, what is it that you're contributing to Klal Yisrael? What is it that you're doing? What is your grand accomplishment ultimately is a personalistic Sefer Torah you write for yourself, but that Sefer Torah ultimately has to be able to be used by others as well. It's incredible. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says as follows: Vayar Sakini. So still back to Bilam. Vayar Sakini. Vayisa Mishalo. Amrlo Bilam LiYisro. Kini. Lo Haisimana Ba'ose. It's that's what I hear. That's interesting. So apparently Bilam, the Gemara says, means Yisro. Now Yisro and Bilam knew each other. Right? They were going to see this moment. They knew each other from the Egypt days. That's how they knew each other. So Bilam says to Yisro, what are you doing here? Now Yisro was with Klal Yisro. So he says, Yisro, what are you doing over here? What's going on over here? After all, weren't you involved in that same discussion in Egypt, which we'll get to in just a moment? So the Gemara says, who positioned you, who planted you over here with Moshe Rabbeinu, with Klal Yisrael? There were three people who were involved in that council. Now, what council? When Rashi pointed out here, when Paro said, Paro said, throw the Jewish babies into the Nile, there were three people involved in that decision, or three people involved in that discussion. Who were they? Eluhain, Bilam, Eov, and Yisro. Okay. Bilam, Bilam said to Paro, yes, I agree. I vote yes. Bilam ultimately was killed. Now, again, it wasn't killed until much later, right? Remember again, well, not much later. He's killed in the deserts, right? So Bilam Sheyatznera. Eov, Sheshasak, Nidon B'Yisur. Wow. Eov, who was silent. He didn't object, but he also didn't acquiesce, right? He didn't agree. He was punished with suffering. I will say, isn't that wild? So the whole story of Eov, is the story of unimaginable suffering that can't be traced to a source, right? The whole crop of Eov was like tzaddik v'ralo, that the righteous suffer sometimes in unimaginable ways that we can't even understand. It's fascinating to see over here that at least according to this stream in Chazal, it wasn't for nothing. Eov's suffering was a punishment. Well, why was it a punishment? Eov had an opportunity to go ahead and stop this situation. He had an opportunity to stop it, right? And he didn't. And when you have the opportunity to step in and prevent something bad from happening, and you fail to do so, you are complicit. So Eov was complicit with Paro, and therefore ultimately he's punished with suffering. What happened? The Yisro Shabarach, Yisro ran away. Because Yisro ran away, this is wild. Because he ran away, Yisro was Zochatar Einaklach to have grandchildren who were members of the Sanhedrin. Shnabara Mishpachos Sofim Yoshe Yadis, Tartaim Shematim Sayim Hema, Kinim Abayim Machmas Abi Bisrachab, Uksiv, Ubnei Keni Chosi Moshe, Olo Meir Hatmarim. So I'll say, isn't that wild? So Yisro was silent, and therefore, Yisro ran away, and because he ran away, he was over to have children who were members of the Sanhedrin. I'll say, you'll say, what's the question? What's the burning question you have? What's the burning question? Why didn't he object? What do you mean? Why do you get credit for running away? It's cowardly. Why stand your ground and object? So understand, Yisro was smart enough. What did he understand? He already lost. Right? How did he already lost? Right? It was a tribunal of three. All right, it was a tribunal of four. It was Paro, Yisro, Eov, Bilam. Paro was in, right? So Bilam was in. So Eov was silent, the non-vote, which means that Yisro already understood, I don't have a voice anymore. So we'll say, it is a tremendous yisod. When we see something that is broken, we absolutely have to try our best to try to fix it. But there are circumstances in life that are very broken, and what a person has to do with themselves in that situation, you have to be masalik. You have to remove yourself from it. You can't fix every problem. And again, sometimes certain situations are so toxic that again, it can't be fixed. Instead, again, someone has to be removed from the situation because they themselves may be the source of toxicity, or ultimately, again, they're just maybe so much I got to get out. So ultimately, again, it's not Yisrael running away as an epic terrorist. It's Yisrael recognizing I don't have the ability to affect change in this situation, and therefore I'm removing myself from the equation. Incredible. Let's go right to Vayisa Mashal V'Omer, Oy mi yichya mishum okel. Rabbi Yochanan, Oy lo le'uma shetim sabashash cheshbach osetim yolabala. So that's incredible. So Bilam was saying, woe to the nation who gets in the middle of Hashem and Klal Yisrael when Hashem is redeeming His people. In other words, when Hakadosh Baruch Hu redeems us, there's so much passion between Klal Yisrael and Hakadosh Baruch Hu that ultimately don't get in the middle of that. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, so mi matal ksusa ben labidu leviyah v'shashim ischakim zeh im zeh. So apparently, again, it would be the same thing as like trying to throw a garment in between a lion and a lioness when they're trying to mate. So apparently, not a good idea to get in the middle of that, right? And even if you go ahead and you place a garment there, the garment's not going to stop them from doing what they want to do. And the Gemara says, good. They know says Vitzim miyad kisim amarav libun aspir. That's in the place. Va'anu ashur ba'avu ever ad ashur katlei mikdal kandeila b'shag yeshivus. So ultimately, again, one day will spread out. They'll conquer a vast land up until Ashur they'll kill. From there afterwards, they will enslave. So okay, now incredible Gemara over here. Incredible Gemara. So now Bilam realizes, fast forward a little bit. Right? Bilam realizes he can't curse the Jewish people. Not going to work. As they say, Zelo Omer. It's not working. It's not working. So therefore, Bilam says to Balak, look, I can't curse them, but let me give you an answer about what you can do to just be done with these people. Let me give you the answer. All right. So what? So Bilam. Now, the lashon of Bilam is he says, Eshayasa ha'amazeh la'amecha. So the Gemara says, Amecha la'am hazeh. Why should it be your nation? It should be this nation. So the person curses himself, but ultimately again hinges the curse on others. All right, so what Bilam says now again? The curse is not working. Bilam says, here's my last piece of insight. This is like the Poland case. So what is it? Poland case of emergency. Right? This is the fire alarm. This is what you do with Klal Yisrael if you want to destroy them. Elohim shall edu sonezima. You know what God hates more than anything? God hates morality. God hates morality. Right? It wasn't we've seen by the way over here. Immorality is not the thing that Hashem hates most. What does Hashem hate most? We saw this. What does Hashem hate most? Dishonesty. Disingenuity. Right? That's Hashem hates.
I'm going to try to summarize this shit for you.
Hashem would be doing any and every other. He really can. What he can't do is when we're not honest with ourselves, we're not honest with each other. That's what he can't do. But in any event, but nevertheless, right? Immorality is a very close thing. And he does like immorality. He does like immorality. So Bilam says like this. Now the Jews, this is fascinating. The Jews of that generation, they really like linen garments. That's what they like. They're saying for linen garments. Now Rashi points out over here, why did they like linen garments? Rashi says it's what they wore in Egypt. Apparently, again, it's light, breathable material, good for all seasons, right? So the nights out, they really like linen garments. Okay, that their appetite for it. So what should you do? Listen to this.
Look at this. The
Gemara says, both Vasyaga Eitzah. So Bilam says, Bilam lays out the whole plan for Balak. Here's the
best way.
So go like make it like a market. Remember again, the Jews are camping in the desert. So Bilam, you see, I have like the imagery over here. So the Jews are camping in the desert. Bilam says to Balak, look, set up like a shuk, like a marketplace, right by the Jewish encampment. Okay, and go ahead. V'hoshid b'hen zonos. Staff the shuk with harlots, with zonos. Okay, Zikina mibachutz, v'yalda mibifnei, an older harlot on the outside, and a younger harlot on the inside. Okay, v'yimachula and klei pishna. And again, this marketplace should sell one thing, right? Linen garments. Now we're going to see actually two things: it's linen garments and wine, right? We're going to see that wine comes in a little bit later on. Right, so sell linen garments, and what happens? Well, it's incredible. Aslam kilayim, right? As what happened? So Bilam listened. Sorry, Balak listened, and they set up a marketplace. Aslam kilayim nehar sheleg adesa yishimos. V'oshem and zoros zekinim mibachutz v'yaldim mibifnim. Okay, so here was the plan. It's supposed to this incredible Gemara. Ubishar sheYisrael ochlin v'shosin usmechen v'yotzin l'tayel v'shok. So I'll say, now what happens? Klal Yisrael, we're minding our own business. We're sitting in our encampment. So I'll say, what happens? What happens? Ochlin shosin usmechen. They both say, do you know, sometimes we think about our time in the deserts. Do you know what happened like on a typical evening in the desert? Ochlin shosin usmechen. We farbranged, right? Klal Yisrael, you ate a little something, you had someone, you made a l'chaim, we were happy with each other, we're happy with Moshe Rabbeinu, we're happy with the Kodesh Baruch Hu. Life was good. We're on our way to Eretz Yisrael, we're on our way to Eretz Yisrael, and Mamish again, that's life was good. So what happened? Dinner was over. You take a little spazier. Where do you take the spazier to? Where do you go? You went to the shuk. So they're walking around the marketplace. Those are the B'shuk. Omeres la zakena. So the older harlot, remember again, where are the older harlots stationed? Right? They were on the outside. So what happened? So the Gemara says, so what happens? So the older harlot would say, oh, you're in the market for, you Jews, you're in the market for linen garments? Good, I'm selling it for X, right? For X, right? Retail, right? Meanwhile, what would happen? The Yolda Omeres lo, Bepachos. Now, meanwhile, the younger harlot, who was essentially there were two what's the right term, like stalls, right? So the older harlot would be on the outside, the younger harlot would be on the inside. The older harlot would say, I'll say the Kli Pishtan, retail. The younger one would call out, come to me, right? I'll sell you wholesale. Okay, so we're Jews, we know where we're going, right? So obviously, again, so go wholesale. This happened, now we'll say, now nothing happened in the beginning, just purchasing of linen garments. Shtayim v'shalosh pamim, it's happened 2 or 3 times. Rachakach, omeres lo, hari'at kidben bayis, shev bar li'atzmech. What happens? So now, after a couple of times this happened, so a rapport, now again, we'll say, they had no idea there's been a harlot, right? Again, remember, up until now, this is business. So after this happened a couple of times, so the younger harlots who ran the businesses on the inside, so they would say to the Jewish men, listen, you've come here already a couple of times, come inside, right? We're doing this for all, come inside, come sit a little bit. And she would have a jug of good Ammonite wine, which apparently, again, was very strong. And what happens? And we'll say this is before the wine of Gentiles was prohibited. So therefore, again, there was nothing wrong with drinking the wine of a non-Jew. So he would have a glass of wine. So she would ask the Jewish customer, would you like a drink of wine? Kevan sheshasa boerbo. So we'll say he said yes, he'd have a glass of wine. And I will say, what happens after a glass of strong wine? The desires could be unleashed, right? So it was just, again, I will say, it's very important to understand the context of this was purely transactional. I mean, like merchandise-wise transactional. That was it, and it was that glass of wine that kind of became the gateway for everything. Samarla Hashmieli. So now, what happened at this point in time? The Midianite women would proposition the Jewish men. So what happened? So she would take out. The woman would say to the Jewish man, "I'm willing to have relations with you." Just one little detail.
Are you?
See this little. She would take out the idol from inside her clothing. A little idol, like a pestle, like not a big one, just like a pocket one, right? And she would say, "Just do me a favor, just before we move to the next step over here, if you wouldn't mind just going ahead and worshiping this idol." The post is incredible. Arla, hello, Yehudi.
We don't do that shit. Homie, don't play that,
The
motherfucker.
world doesn't understand the Kedusha of Jew. Right? So the Yid would say, what are you talking about? It's like, and by the way, I just want to point out, this guy obviously isn't the frummest guy in the world. Like Art Wolfman writing his biography. Remember, again, what is he about to do? This guy is ready to go, right? He's ready to have relations with this Midianite prostitute. So, this is not like a gun olam over here. But yet, when she wants him to worship idolatry, he's like, what? Yehudi on you. Really? You're about to engage. You're about to engage this woman. I know what I'm about to do. But just because I'm about to do that doesn't mean that I'm going to worship idolatry. Right? Those are worlds apart. Yehudi ani. So what does she say to him? Amrlo, come on, don't make more of it than it has to be. I'll do good news. This is Baal Pa'ar. So all you need to do is defecate, right? That's all you really need to do, right? Just a normal bodily function, right? So just go ahead, just relieve yourself. It's good for the body, it's healthy. So really, anyway, you're happy, Idol's happy, I'm happy, then we'll all be happy, right? And it's going to be fantastic. So just do a little defecation over here and we're good to go. Now, the Jewish man didn't realize that the way to the way to worship Baal is through defecation. See, he just thinks that this is a really strange woman, right? But at the same time, he really wants her. So, okay, if that's what it takes, then okay, then I guess okay, right? So, nice again, say defecates, okay. Now, after he defecates, he says, oh, by the way, one more thing. I need you to repudiate the authenticity of the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. I will say, now at this point in time, our Yid is really far into this, right? He drank wine, he defecated, right? So pretty much like he's in, right? He's in. So at this, I will say, at a certain point in time, you made so many wrong turns. You look back at those turns, right? And you're like, oh my gosh! At this point in time, he's so far in with this woman that he goes out and he complies. Hema bo'u ba'al pa'or v'inazru leboshes v'yishkutzim ba'avam. So ultimately, and this is how it started. I want to point out two things from the story. Number one, do you understand, by the way, to what lengths they went? Like, this is a complex scheme, right? And this is time. You know what this is? This is real anti-Semitism. You have to, to kill someone, like you can't. Okay, you kill someone, right? In other words, if you're going to do what you have to do, it's a couple of moments, right? And that's it, it's done. This is time. This is resources. This is planning. This is hatred. This is what it is. When you hate someone, so like if I could hate someone enough to like smack him across the face, because again, it's episodic, it's there, he's there, I'm there, we're arguing, okay, we're done. I'm just saying, you understand. You can understand that, but like you're tying up resources. You're sacrificing a generation of women. This is a lot. There's a lot of resources going into Jew hating. That's anti-Semitism. I will say, by the way, this is what we see this stuff. No, but we have to finish. Let's go back to this. One of those guys. It also tells you, by the way, that the pathway to sin is often paved with very innocuous activities. It started with shopping. By the way, you can use this one. Shopping is a gateway activity. Like travel to Zara. And what are you going to do? You're going to argue? You're going to argue with that? You just say, it's not me. It's Sanhedrin Kotvav. Bad things happen when Jews shop. Right? So again, it's fascinating just to see that Steve, that one goes on. Bad things happen when Jews shop, right? And so I just want to point out that it started now. Again, there's nothing wrong with shopping. They're buying clay pishtan. What is interesting about that is I want to point out how many clay pishtan does one person need, right? Why are they coming back to the marketplaces multiple times? Remember, again, about say they didn't even need any dry cleaning in the midbar because Baruch Hu did everything for that. So, both say if they were coming back multiple times, what does that show you? Excess of materialism. You don't need that many sets of clay pishtan. You don't need that many articles of clothing. No one needs a wardrobe like that. And if you just keep buying and purchasing, then your focus is shifted. Again, enjoy the material world. Enjoy materialism. But don't let it become your focus. The moment it becomes my focus is the moment that I am now opened up to a whole bunch of other things. So overindulgence in the material leads to what? A glass of wine with a woman you should not be having a glass of wine with. And not because she's a zona. There's a very simple reason. You should not be having a glass of wine with any woman who is not your wife, your mother, your sister, or your daughter. If they are not directly related to you, you should not be having a glass of wine with them. It's a simple math. Bad things happen when men and women who are not married to each other or directly related to one another share alcoholic beverages. It's not good. So you see, again, over excess in materialism led ultimately again to a glass of wine with people that you should not be having wine with. And then what happens?
Hey.
How
are you?
All this stuff. And where did it start with? What did it all start?
I have a question for you, Trace. Are you ready for some snooker? Trace, are you speaking? Are you going to speak to me, baby? Trace, are you ready for... All right. Are you ready for some snooker? Oh, a couple minutes in your world? That's 16 hours, dog. Nobody has time for that. Take your time. I hope you slept well. Did you sleep well? Did you dream about winning in snooker because you know it's not a reality? Excellent. That's what I like to hear. We've got Trace, everybody. Trace watched me sleep for like 6 hours yesterday. Trace is amazing and everybody loves him. And if you don't like Trace, I don't like you. It's as simple as that. Trace, play. Are you ready?
No.
Dog. It's your world, baby. We just live in it. Approximately how much more time do you need? Is that the excuse you're going to give me? I'm actually going to say, let me first say, I hope you feel better. I never want to be sick, and I never want my friends to be sick. Now, with that said, is that the excuse you're going to give why you're going to lose in snooker? Are you ready? I mean, when? Now? Next millennium? What? I mean, give me a timeline. Dog, you are not giving me answers. Are you ready? Oh, you invited me. Oh, apologies. I was not expecting such hospitality. All right, baby. Let's play pool. Preparing the game. I'm ready, baby. I'm so ready. I'm on fire. Let's see this break. One of the worst breaks we've ever seen in the history of breaking. I want everybody to see just how sick this shot is. Just dominance. Folks, we're just seeing dominance in this game. Babies. Babies. Oh, this is bullshit. No good shots. That would have been the sickest shot we've ever seen. It's Trey's way. Don't hit two in. Whatever you do, miss them. Oh, that was good. Combo shot. I'm impressed. Not. Again, we're going to have to wait 15 hours for Trey to get out his protractor, get out his compass, get out his slide rule, get out his T-square. Dog. It's unbelievable how much time this person takes to miss shots. Oh, what happened? Trey's didn't hit a straight ball first. One of the sickest shots we've ever had the opportunity to see right here. Another. Oh, fuck. That was some bullshit. That was some bullshit. No way you make this shot. No way you make this shot. No way. I don't even know why you're trying that shot. That's great shot, dude. Very impressive. Look at this MFer making a comeback. Everybody is just excited. Oh, no way. And finally a scratch. Devastating. Oh, baby. Baby. What a shot. That was not good. That was not good. Traceway. My man Traceway is just a silent killer. Motherfucker over here like carbon monoxide, dog. What a shot. That was really impressive if you were a newbie. Too bad I'm an expert. There's no way you hit this shot. Not in a million fucking years. Yeah, you better move that. Take your garbage shot. Take it out of here. Nobody wants you to make this. This is garbage. Oh, that is garbage. All right, let's see you make a shot here. Everybody's waiting on you. That time is ticking. Drastically ticking. There's no way you make this shot. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I'm like a raptor. Look how sick this shot is, folks. This would be the first time I win the first game against Traceway. Here we go, baby. Heartbreaking. That was bullshit. Traceway, let's see you do it. Traceway misses this shot. Gives me a perfect opportunity. Oh, baby. Traceway cleaning up the table. This would be one of the most horrific losses in my career. This would be an absolute horrific loss. And my man has an easy shot. Look at this comeback of Traceway. Look at this comeback of Traceway. This is impressive, folks. This is impressive. What a comeback. What a comeback. This is garbage. Worst loss ever. Oh, fuck. Terrible. But we still have the championship in our sights. Traceway, you sending me another invite, big dog? Oh, I can send it. Okay. Since that was just a warm-up game. Everybody knows that was just a warm-up game. Doesn't even count. All right, Traceway. Look how sick this shot is. One of this. Oh, I made it. Does that count? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Okay. Where? I don't even know what I can hit. This would be one of the sickest shots we've ever seen. Oh. Yeah, that's why I said this would be one of the sickest shots we've ever seen. Oh, you get credit for pocketing? This is garbage. This is garbage. This is garbage. Garbage. So you get credit for pocketing it? I don't get how this works. I don't think anybody gets how it works. The rules are unclear, and everybody knows it. Oh, that is garbage. Trey's pocketed the 6 ball. Garbage. That's a miss, obviously. Obviously, that's a miss. Obvious. I don't even know why you're attempting it. I don't even know where that thought came into your head. What happened there? Pocketed the 1 ball. That is bullshit. That is some bullshit. Dog, this is the worst. Worst shot I've ever seen. Impossible to make. Impossible. AI has run calculations for years. That's a miss. Look how sick this play is. Dog, I don't even know where to go with this. This right here, folks, this might be the greatest shot in the history of the game. Oh, that was dirty. That was dirty, son. That was one of the dirtiest shots we've ever had the privilege of seeing. Look how sick this shot is. Dog. Look at this move. Just, oh, I didn't, fuck. That was garbage. And everybody knows it. Trey's way. Everybody's waiting on you, baby. He hasn't even moved his stick yet. Oh, there you go. There's the shot. Now, I think you can make that one. I think you can make this next one as well. Pretty easily. Wouldn't it be something, folks, if he blew this shot? There's a very good opportunity here that time is just ticking down on him. I don't really know what he's going to do. That timer is going to run out on him. No way. Folks, if you're watching this at home, you are watching poetry in motion. Look at this move. That was so sick. Dog, how do I get this shot? This is a tough shot. That would have been sick as fuck. Oh, darn it. All right. Trey's way. Don't F this up, dog. Strike. Scratch. Look at the time. Look at the amount of time, folks, this person takes for one of the easiest shots in the history of the game. Oh, what a shot. Short. I don't know what that was. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. The ladies are wet. No doubt about it. Champion. Champion. We're leaving it at that, folks. I win. Trey's wins. I hope you feel better, big man.
Someday.
That was fun. I'm glad you got to witness pure dominance in the raw. Folks, that was unbelievable. Just, you're watching this at home. I know that you're aware of just the sheer dominance that we just witnessed. Unfazed. Unfazed sexiness as well. Not only did I play well, but I was sexy as I did it. My muscles bulging. Just unbelievable. I'm really proud of the effort that I made. And I think everybody else who witnessed this should be proud of me as well. It was one of the, if not the best, athletic performances that we've seen this century. It was so sick. Dog, people are going to be talking about this for millennia. Amazing.
I'll start with.
Look at this athleticism.
With too many linen garments. Too many linen garments. I will say this is the most important. This is why a person, you have to live life with such mindfulness and such awareness. Every action has consequences, and every action is a gateway to something that follows it, and even something that is inherently non-sinful, but it might not be the right thing to put me in the direction and to get to in life. All right, let's go weiter. Rabbi Lazar Omer, Shitim Shema. The name of the place is Shitim. Rabbi Shua Omer, Shines Asku Divrei Shtos. No, it's called Shitim because, again, it was a place in Klal Yisrael, ultimately, again, that we involved in frivolity. Shtos, Vatikrana L'Alma Zirchei Eloheihem. Rabbi Lazar Omer, Arumos Pagu Bahem. They're literally, again, the Midianite women, they didn't even wear clothing. They didn't wear clothing. In other words, they were so bent on just enticing the Jewish men to sin that, like, even debased themselves to the point just to get the men to sin. Rabbi Shua Omer, Shenasu Kulam Balei Keryon. Obviously, the men, so we'll say, when the men seen women like this, again, it became a Bal Keri. Oh, there were similarly missions. My Lashon Rafidim, Rabbi Lazar Omer, Rafidim Shema. Then Rabbi Shua Omer, Shariku Asim Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, they became weakened in their relationship with Torah. Shneimar, Lo Hifnu Avos Abana Mirifyon Yadayim. Rabbi Yochanan, Chomakum Shneimar Vayeshev, Ela Lashon Sar. So I'll say, wherever the Torah used Lashon of Vayeshev is always Lashon of Sar, a Lashon of difficulty. Shneimar, Vayeshev Yisrael B'Shitin, Vayachal Amiznos, Abonos Moab, Vayeshev. So that's our story over here by Bilam. Vayeshev Yaakov Beretz Nigureah, Beretz Kinan, Vayavi Yosef Tiva Safra Adavahem. So we'll say ultimately Vayeshev Yaakov, the sale of Yosef. The name of Vayeshev Yisrael Beretz Goshen, Vayikvu Yimei Yisrael Lamos. Right, Yaakov he was sold in Goshen. Yaakov he died not so long after. Vayeshev Yehuda Yisrael Lebetach, Ishtach Haskapno V'Tachas Tina. So Vayakam Hashem L'Satan Shloas Hadat Hadomi Mizera Hamelach Ube'egom. So again, whenever you see the word Vayeshev, as much as Vayeshev sounds like a lashon like tranquility, usually it foreshadows something negative that is going to happen. As Malchei Midian Harba Chalalehem, as Bilam. So we'll say ultimately, Klal Yisrael kills all of the kings of Midian, and they also killed Bilam along with the kings of Midian. Now says the Gemara. So the Gemara says, my boy Hassan, why was Bilam with the kings of Midian? Why was he there? First, so it's like Bilam went to collect his honorarium. Now, why did Bilam get an honorarium? After all, again, he didn't want to curse people. I was going to say, he did something better than cursing. What did he do? He devised the strategy to lure us into a web of immorality, which cost the lives of 24,000 Jews. So Bilam went to the kings of Midian and said, Chevra, pay up. I delivered you dead Jews. Right? I went ahead and caused Klal Yisrael to suffer this terrible misfortune. You give me my money. And what ends up happening? He goes to collect payment. And what happens? He goes to collect payment and he ends up dead, killed by Klal Yisrael. This is what people, the famous adage, Gamla alzla limibai karni, udni dahavile gizizan mine. So that's the famous, everybody knows this saying, right? The camel goes to get a pair of horns and ends up losing its ears. Again, I'll say once again, much better in the original Aramaic, right? But you understand. In other words, the camel wants something else. Camel has big, right? What does the camel want? Camel wants. Everybody wants horns. Who doesn't want horns? No one messes with you when you have horns. And the camel, in his quest for horns, ends up losing his own ears. Right? Bilam wanted something that was beyond his reach, and he ended up losing everything, namely his life. Guys, Bilam ben Be'or Koseng, and they killed Bilam ben Be'or, the sorcerer. Gemara says Koseng, he wasn't a sorcerer. He was a Navi. Navi. Why did they call him a sorcerer? Rabbi Yochanan b'tchilan Navi l'basov Koseng. In the beginning, he was a Navi. But then I will say, sorcerer is a lesser position than a Navi. So he was a Navi, and because of a series of bad choices, ultimately, again, he's just labeled as a sorcerer. The woman, the princess, who was once married to royalty, ultimately committed adultery with a laborer. In other words, I will say, it is bad for the princess to commit adultery. It's even worse when she commits adultery with like a menial laborer. So again, Bilam was a Navi. But ultimately, again, he degraded himself so badly that he's simply known as a sorcerer. I will say, when the Jews killed Bilam, they killed him in a way that he suffered all 4 forms of execution. Skila, Sreifa, Hereg, Bechener. How did they do this? Rashi points out it was something amazing. They hanged him. Right? They hanged him. Right? So ultimately, I'm going to say, listen to this. So Rashi points out today, they hanged him underneath the fire. So what happened? By hanging him, ultimately, again, that's Chenek. Then they decapitated him. That's Saif. Right? That's Hereg. That's right. That's Saif. That's the sword. Right? Then he falls down into the fire. That's Skila. Because Skila is pushing a person off a roof, and then they burn in the fire. That's Sreifa. They execute him with all four forms of Misa. How old is Bilam when he died? How old is he when he died? So Gemara says, so again, so interestingly enough, Rabbi Chanina said, I don't know, but here's what I would surmise. Since the pasuk says, "Anshi dam mira," deceitful people, lo yechetzu yimehem, do not even live to half of their life. So we'll say general lifespan is 70 years. Half of that life would be 35, which means Rishon don't even live to 35. So Rabbi Chanina says, I would guess, Bar Tlashnin or Bar Tlashnin of Arba. He was either 33 or 34, some age right below 35. So I'm really shocked by the minset Rabbi Chanina Shkoyach. Shabbos Kamed, Levi Chazli Kumkasei. I have Bilam's journal. I got a copy of his journal, and in the journal I saw because today, or a book about Bilam, and in it it's written that Bilam was killed by Pinchas at the age of 33 years old. So it says Bilam was 33 when he died. Ultimately, I'm looking at a little bit less than I was have to stop over here. We got Talmud days, right? Let's again. We move the goalposts every day. Right? Today we got Talmud days. Let's say, Shkoyach, everyone. Shkoyach, tremendous. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Another center. Again, I'm so sorry. We have to be respectful of our neighbors. We send out.
Oh, this is great. It's so much better without sound, dude. The little back there right here.
All right, I will say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Rothschild, for dedicating all your drop shows this year. as a host for the Solar Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Kamatoni sponsors for the month of Nisan, allowing the Tova Paul Polish, with the celebration of the Nisan birthdays of his wife, Kathy, and his granddaughter, Tikva Esther Power, Mazel Tov. Anonymous sponsorship in the Zehus of Simchas for all of our children, and for reason to be a month of Gulu Shtema for Klal Yisrael. And Avram and Shin become in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Daina Bas Yoshua Eshel Zichron Livracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, in the mission of the Yosef and Paul's father, Shmuel ben Zechariah, and great grandmother Cyril Bas Rabbi Zichron Livracha. We also have the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Sagin Aliyah, the families in it, all of those who need it for Shabbat, and the Kol Choli Yisrael. Yivon should bring home our hostages to the Karo, and our holy soldiers should be successful with Masa Yedei. Once we got to begin with a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, today's that is Kufay 105. And we're picking up the Yes Hashem on Kuf David Amadeus 104b, about 15 lines down from the top. We're in a beautiful Gemara right now that's called a moving Gemara, talking about the Psukim from Eichach. So the Gemara says as follows: Bachol Tivke Balayla. So again, speaking about the Yerushalayim,
Yo!
she cries at night.
Dog.
Gemara points out the idea that
It's my man Prince.
It's two Bechios.
Prince, how you living, big dog?
Double crying.
Prince, GM, baby.
Yeah, GM, bro. I mean, George, but let's take a DM on X.
I'm checking right now. I see GM, brr. What up, baby? I'm checking. Nobody knows what the fuck that was about. That was no one.
Why there are two crimes in this evening? Amar Rabba, Amar Yochanan, Echad al Mikdash Rishon, ve'Echad al Mikdash Sheni. One cry ultimately against the destruction of the first base of Mikdash, and one cry for the destruction of the second base of Mikdash. Balayla. So why is crying at night? Iski Lailas. There's a deeper metaphor in this. What's the cry at night? For that which occurred at night. What is this in reference to? Shneimar was a very profound Shneimar. Vatisa kola eda vayitnu kola vayikwa amba laila hatu. A reference to Chittim Raglim, sin of the spies. So the Pasuk says that when the spies came back to deliver the disastrous report, so the entire nation began to cry that night. And the Gemara says, Amar Rabba, Amar Yochanan, Od Sayom Mel Tes Ba'at Hava. That night was the night of Tisha B'Av. Amar Lahana Kadosh Baruch Hu. And again, so Kadosh Baruch Hu says to Klal Yisrael, Atam B'Chis and B'Chiyah Shachinov, you're crying for absolutely no reason. In other words, there's nothing wrong with that. So I saw perfect. And I will give you a true reason to cry for future generations. A very overwhelming demand. Why does it say that the Chotiv Kebar? So just trying to understand the idea over here is that Yerushalayim is like this widow who cries. The widow cries by day, the widow cries by night. Why does Eicha highlight the nighttime cries? Because when you cry at night, the voice carries more. Since at night there's less background noise. When a person cries at night, their cries are more profoundly heard. Furthermore, again, you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and the constellations cry along with you. And they will say furthermore that when a person cries at night, anyone else who hears those cries along with them. Now the truth is the third answer also can be built on the previous two. When you cry at night, ultimately the voice carries. When you cry at night, the stars, the constellations cry along with you. There's this profound sense of crying. Because of that, when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying spreads. So it's a very beautiful Gemara, a strong Gemara. There was a story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of Rabbi Gamliel, and she lost her son. And she would cry over him every night. Rabbi Gamliel heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. I will say now, this is such a profound Gemara about empathy. And when you hear this bereaved mother crying over her child, the Gemara himself would cry, literally again, cry so much until his eyelashes fell out. To the point of like physical detriment. The next thing is to realize what was happening, how much he internalized this pain, and they moved him to a different neighborhood. Another regular. The Masal Rafila, her tears on her cheek. Supposed to be exhibited here is tear on the cheek. And this represents this idea of crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right? The tears are always there. There are different kinds of losses in this world. There's a loss that you cry over, but then you're able to move forward. And then there are other losses that sometimes paralyze us in place. This idea of the tears on the cheek represents this second type of loss, where the loss is almost like immobilizing. The fear is always there. What type of loss is that? Like a woman who loses the husband of her youth. Rashi says that when a woman loses the husband of her youth, that's the man who she married since she was young. The person who she intended on building her life with. And when she loses that life partner, there's almost like an inconsolable loss that's there. That's how the Prophet describes the loss of Yerushalayim. Incredible. Shneimar. Like so literally again the enemies become like believers. If you cause problems for Klal Yisrael, you are catapulted to greatness. That's an interesting idea. The more you oppress and the more you hate Klal Yisrael, you need a leader. You need a leader. Shneimar. Hakel Arts, Zvulun Ba'arts, Naftali Ba'achal Nichti Derechayam, Avar Yardin Golil Hagoyim. So I would say, it's an interesting idea that essentially, in order to hurt Klal Yisrael, you have to have a position of prominence. This Baruch doesn't deliver us into the hands of a no one. And therefore, if someone's going to oppress us, by definition, they're going to be given a position of exalted leadership. So literally, again, whoever calls the tongue to Klal Yisrael never tires. It's almost as if some of the people have boundless energy in order to be able to afflict their people. So what's this? Interestingly enough, is almost like saying these klavos should not befall you. So the Gemara says, from here you see Kulbina Minatora. What's Kulbina? So Rashi identifies that Kulbina is an expression that meant that sometimes when something bad happened, a person would say, you should never experience this type of misfortune. That's called Kulbina. So that's the pasuk is saying, what's happened to us shouldn't happen to anyone else. We'll see first the widest lines. The evil bestow. So the Baruch Hu treated Yerushalayim, right, the Jews of Yerushalayim, Israel, as if we were over Aldas, as if we transgressed the tenets of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Torah house. So the stone ksiv, Hashem hinted al stone, right? By stone it says Hashem caused it to rain on fire on stone. The Yerushalayim ksiv, mimalon shalach ish ba'as mosa vayirgena. Uksiv vayigdal avon bas amin muchatas stone. So ultimately, again, the pasuk says that says that the actions of Klal Yisrael surpass the actions of stone. That he masupan yishbadavar. Rabbi says, neither yisira haisa b'Yishalayim shlo haisa b'stone. So what says this is incredible. But as terrible as, unfortunately, the behavior of Yerushalayim had become, Yerushalayim still possessed one attribute beyond stone. What was the attribute beyond stone? So it says this is incredible. Go. Shivas lechem, biyad ani ve'ayon lo yichzika. In stone, there was no sharing. Right? In stone, whatever you had, you kept for yourself. And again, nothing was ever shared with the other. Also, let's see this tomorrow. On the other hand, in Yerushalayim ksiv, Yidei Noshim Nachmanios, Bishlu Yalbrei. Yerushalayim, the hunger and starvation had become so acute that literally, again, one of the women ate their own children. And also began such a fascinating twist. Even when they cooked their own children, they invited their neighbors. In other words, they shared what they had with the others. Which of us is like such an overwhelming thing. So in stone, there was such depravity, and in the midst of all the depravity, there was also an unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the other. In Yerushalayim, even when things became most terrible, people were always willing to look out for one another. Incredible. So the word says, "Sila kalavira Hashem b'kebi kadam shalom lechaveros nifsala matbeya zu." Like a person who says to his friend, "This currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing." Why is it so much? And I remember again, in Eicha goes in the order of the Aleph days. Yet, interestingly enough, if you look at this pasuk, that their mouth opened up against you. If you notice that hey is before ayin, even though normally ayin is before hey. So what's going on over here? Because the Malakim says something with their mouth, even though they did not see it with their eyes. In other words, they delivered this disastrous report about Eretz Yisrael, even though it was not truly reflective of what they saw. Whoever eats the bread of Klal Yisrael will taste what bread truly is. Whoever doesn't eat the bread of Klal Yisrael won't taste what bread truly is. And also, what does this mean? People will say bread represents sustenance. Like bread represents the core pillar of existence. If you want to understand what existence is, look at Klal Yisrael. If you look at anyone else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead a meaningful life, but you won't find the entire picture. Only Klal Yisrael has the real rechem of existence. Hashem lo kara Rav Amra Ira Dayani. So this refers to the corrupt judges. Ushmol says, this refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibility and did not give a chinuch to the Jewish children. Me, Minyal, who appointed them, Ravashi. Sorry. Okay, so that's the end of the Eichach. That's the end of the Eichach. The other Gemara goes by. She shows this. Now remember again, the primary topic that the Gemara is occupied is the list of the three kings and the four Yeltos, the phrase four regular people who don't have a portion in Olam Haba. So the Gemara said, by the way, who compiled the list? Who decided who's on this list and who's not on this list? So when some Ravashi, Anshekiness is Hagidol Minom. Who's Anshekiness Hagidol? Remember the Great Assembly. Remember again, Anshekiness Hagidol was the rabbinic body that was essentially constituted from the end of the first base in Mikdash to the second base in Mikdash. Right? That's Anshekiness Hagidol. So they did a lot of things, like they created tefillah as we know it today. So they created this list. So the Gemara, listen to this. Bikshu old Limnos Echad. So they wanted to add another person to this list. Now this is actually pretty wild. The Gemara says they wanted to add Shlomo HaMelech to this list. They will say now, remember again, we've already seen this before. It's been mentioned a number of times throughout this parak, that by Shlomo says, Bayas Hara B'nei Hashem. What Shlomo did, which was terrible in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the pasuk seems to attribute the pasuk seems to indicate that he worshipped idolatry. Now, the Gemara qualified that because what ended up happening was Shlomo married a lot of women. His wives brought in a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop its practice. So, in that sense, he's responsible for idolatry, even though he himself never worshipped idolatry. So they add Shlomo to the list. So the Gemara says, soon comes before them David HaMelech. David HaMelech appears to them, and David HaMelech prostrates himself before them, saying, please don't do this. They paid no attention to him. Ba'ish min hashamayim, v'loch ga'ish b'saf saleim. A fire came down from the heavens and started literally again looking at their benches. And actually said no, because again, clearly HaKadosh Baruch Hu was voicing his displeasure with this decision. But yet they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Lo Bashamayim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't decide Torah, we decide Torah. Yotzabaskov Amra Lohem Kodzis Ishma Herbe Malachto with name of Initiative by Initiative with Name Hashukin Mishahiktim. So again, so then the Baskov comes out. And the Baskov says, ultimately again, have you seen a man who does his work quickly, but 4 kings he will be? What does this mean? So Kadosh Baruch Hu said, Baskov came out and said, Mishahiktim Beisi LeBeisel. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built the Beis Hamikdash before he built his own house. Well, not only that, it took him 7 years to build my Beis Hamikdash and 13 years to build his own palace. The Gemara says, with name Malachim Isyativ, Baz Yisar Sevnei Chashuvim, so again, this Rabbi was saying, how could such a man be consigned to a fate without Olam Haba? He should dwell amongst the rest of the kings. Once again, the Anshikos and Noah paid no attention to this basketball. They just felt that it was incorrect. I said, Yotze basketball, Amra, Hame'imcha, Kishamena, Kima Astra, Ki Astra, Tibchar, Velo, Ani. Finally, once I sent to the basketball, comes out and says, listen, Hebra. Olam Haba is my target. It's not yours. You don't decide who goes to Olam Haba and who doesn't go to Olam Haba, and you don't understand the Cheshbonos. So therefore, again, it's so intuitive. So that he's probably trying to intervene in a more mild manner, although it's pretty stark as well. And at the end, essentially, what he says is, yes, you're right. Torah belongs to you. Halacha belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belongs to you. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't come to Olam Haba, that's up to you. That's up to you. And therefore, again, Shlomo was not added on the list. Darshan Yishumos Hayu Omen. Kulan Ba'in La'olam Haba. Most of this is wild. So Darshan Yishumos. Rashi says over here, God Darshan Yishumos. Darshan Psukim. The Tzid, as Harashon L'Sav, and also the Olim Shal Kulam Yishkel La'olam Haba. Like Afilu Yerasha Bizav Mirach. So let's say the Darshan Yishumos. Say everyone has a portion of life. Everyone, again, the Rose said this was the opening line of the Mishnah. Kol Yisur. Everyone has a portion in the world to come. Even Menashe, even the Rabbi, and even Achaz, even the three evil kings. So the Gemara says incredible. So Kulaman Olmash, Neymar, Li Gilad, V'li Menashe, Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, Yehudim Mechokiki, Moab Sirachzi, Al Edom Ashket Na'ali, Alai Plashes Yisrael. Who do these refer to? Li Gilad, Ze Achab, Shinafa Boramos Gilad. This refers to Achab, who died in the battle of Ramot Gilad. Next, Menashe. Menashe is Kilashma. Menashe means King Menashe. Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi. Who does that refer to? Ze Yeravam, the Kasim Ephraim. That refers to Ravam, who came from the tribe of Ephraim. Yehuda Mechokiki, Yehuda is my scepter. Ze Achitofel, that refers to Achitofel. David HaMelech, Shlomo's advisor, top of Kofei Bosai, the Ka'asim Yehuda, who came from the tribe of Yehuda. Sir Moab, Sirachzi, what does that mean?
Yo, what up, big dog?
Gechazi was speaking with mountains.
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Not too bad. Just getting my day started over here. Just grabbing coffee.
Excellent. Have you ever heard my spiel, my pitch?
I haven't heard it directly from you. I'm in two other servers that have it. I'm sitting there for a little bit every once in a while, every day. And listen, I thought it was cool how you have a video in there, all day long.
100%. All right. Do you mind if I give you my pitch?
Oh, absolutely, man. Go for it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, "Content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You should know that you can view those links in my profile. Additionally, in my pin post on Twitter, you'll also find my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than anybody. I have more content than any person ever. You also find my Discord link, which you did, which is wonderful. In addition to making you rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I want you to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
I love that, man. I love what you're doing. I love what you're doing in the space. You definitely do have more social media that anybody I've ever seen. I actually did go through your link tree. I did click your Discord info when I was trying to reach out to you, and I was like, wow. I mean, you really covered every single aspect of social media, and I love what your plan is. I love what you're doing, and I love the dedication to, your dream of fulfilling, what you want to do.
I appreciate that. All right, so your Discord is the one in your profile, right?
Correct.
Excellent. Well, if you don't mind, I'll start streaming in there. We'll give it a week or so. We'll see if you like it, if the people in your Discord are receptive to it, and then if they are, we can continue, okay?
Absolutely. Sounds like a plan.
Excellent. Well, you know how to get a hold of me. If you want, I can have the audio on in your Discord if that's something that you want, or I could keep it muted. Which do you prefer?
You can keep it muted for now, and then if people start clicking in and whatnot, we can change it to unmuted and then go from there.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan, my man. All right. Well, I know what to do. Let me, if you ever have questions, just send me a DM or come in here and we'll do whatever you need, okay?
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. Take care.
What's that song about gangsters moving all sneaky like?
Real cheese move in silence like lasagna. You wrote it.
What?
Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we did a bonus episode.
Your multivitamin for immunity support. Never miss a beat. One a day. One for you.
It's not you made it weird. It's you made it strange. That's right. And Leanne Morgan. I'm not sure. She was great. She was great. Anyways, that's not why they're here, right? It's been a jam-packed week. Check out Rabbi. Jeff Dye talk. A lot of Jeff Dye talk. I'm sure there's going to be some of that on. And also subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done that, dude. Yeah, you gotta sub. That's what people are doing these days. Sub. So, anyways, that's not what you're going to sub. Not even like. Subscribe. Okay, you're here to watch 10 minutes of shop. So start the timer. Let it shoot. Alrighty, so my name is Gerardo. What's it called? This is going to be. I'm still looking for them. Okay, this is 14 days. We're looking for anything above 14 days. Okay, that makes sense. We've seen that. Make it about you. Yeah, we've seen that. Okay, Brian False God's Mom. Posted by an American Hero. What do you think this is going to be? I'm going to do a prediction first. I think this is going to be one of our guys. I think it's going to be one of American Hero. Oh, yeah. It's like, oh, too lazy to try to train. The same page.
Just wanted to get it. I forgot. I'm dropping my special on Wednesday. Oh my God, Jesus. It'll be on YouTube. Rogan. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
You never know. Oh, God, so.
Is it Monday morning? No, Wednesday. Wednesday morning. Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday afternoon.
I get a quarter mile right from the factory. motherfucker. That's what you need. That's what you need, Count. It's very your special kicks it. You start selling out giant theaters. You get a little. That's what looters. Once I start selling theaters,
I'm now realizing that Jeff died in cowboy thing. Right. Well, it's a lot of show. They're cowboys. They like to show off with it. Sure. Yes.
It's gonna be crazy. My life's gonna explode. Special came out. Nothing changed.
Yeah, ride that horse. Walk like a rich guy. That's good. Excellent. Excellent stuff, dude. Yeah. Shut up.
nice to kiss you. I think it hit.
The beginning is my favorite part. Yeah. Just let the way they're talking. Right? So he's talking about a special and he showed us the thing. It's face where he's like, you can shop the market with Jones too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, shop where he put out something just so much more views, so much more likes. I had 25 dude shop something out. There's gonna be lines outside of AMC. People waiting in tents. Yeah, whatever. Me, it'll be the first time I learned how to make a tent. Yeah, but REI. What do you need to send for? What do you don't? You don't know. I'm making a tent to camp out for the Greater Papa. You're not. Oh, you already have a tent. It's not even called the Greater Papa. You just call it that. My tent is called the Greater Papa. I was let's see here. I'm going to Riyadh. So that would be classic.
Sand on top? What's Dubai chocolate? Chocolate with sand on top? That's my time for y'all.
I want to start doing just a conversation. All right, so this one's going to be most of my Gunslinger 4. It's Steve will do it when loads up Red Shop Part 1. Have you seen it? No, I haven't seen it. I heard about the controversy because this is Steve will do it second. Correct me if I'm wrong. Second appearance. Shop apparently Shop made up something about Steve will do it. He got mad about it. Don't kill me. He made a video of the Shop. Okay. I don't know. I will just say to preempt you for this. It is a fucking just get ready to like I can see it. I don't know what exactly that means, but I can see it being redacted. It's like that. Connected with those idiots that entertain they now. I'm not going to be told. I'm just trying to avoid a bit of so just like go let the graves take over and then just come back with stuff. I got some French grave that's never I wish I did. I don't know if you see the fucking little part here. 311. Yes. Right. Yeah. Let me know going possible already.
Yo, Brandon Chop. He goes on a podcast and he goes, Steve has gambled that sometimes we have gambled that he did bad.
So first of all, over under on no, 100%. Yeah, we're gonna wait. Why he's talking because he's watching this YouTube show and it's like if you want to spot it, what a gambler looks like. It's like driving a mission car. It's that gambling relationship. So you're not a gambling addict, but you are wearing sunglasses inside at night. In Vegas with FanDuel on your phone. Like you're making a video, but you're also kind of looking at FanDuel.
Saying I didn't jump insinuated I fixed the fight because I still have to if I even called Dana, I said, this is so funny. Hey, Brandon John, he didn't call Dana, he called Dana. Hey, Brandon John, I know Red Rock Casino $1.6 million. I owe them $300 million at all times. And it's not a problem. Because, bro, something you're not good at is relationships. Okay? Everyone go find Brandon John talking about Steve Wood. And it's like, okay, John those things. Does he know about it? Brandon Chalk, I know you're going to do a cool fight because I have no respect for you. Okay? So I'm not like Brandon Chalk, I have no respect for you. When I make 7
You sound like a car switching This is making me like shop. I'm going for a bunch of shop signs. Brandon Shop. It's hard to watch somebody do Brandon Shop.
I have a relationship there. And I do something good for the UFC fighter. And you don't know the facts that would turn this into a bad person and you want to Brandon Job. I got a sketch. I'm coming up with a schedule. I gotta watch later. It's a lot on that schedule. Ross talks about it. It's not on the schedule. You're not the privilege to be like for me to meet every single YouTube video.
I could do this though. Andrew Jones. I'm walking around the hotel. I'll put on sunglasses and take it off in the next cut and put it back right now. Yeah, I gotta be in the hotel. I would like Stevel's story.
Every single time out. I helped him. It's the coolest thing ever. So until you apologize and make a video and buy me something very nice, I'm gonna keep going. It's official. Until Brandon Shaw buys me something very nice, we're going on the internet and make it up to everybody. That seems so like like you're such a low IQ individual, like you're so small minded.
I feel like Sophia and Chang's could put together and they look weird. I mean, it looked weird. I wish there was like a weird video and it was starting to get a hit again. Because it's like you're trying to follow the sentence in the credit record. That is kind of funny. That would be a funny thing to take that part. Because Brandon John put it in each one. And also, Brandon John sounds like It does feel like forced content. Steve will do it. He has to make a certain amount of videos every week. He says, I think, okay, I'll go in. I'm pretty child. He said, I bet I can't, first of all, I go $40 regularly in Red Rocks. Whatever he said. You know those long tweets people put at the end? It's like, I'm not reading all that. Sorry. Yeah, well, that's how it is. I think it was like, yeah, my bad. I was wrong. Well, let's I've been out of the look at this. Yeah, but at least you eating a lot, not eating health, it becomes a whale. Fat. After that, being really fat. The whale just died. His wife is worse. Papa or Kosh. Oh man, you've seen a lot of that. Too lazy and a constant writing of making fun. Wife. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. Also, if I could answer the question, no, I don't yet. She just says some things that you shouldn't say. I was talking to normally like women are kind of shitty on the show, but they will not agree. Like, well, you just think that because you're sexist. And I said, listen, I'm not trying to be sexist here, but she's just saying stuff that would have been your part of never said. What did she say? I said, well, she said she had a roster of white dudes that she would pop her pussy and stuff. And then the woman was like, oh, yeah. There was really no pushback. There's just, yeah, I don't know about that. Because that's also vernacular that she doesn't like. The people that do a little bit of something to say. The only person that can pop their pussy for a white guy is it could be funny if he said this. Pop their pussy. I am a pussy. I can trust. That's another argument. I'm like a crazy millennial, so I don't think I'll ever not think that my wife will be able to say, my wife! When a coach got caught, and he used that as like a defense strategy, when someone's going, hey bro, your wife is, man, that must suck. My wife! And then you're like, okay, all right, let's see what you did there. That's fun. I'm a random white guy versus lady. Oh, okay, I see it. Horny. The chat stream after that SFW.
I find it horny is my preference and not my one. Now, I thought it was, I'm not dating my woman, period, which is what's horny is being outside of criminal street. I thought has been with one girl just like, who's as right as my wife. Like, little in the room.
I get so painfully nostalgic for college.
I'm actively trying to have an orgy because if you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him, his body goes crazy, his face part always lays every time. And I'm serious, the fact that you're
The sound effects are very good. They're very well done. We should be like a cover for them. I give this one a or whatever. It goes way out. And we never disagree. I do too. The gunshots I really like. Dude, pop on your pussy or whatever it is. It sucks. But she's talking about the past. You just wish he would say it out loud or the podcast or whatever it is. We're going and we're talking about another guy saying like that she knows. I guess the other guy is the husband saying he's face scar always slaves in his body. It's crazy. These are just not okay. You shouldn't do that or like this place Did we? Are we doing the show? Is it on? Are the cameras on? Do not portray. My wife's saying that for like 20 years. Absolutely. Like, can we at least get like more likes than the amount of guys without Connor's wife on their pussy? Was the wrong one. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say your Oh, you don't have a struggle? No, I mean, that would be so funny to do a dolphin thing every time we crash his wife came up. Sorry, dolphin bottle next time. Oh, he wants to see Bob says, General, we said that his mom's name is Emerald. I was thinking his dad's name is Interval.
I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have two levels right. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore. And I what kind of porn do you watch when you use a vibrator?
Right, not that I don't watch porn, I'll use the vibrator. I just think my imagination is vibration enough. I'm just thinking like my own husband. I'm like, he's doing it.
Wait, that's kind of baller, but I could never do that.
Yeah.
No! He's hilarious, bro. That was fun. Oh my god. She just said she could never think about a coffee. That's shit. And if that's true, I don't want to know that. Take that to your grave. God, can you imagine the chick you're with, you're married to, she never once masturbates thinking about you. If you know that, the coffee's going to stop saying so, not a chance. Now we see why part of our criticism of his stand-up special was that it was very specifically negative towards his wife. To the point where it sounded like one of the old 80s terrible things. My wife's a bitch, and I fucking but the dinner's full. And that shit sucks. And that's why people don't do it as much besides the question. But you're right. Now, actually, comedy is not the best time. You do it if you come now. Well, now I understand. It's a direct, he's responding. He's responding to trauma and hatred in a certain way. He's just trying to speak his piece. He's just not very good at it. That's sad. It's a sad thing.
I'm gonna be really fucking honest. I don't. We don't. First of all, that's a fucking red flag. I'm not like, no joke. I love you girls. If you want to work, all for that, whatever. But like any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, that's a fucking red flag.
I know, right? It feels like we're all being used. This is an eye into the world of neglected and mistreated God. Almost said she's one of the hottest red flags I've ever seen.
This is a one-way street. His money is our money, and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 with content creating? But that's my money. Okay? I don't know if wants to play it, and I love him on the board. I never watched that show, but like, he's on my podcast list. Oh, yeah. Jason Crawford, Jacob Velarde, Tim Butler, and who else? I have like I think it's because my husband's never here. Okay.
Jacob Velarde versus there should be a balloon show where not that singer all the women comment. He was 80s. We're all criticizing. We're all criticizing. We have to keep in our minds that Akash saying sucks cats. He's a fucking dated bitch that just laughs like a little giggling dude. Whenever Andrew Schultz says one of his moronic jokes that make no sense. He's like me for you. I don't know. That's a compliment to me. I mean, the Akash saying is a genius, first of all. He knew things were going downhill and he told his wife, like, go start with her slick fast. All naturally comes. That's true too. Man, you gotta let these things go. You gotta get yourself. The next person I'm shouting out then it's where's your way? I know. Yeah, dress the part. Where's your laptop? Watch yourself, that'll stop. Stop it there. Okay. Oh, yes.
So I'm getting a lot of comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Wise words, his face guard slays every time. Peter English, gracious. Oh, shut up. Thank you, Sam. Do you guys think of the deer or not? Probably. I am more offended by Black Plan, which is since that's all when It's that cringe. It's too cringe. I'm trying to do this. Sam Siscoli, thank you. Let's see here. What else do we got? Like hospital stuff. Shout out to you, dude. Yeah, keep strong, dude. At least you're not very chip conscious right now. Because you're right. Much more. Shit, you're fucking so guy. Be cool, dude. What is this? Shout out to you. Thank you for the moment. You said that we didn't say it. We didn't say it. Yeah, shout out to you, Ian O'Donnell. Let's see here. Everything he touches by Dazzling Rabbit 633. Yeah, Calvin is like Jack Johnson. Take 6 or 7 months. Take 4 months. See, tell me where the book is at. This is from one day ago. Let's go to duty by 30. Today, we are making a decision to ban all political posts indefinitely after carefully considering internal discussion and tons of external feedback. We have collectively decided that tell me that was please. Joe Rogan is probably the boss of this Reddit, and he told me, what's that? Joe Rogan did deal on. No, I'm not. No, that's what was the way out. Yeah, there you go. Short of you're right. What would we ban on our Reddit? Not if we can't ban political posts, so it's still first thing. Yeah, that'd be so funny. They'd be like, definitely Gerdo's in control of Reddit. It's like, yeah, we will. That's successful. This new team that came managing baseball talk begins. Yeah, dude. Coach out or something said, all right, listen, let's do a poll here. Which is, yeah, most of our stuff are in advance. So that way you get there. Shots after that, we just said, oh, man. Give me some options that you're happy to set up. Dolphin, I guess. Yeah, it's heard that dolphin and the dolphin stuff. Yeah, Jello seem pretty happy about Jello. Small furniture. I do kind of, I mean, I prefer to know what people want us to talk about on graduate, but I am very interested to know, are there things that they think Joyce is working on a sitcom for NBC and still Oh, wow. That's what it was. Shout out, I saw Adam and Ellie saying what's up. You know, I still have it. I should bring it back, but I guess it's a reason to keep it coming back. You know, I'll have it next week. I'm a fucking podcast to lose this. So, yeah, it's been close this year. They still want to talk about Andrew Schultz working on a NBC thing. You know how they always say that gatekeepers. Well, clearly not. Andrew Schultz have a fucking sitcom show. Fuck that. Keep it up. We don't need zookeepers today. We need Too Lazy to Try, Elephant Graveyard, Successful Egg and Bendy, and this show. And that's it. All right. Don't kill me. Thank God. Right. Because maybe the monetize something. I guess so. We need it. Yeah, well, we don't need it. But it would be good for more Schultz content to be even more famous. And we can make that right now. Maybe Rick Question over gatekeepers. There's Mark of all kinds of books. I think the gatekeepers are probably before the books. Where the woke makes the law, it's like Joe Rogan. Comedians stand for 215 facts. So the gatekeeper, so the wall's probably here, and woke is like, it's a spectrum that goes in and out. The gatekeepers are probably here, and then you have change. It's like, I'm trying to think of a funny way of putting it. I can't think of the single way to say that they're right here, but they're right here. I mean, that's just weird. PM Jinx also, yeah. Let's see here. Logo's daughter, she might get posted by particular state. Yeah, I'm not very sure. She had diagnosed in time, but told her she was born, and they warned us of this, and then she went to every November, and then she was like crawling normal, to forever, and then she's not longer, she walks, it's like, it's just that sad. So then, diagnosed with it's tough because it's like some kids are born with it, and then when they do therapy and everything, they don't walk it after a year or 2 years, they have to shower crazy and stuff like that. I'm sorry for talking about my ass is just they're on the next Frontier podcast. Oh, yeah. And we're not far behind. We were 2 steps behind. We'll be 2 steps behind. Exactly. What I'm saying is, look at his position. I wasn't talking to you. Yeah, have fun. How is he? He's like, yeah, what? Where did he go? Everything fucking dead. He's sitting in this fucking chair. Keep traveling in the chair like that. And then this is it's kind of like the Sebastian stance in a way. If he's Sebastian, it's kind of like he's not telling you. He's not asking you. He's forcing you. It's like looking up and True. It's a more alpha stance than we're taking right now. We might get there someday. Yeah, I'm like short. I'm going in. He's still like up here, towering over beta kills like me. So, and then also, I'm like almost spilling my deck, but he's got his coffee right there. He's not worried about spilling on his equipment because that's like Jen has to do. He's got his hands on his butt. How many times do you think Shabbat spilled something on his equipment? I think John's like on your head. That's something he's so stupid. I can see Sean being like, dude, check out the joke I just did before. It's like, that's the thing. She's like, what? Let's get the episode. No. All right, shut up, you fucking. And then, it's just we do need chairs that we can sell for. That's what I'm seeing a lot of shopping. So maybe we can do this. I appreciate you saying they're Reagan. I'm tired of thinking so. When you pontificate and play the whole music, it leaves it not going to myself away from its core. Yeah. that podcast that we're listening to is called You're wrong, shout out to you. Thank you. We'll get you doing it as expected. If Cootie has the memory of a picture that is capable of accelerating that function, one of us will yes, nice. It's not that I think it's funny. It's just like when he cries, it's kind of and I wish him the best. And it sounds like he's doing a great job. I hope everything turns out okay. But he's so comical that it's like impossible to take him seriously no matter what. No. But here, what I notice, if I'm just being totally total Brendan, is that when he says like, or whatever, something about that, I'm almost expecting to be like Underwear Lopez, completely like flame out and not make any sense. Like Dr. Seuss, so I'm kind of waiting because I'm also like, not to criticize the person, that's what they clip on, but something Twitter watches. Jay, that person's name is Stable 69. Okay, I'm not judging that. Yeah, I'm judging that. Somewhat. They put it on everything about this is absolutely absurd. Why would they put it on? Why would Job do this? So if you put it on a comedy website, what I kind of consider the subreddit joke website, I stumbled over words. I'm expecting him to do something about it. Very funny. What I said very funny is still we get money so we get banned. I'll deal with that. Let's see what Colgate is just working. I mean, that makes sense. Wow. Let's see here. This is bad as Papa. Texas. I mean, dude. I didn't see it, dude. Dream Tiger goes to the NFL, so you can buy them by 2034. I mean, I guess it worked out a lot. I showed it off. Right. Yeah. I can't get right. Whatever you said, or I feel like sorry. Here we go. Finally, to the one thing we wanted to talk about today, which we talked about for an hour on our other podcast, back in the 20s episode. Episode 270. The username is repeated, much like Jeff Dodge in California. When you're someone funny, the premise the joke is going, you should give out the 26,000. I'm not promising, you guys can read this. He thought it was going to be rich people that just wanted to take this. Did he really ask for $26,000? That's a, I should see that fucked up because I made a fake. That's not me. I just made a fake now. Last week, but that's way too much money to do. You don't need $26,000. What's he moving? Does he have a lot of trucks? I don't know what keep talking because there's a little chat. Okay, so Jeff died, $26,000. What is he taking with him? There's a lot of cowboy clothes, cigars, and maybe there's a lot of things that you need to Sorry. With I was just cigars, you gotta have a thing that chops the cigars, but I think you really need a few of those. I imagine Jeff Dye, he does a lot of yoga, or an athlete, and he's a plant-based diet. So maybe there's a lot of things that help them make vegan food, or he's a meal prepper, or he does yoga every day. Anyways, according to tweet here 3 hours ago, I think everybody put it up. Yeah, Kim Kong, read that. Kim Kong, she says, let's shift the focus on Jeff Dye and on maybe the dish that stole 101. $10 or 10,000. There are worse people out there, and unfortunately, they have there's not much worse than that. No, yeah, I just mean, I wonder how much money that is. I think she's talking about that hamburger, right? Because I just been talking about this once. I forget she accused her of something. And Annenberg was watching Christina special on the Patreon. It's pretty bad. And it's like, she stole her. Yeah, there's that's so creepy. Alright, well, not as breaking as I thought it would be. In a way, Jeff Dye is still a lot of material from there. How redacted do you have to be to do Rogan and then do Rogan? That's a killer fucking podcast. Yeah, that's all. Smart people end up fucking angry, I would do those now first person. Maybe this should be let's see here. Mama, see if I can hear that. This is my favorite book. James. Books by Cycle Adventures in 7694. Everyone at home, let's see if Brendan gets it. It's like Jordan, astronomers, it says Jamar instead of here's that's how you catch a Puerto Rican. Let's go and let's build my people. He's guessing Jamar did something. Okay, so there's not a chance you're going to do it, but it's monkey see, monkey do, right? Baba see, Baba do. Everything that Maverick does, he doesn't do. Oh, okay, play it one more time. Here, that's how you catch a Puerto Rican. Vegas, all that. So, back, way back. Head up, head up. Come back. Hand on the face. He's okay. Here's what I think is happening. You're right. He's a convinced like always, but I think because I can relate to this, he has stopped paying attention. Right? He's getting a little nervous because he knows he hasn't heard anything that he would say. So now he's just gonna. Oh, that is okay. It's funny. No one knows that I'm not paying attention. I'm gonna do what Matt's done. People think I'm normal because I'm laughing too. Do I know Bob and too? That was my question now. And also, if we were on a wide shot the whole show, you'd probably see me moving a lot of movie sections. You know, and they can just. But I think it goes down. Creates those. Classic Bob and Stills. That was a fun little inside game there. That was. See, guess what I thought of that after I saw that happened? It took me a while to get into all the video. Oh, no. Oh, let's see. I thought about making one day I'm gonna have a rep subreddit that turns on me and they're gonna call me Gerda. It's gonna bother me so much. Does Gerda bother you? No, I'm talking about one day. I'll turn on me and they're gonna say Gerda. Well, before you play this one, can I just say I'm heard about this. Oh, really? Yeah, dude. I mean, not Stanley. Wait, or any of the things that he's done. Yeah. But I miss him on the clips. I like when a Delia clip is a mix. Maybe it's because there's not as many, right? But whenever I see Delia pop up on the thing, I'm saying something. It's kind of funny in this scenario as the guy whose life has been ruined, he's stuck with Eric and Sean. And part of it is Sean is a stupid moron who's now recording live in Texas. And Eric is sort of this angry fat slob that's sort of, and so for Delia to in becoming this famous actor, and then he's stuck with a guy who does a truck show in Texas, and a dude that looks like one of the things that the Ghostbusters put in their machine. It's just, it's so funny that Delia's kind of I'm sorry, it is. It's kind of funny. If you want to kill me, kill me. I just say what I said. Don't get him started on crap services. Trying to change the subject. I'm sorry for going back. I'm sorry for moving some of my phone. Check this out, dude. That should be the name of the I'll have a McGurdo. I like it. Can I have it made by someone else? That's the McGriddle, right? At McDonald's. I think it looks good. Maybe don't. That's a McGriddle. It looks good. I need shit. Pancake up top. Got some jam in the middle, like a pear jam, like avocado. Bacon, egg, cheese, and maple syrup. I like it. I need a tater tot once a week, so I like a tater tot in there. That goes pretty good. There's syrup all over it. There's put syrup all over your hair. Let's see, is that still on? So to answer your question about if I like Gerda, yeah, I like Gerda. I made a big Gerda movie. Oh, good. So I think Gerda is it's sort of like a out of left field nickname, but I like Okay, sorry. Back to this one's called Inventing Joe Rogan Said No to Performing and Publishing Against Haters. Posted by our good friend Successful Day. 845, which is the talk to the posting other subreddits out there. Let's see. Oh, Successful Day. God, I took him. You don't know how he's a great guy. Yeah, I love one.
Funny that those bullshit headlines. Yeah, like there was one on me was like Rothschild paying for other shit.
Haggis. The person.
I'm not there yet. Like, oh, why aren't you part of the mothership?
Shout out to you for subscribing.
I just showed their last video. Listen, young man, do this one. I don't want to steal it. I want one day like you get it. Oh no, it's my time.
See, I wish the Oklahoma guy would talk to me. How the Oklahoma guy? Let me tell you something about should have used this fucking thumbnail and put Tom Scott like that. That would have been so much better. The most better. I love this. I'm excited to do it. You almost don't hear it. Or maybe there's just we probably that'll be awesome. I'm on the movie read just like Photoshop our faces somewhere. Idea. Are you listening, American Dad? I saw the Subway take there. You know the Metro take show? Some other people said that their take was that Brendan Shaw's wife is so progressive. She said that she doesn't think people should post their kids and do the emoji thing. It's like post your kids or don't post your kids. And if I had a Metro card in my hand and I was that guy, I agree. Because I don't understand why you did this. Right? To put an emoji over your child's face. I don't know. That just to me, that's weirder than showing your ass. Okay, that's both of them. I don't think they're on the same plane personally. Because I appreciate some people showing us. Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, no problem. Now, when you're sharing a picture of your kid while showing your ass and an emoji, now we got a problem. Yeah, I mean, we got a bunch of them. Yeah. Lose the kid, take off the drip. No, I never got to. But he says she posts that kid's face 50 times. Oh, and if you actually post the face, it makes even less sense. Also, on Chase. Oh, Chase does it. Well, take it on there. But I'm still right there with you, brother. Yeah, it makes sense though. Right? I love acting, right? That's what I guess with Chang's, I'm glad that they did that. I'm not at all saying right. Let me be clear. They should not on some of the rest doesn't need to see. Right? We've all seen some of them get on not every chef is someone you want to hang out with. I mean, we have to get it back on that. Exchange. So you can charge him or I'm going to make sure you get and you can also make use of the rewards. Easy until you're able to take steps on your own. Thank you. Yes, sir. This is everyone. You can reach to key cards for you. You can key cards for you. I don't like that either. You can say that they're posting it online. Yeah, like I actually struggle more about this than whatever they were saying. Like, oh yeah. I believe in like 5-word captions. I'm gonna put that in GPT, whatever the post, I guess, for you. But it was a great chat, and make sure that you're the best show ever lived. Because of you, and make sure my sweet baby boy, whatever the next ever brings, will not define you. I will make sure you always do things correctly. Brandon just her name. Try this out real quick. Blog post, a picture of CTO. Check out so always with you forever strong. See how much fucking punch you that is? That is, yeah. Kind of gets it. Yeah. Bro, if she was sharing that with her fucking fat ass in the picture. How funny. Alright, stay with me. We keep it like you said, short, but instead of writing that, it just says ask for dates. Or keep the lost keep the one casting at the end. Okay. Yeah, I like that too. Keep the long post. Change the picture to her and all right. It's like, oh, that's great. Oh my God. Shout out to everyone. Long story short. All baseball players are being Brian was like, fuck Santa, what would be? Wow, 15 minutes Did you? That's a level of cringe. That's did you use ChatGPT to find that cringe? Or did you do it on your own? I wish I could come up with ideas for these guys and stuff. For ideas for their show. Like Brian Callen and we're having coffee together. And Brian's like, I'm starting a podcast. And I go, oh, yes. Dude, they say you can never have too many things. He's like, all right, I know you're good at this. What's the name? I need something new, something not new. Say less bam. Are you ready? Write this down. You might not like it at first, but listen. Are you ready? It counts like I go. It's pretty good. I was like, well, it's been said something. No. Triggered is who knows more about people get triggered. This is gonna be big. I want to be careful. I'm sending you to Idaho. It's the only place I'm going to say do you want to see his podcast? I'll hold it up. I don't know if you're on this podcast. I want to see it, of course. I thought you were going to shoot me out. But I want to see it, yeah. This age-old question of why do bad things? I know. This is going to be a really bad person because it's awesome and it's live. It's a retired monster. Let me tell you Brian Callen about my dad. This guy might Donnie's so exclusive. What's that? So, that is for and you're around. We got good on the I can't even see if they're a police officer or not. How am I supposed to describe it? Back in the 80s, they got no shit. Like they should be okay. I'm really sad with it. I don't care how angry he is. I like the old way and good look of it down. Yeah. I'm a bad person out here. So, that tells you I got something to say. People should listen. I commit a crime. Why would I care what you have to say? You are a self-admitted populist. Okay, but he's always our facts guy here. Often it's just to get you a crowder but crooks. 1% get the money or the actual driver. Wow. Now, that's the rule around the crowd of police. You're British out there. You know, it's where so great. He's trying to listen to the other guy telling what the fuck is a subreddit? Stormville wants to Chicago. And they've done bad things. When you take it off, you say, hey, I got to abide by the rules. If I don't abide by the rules, I can pay for my life. So your justification is, hey, my comes first. I got to do what I got to do. That's what they get right. That's how you justify the hard choices. I wish we was doing podcasts in New York, but that's all. All right, well, check out Off Limits by Brad Callen. Honestly, I feel like this whole show is just a big sponsorship for me. Okay, because every time I finish it, I want to watch it. Yeah, and now I want to watch Off Limits. I added it to my queue already. Dave Haas posted this stuff that's better. I once tried to sue a guy on my web page, put up a video of me trying to cheat on my wife. Well, that would have been hilarious today. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll say before I say it again, these people on Chang should be teaching, or at least, I mean, TV is not YouTube's not TV, right? Unless you can shadow me. Oh, wow. Like, what do you are? It was TV, dude. We would get axed. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Ratings. The Nielsen rating would just throw up when they saw our numbers. The Craig T. Nelson rating would be so low. Look at that. I look a lot less than I just can't. How am I supposed to face my wife? Like, wow, why is this